11. My Trial. Now that I have leisure to write again, I am ready to throw the whole thing overboard. We put out night before last, having waited half a day for a wind, and have been coasting ever since, bedeviled by light airs. I spent yesterday, or most of it, rereading everything that I have written since I began to write back in Gaon. I have covered a lot of paper and wasted hundreds of hours, all without more than mentioning my search for Patera silk in the Whorl, the central reason for my trip, and, I must face the fact, the great failure of my life. Nor have I described my trial and the overthrow of Dorp's judges, which I promised to do again and again the last time I wrote, and which I intend to do in a moment. Perhaps I shall never pen an account of my return to Old Byron, of meeting my father there, and the rest of it. Perhaps it is better so. Hoof and Hyde were afraid they would be arrested. I assured them that as long as they were circumspect they had nothing to fear, and so it proved, although Widger and Wappen, both local men with extensive connections among the sailors and boat owners, accomplished much more. At the end, which is to say after I had been removed from Onwagons in chains, Barup and Strick joined them. They had little time in which to work, but they brought us more than 100 fighters between them, so many that the slug guns I had bought were insufficient, and they had to buy more by ones and twos out of their own pockets. Once the rebellion was under way, we were joined by many more who had only knives and clubs, but I am proud to say that all our original men had slug guns, every one of them. In the matter of women, we followed General Mint's example and used them mostly to care for the wounded and bring ammunition to the fighters. A few fought, however, and those acquitted themselves very well. There were plans for them to supply food, but our rebellion did not last long enough to require it. These women, most of them young and poor, were organized entirely by Vadsig. All she accomplished and the shrewdness and courage with which she did it are beyond praise. But I am getting ahead of my account. First of all, I should say that I had been hoping above all else for help from Mora and Fava. As I sat in my cell in the Palace of Justice, I managed to convince myself that everything depended on them, that if they came and were able to possess Judge Hamer, I would go free. I tried very hard not to think of my punishment if they did not come, and waited with no great hope for some sign from them. My cell was dark, cold, and indescribably filthy. I felt certain that if I knew I was to be confined for years in such a place, I would take my own life, and sooner rather than later. I had left my Azoth with Hyde, and did not know that he had entrusted it to Vadsig, fearing he would be rearrested. If I had it, I might well have killed myself then and there, or cut my way out and fled, as is more likely. Ledgerman came for me at last. I asked that my shackles be removed, pointing out that I was in poor health and had as yet been convicted of nothing. They said it was up to their lieutenant. I asked them to take me to him, and they said that was what they were doing. Their lieutenant would escort me into court in person. He was older than I had expected, 30 perhaps.
"Kenbar I am, my sire. A friend of Sergeant Azagen you are? Well of you he speaks."
It occurred to me then that my friend Sergeant Azagen might be killed if the rebellion I had been preparing actually took place. I comforted myself with the reflection that without Mora and Fava it was far more likely that he and his comrades would kill Hoof, Hyde, Vadsig, and me, and hundreds more besides.
"Without an order of Judge Hamer, nothing I can do, my sire," Lieutenant Kenbar told me as he removed my fetters. "Chained you must be, he does not say, so these off I can take. But if to run you try, shoot I must." I suppose I must have thanked him and told him that I would not attempt to escape, although I remember only that I rubbed my wrists and felt dismayed that he would be in the courtroom with his needler. I had hoped that there would be few weapons present other than the ones we brought, provided, that is, that half or a quarter of those who had sworn to come did so, and that they were not searched. Soon I was marched into the courtroom, unchained indeed, but preceded by Lieutenant Kenbar with a drawn sword and followed by 3 ledgermen with slug guns. They too dismayed me, as can be imagined. Try to conceive of my feelings when I saw almost 100 armed ledgermen, Sergeant Azagen among them, along all 4 walls of a courtroom vastly larger than I had imagined. Here let me interrupt my account to say that I had been misled by the courtrooms I had seen in our Juzgado. I should have realized that in Dorp,
Where judges twisted the law to suit themselves, such rooms would be of far greater importance. I honestly cannot say whether the room was filled already when I came, although others have told me that was the case, or the audience filed in after I had taken my seat beside Vent. When we had sat there for some time, he calmly sorting and resorting the same papers, and I with my head in my hands, I asked him whether it was not possible for my daughter, at least, to sit with me. "For that no provision there is, my sire Horn. In the row behind, family and friends sit. Then so many in court we do not have. For this trial the whole of Dorp eager is. Perhaps into this courtroom even your daughter does not get." Jolly touched my shoulder as he spoke. Turning in my seat, I saw Hoof and Hyde, Vadsig, Onvagan, and a dozen others whose faces seemed familiar, though I could put no names to them, and felt a thrill of hope. Hamer entered with much pomp and a bodyguard of clerks, called the court to order, and asked the prosecutor, a tall, thin man I had not seen before, whether he was prepared. He stood, and declared he was. Judge Hamer then asked Vent the same question. Vent rose. "No, my sire rector." The judge waited for him to say more, but he did not. "Why are you not ready, my sire advocate Vent?" This simple question was salted with a whirl of sarcasm. "This to the court you must explain." "If me you intend, my sire rector, if me and my person it is you ask, prepared I am. If the defense you intend, not we are." About then the proceedings were thrown into confusion by the arrival of a small, very erect man with a shock of white hair and one of those round, soft-looking faces that breathe the very essence of stupidity. He was dressed entirely in black, and marched down the center aisle flourishing a little staff made of the vertebrae of some animal, proclaiming in a high, thin voice, "Here I am, my sire rector. Tal is here. Do not without him begin. A crush in the corridor, my sire rector. In the street worse. Delayed I was, delayed I was." He wedged himself between Vent and me and shook my hand very heartily, saying in a whisper that must have been audible all over the room, "My sire Horn, an honor it is, a pleasure it is, a prince so distinguished you are, a conqueror, but humbly the gods you serve." Judge Hamer hammered his tall desk. "Silence, silence! Ready you are, my sire advocate Tal." He rose with the help of his staff, and seemed to require a moment to collect his thoughts. "Ready we are, my sire rector. My motion you will entertain, my sire rector, that this be dismissed ab initio I move." There was a buzz of excited talk, which the judge rapidly silenced. Tal's motion was denied, and the prosecution was invited to present its case. Nat and others testified. I will not burden this account with the details, beyond saying that I was appalled to see matters proceed as quickly as they did. Vent then rose and made a brief opening speech to the judge. "My sire rector, our motion to dismiss you heard. Not frivolously yet we made. Here no crime is. The law we do not deny. Contrary to the law to imprison another it is. A serious offense it is. This our client has not done. This we will prove." Another buzz of talk and a skeptical look from Judge Hamer. "Neither to our law subject he is. This also we will prove." Stunned silence. Tal rose, and seeming to strain his high, reedy voice, said loudly, "Call my sire Zeke." A ledgerman fetched him from an adjoining room. "A merchant you are?" He was, and with some prompting from Tal and Vent, he told of making up the party of merchants, of Nat's forcing his way into it, and of encountering us. "More than you they are?" This was Vent. "No, my sire." "Overpowering you they are?" "No, my sire." "Many servants they have, and armed these servants are? Slug guns they have, needlers?" "Yes, my sire advocate." "No, my sire advocate." "No needlers? Us tell you must." "3 only they are. A slug gun the young man has, my sire." Tal raised his eyebrows, which are white too and very thick. "1 slug gun, my sire? Of it terrified all of you were?" "No, my sire Tal." "Not, should I hope. Nat's testimony you did not hear?" "No, my sire Tal. It to hear me they would not allow." "Proper that is. Testis oculatus unus plus valet quam auriti decem. With him servants Nat had?"
Yes, my sire Tal. 4.
Weapons they had?
Yes, my sire.
In this court alleged it is that my sire Whorl, old he is and unarmed he was, my sire Nat to remain with him he forced.
By that time I had practically ceased to hear them. I was watching a picture on one side of the courtroom. It was a large painting, executed in browns and various shades of orange, of robed men seated around a table. It was suspended by a tasseled cord from an ornamental hook in the shape of a leaping collar fish, and it had begun to swing. Widger came forward to speak with me.
Sent to the old Whorl for my sire Silk you were? This Hyde says. A good boy he is?
Yes, so is Hoof. Widger nodded and seated himself on the gunwale, one hand grasping a stay. He is larger than most men, solid-looking, with a big red face.
From New Viron you are? Marrow there, you know?
It reminded me irresistibly of what I had just been writing. I said, Yes, my sire advocate. The red face became redder still as he squinted for a moment at the sun.
Me you do not know?
Of course I... Wait. From New Viron, you mean? What a fool I've been. You're the traitor who told me about Pajaroku. From his perch on the stay, considerably higher than Widger's big freckled hand, Oreb inquired, Good man? Babby, who was asleep at my feet, raised his massive head and winked, his sign of cautious affirmation. Widger looked from one to the other.
Me you remember, my sire Whorl?
Certainly, and I should have placed you much sooner. Marrow told me he'd found a traitor who might be able to help me, and the 3 of us ate at Marrow's. It was a very good dinner. He has a good cook. For a moment Widger studied me.
Dead, Marrow is.
I'm sorry to hear it. He didn't die by violence, I hope. Widger shook his head. He was a middle-aged man when we came here 20 years ago, though it is 22 years now, I suppose. I called to Hoof, who was in the waist talking to Hyde and Vadsig, and asked how long I had been gone.
Since summer of year before last, father.
Nearly 2 years, I told Widger, though when I look at my sons it seems that it must surely be longer. They were hardly more than children when I left. Now they are young men.
Brave young men they are, gallant young men.
I agreed.
At Judge Kenner's them I see. Killed both will be, I think, but they run and shoot, shoot and run, and after them my sailors come. Young lions they are.
I thanked him. You must have seen them at my trial as well. I saw you in the audience, and they were sitting almost directly behind me. Widger nodded.
Them in we let, Baruch and me. His family, we say, so for them everyone aside moves.
Would you be willing to give me your impressions of my trial? You would be doing me a great favor, Captain.
Mine, my sire Whorl?
He looked back at the steersman, then out at the choppy gray-green water.
You too saw.
Yes, but I would like to have someone else's impressions, and you are a shrewd observer. He laughed.
Not, my wife thinks.
Men and women frequently differ as to what is important. That girl Vadsig you must ask, my sire, or your daughter. He eyed me slyly. Perhaps I will, but I would like your impressions. I have found it difficult to write about. The details keep getting in my way. I smiled, and Widger did too. In the course of writing, all I have, not just what you see here, but much more that is put away with the clothes I bought in Dorp.
New clothes you buy, my sire, but old ones you wear. On a boat wise, that is.
I've learned that I have a sort of mania for writing down conversations. If you would tell me now what you remember best about my trial, I will certainly write that, and my account of it will be so much to the good. He nodded, his eyes again on the waves and the clouds, then shouted at the young man in the stern,
What I best remember you wish to know, my sire Whorl.
I nodded, eagerly, I hoped. When he said nothing, I ventured, The Red Sun Whorl is what you remember best, I imagine, the tower and the pits beneath it.
This you call that rotting town?
Widger shook his head.
Not, I remember. To forget, I try.
He raised an imaginary bottle to his mouth and pretended to drink. Man, talk, Oreb insisted. What I remember? Those leggy fellows. The vanished people? I had wondered about that. Surely many of you must have thought that they were no more than tall men in masks. It may be, my sire, but 4 arms they had. They were not men like us, Captain, I assure you. They were the neighbors, whom we on this side of the sea generally call the vanished people. Not that men they may be, I think. This others may think, I mean. Vanished men they were, I know. My crew, he shrugged. Me they serve. These you serve, my sire Whorl? No, they are my friends, not my employers. A fair wind they will give? Perhaps they could. I don't know. Certainly I won't ask it. Let us sail with our own wind, Captain. Now it was I, not he, who was looking out to sea, and I could not repress the thought that sea-wrack was there beneath the tossing waves. Big wet, Oreb pronounced, and bad place. It's a bad place for birds, certainly, or at least a bad place for such birds as are not seabirds, but you'll learn very quickly to patrol its beaches for dead fish. Widgeser chuckled. Is that the moment in my trial you recall most clearly, when the vanished people came into the courtroom? Tell me about it, please. What you saw and heard and felt. Tal I watched. 3 gold cards for him I gave. This you know? Yes and no. Baruch explained that you and he, with Strick and Zeke, all contributed. Tal wanted a great deal to defend me, Baruch said, because it would cost him the judge's favor, but they, you and your friends, were afraid the rebellion would never actually take place. Widgeser nodded. Without the rest, not it would. Without the vanished men, my sire. Perhaps you're right. And him. The point of his sea boot did not quite touch Babby's broad back. Never so much I laughed. I confess that I had not thought it funny at the time, though it seemed so in retrospect. Laugh I did, and my sides hold, but out with my needler, too. Why this is, do you think, my sire Whorl? He was smiling, but his clear blue eyes were serious. I imagine it was because you thought one of the ledgermen might shoot poor Babby for chasing Judge Hamer around the room like that. It was certainly what I thought myself. No, my sire. Widgeser shook his head slowly. Your daughter it was. A pretty girl she is. Not so pretty as my Sidgfer, but beautiful even. Her name I forget. Jolly. Jolly, yes. 2 she laughs. Never laughing like hers, I hear, my sire. Oreb exclaimed, Bad thing, and I told him to be quiet. To your sons I speak. Good boys they are. Our sister, they say, our sister. But not my eyes they meet when this they say. Below sleeping she is? When I last saw her, yes. My boat this is. Widgeser thumped the deck with the heel of his boot. If no one on my boat she harms, nothing I do. But if she harms someone, you will be compelled to take steps. I understand, Captain. He turned to go. Will you answer one question for me? How did Tal know to call the vanished people? I hadn't even spoken with him. If the 4 of you instructed him to do it, how did you know? Not we did, my sire. Widgeser studied me again. This thing I know, you think? Wrong you are. Not I know. Good man, Oreb assured me. I didn't think you did. Say, rather, that I hoped you did, Captain. I hoped it because I'd like very much to know myself. What I think, you I tell. To you they speak? I nodded. Sometimes they do. To you alone they speak? This they say? He left without waiting for an answer, and after a moment I told Babby to go below and watch Jolly, permitting no one to harm or even touch her, to which Oreb muttered, Good, good. Babby himself simply rose to obey, thick black claws, which seem so blunt when he puts a paw in my lap in supplication, so terrible when he slashes my foes with them, clicking along the deck very much as they used to when the 2 of us were the sole occupants of my little sloop, and there was nothing forward and nothing behind, nothing to port and nothing to starboard but the calm blue sky and the rolling sea. I feel like going below myself. I will not for a few more minutes at least, because I know that it is as cold there as it is here, and dark,
with 100 vicious draughts in place of this bracing wind. Like the Whorl and its brave, suffering peoples, I cling to my son as long as I can. It was the neighbors who had impressed Widger most, Widger who is already trying to forget the red sun Whorl, and who will have succeeded in convincing himself that it was only a bad dream within a month. How many of the bad dreams I remember were not really dreams at all? Does it make any difference? We live our lives in our thoughts, or we do not live. A man imagines his wife faithful and is happy. What difference does it make whether she is or is not, as long as he believes it? Read carefully, my sons. Doubtless the reality, known only to herself and the gods, is that she is faithful at times and unfaithful at others, like other women. From this we see why the gods are needed. They see what is real, or if they do not, we imagine they do. Surely the outsider must, if it is true that Pas and the rest worship him. How do the people with whom we walk in our dreams perceive our waking? The people who speak to us there, and to whom we speak. We die to them. Do our corpses remain behind until the companions of our sleep bury them weeping? Last night I dreamed of finding this pen case in Byron. No doubt the dream was what set me writing again today. Now in reality, as I understand it, I found it between the time I left my old mansion and the time Maytera's daughter called to me from a fifth-floor window. Was it more real when I found it than when I dreamed it? How could it be, when there was no difference between the two? Was it actually where my father's shop once stood that I found it? Or is it that merely a part of the dream my waking mind has not yet rejected? It seems a little too pat to be true, yet memory assures me of it now. How tall they were, the neighbors, robed in dignity. Tall's voice was a brazen trumpet. "Upon the vanished people, upon those once lords of this world I call. The good character of my client, my sire Whorl, let them defend." Everyone must have thought it a mere trick of rhetoric, and certainly there was no one in the courtroom more convinced of it than I. I had spoken with them and explained my predicament, and they had promised to help me if they could, but I had imagined signs and wonders of the sort I hoped for, and to some degree received, from Mora and Fava, not this uncanny spectacle of walking legends mounting the steps to the judge's right and sitting one by one in the little witness chair to deliver their solemn testimony. "My sire Windcloud, my life to our law I have devoted, but never one of you in court I have seen. Why have you come?" "How could I not?" Hamer snapped. "Questions you may not ask, my sire," which I think very brave of him. "Why not?" Tal explained. "Contrary to our law it is, my sire." "Then I will ask no more until Dorp's law is altered, though Dorp will lose by it. We have come because honor compels us." "Because accused your friend here stands?" "Because the people of your town do." "Who accuses us?" Hamer rapped on his desk. "To the case before us yourself you must confine, my sire Tal." A large picture crashed to the floor, and about half the onlookers sprang to their feet. Tal asked softly, "That you did, my sire Windcloud?" "No." Judge Hamer leaned toward him, pointing with the mace of office. "Speak you must, my sire. It who did?" "You." There was something in the single flat word that frightened even the judge, and which I myself found terrifying. Tal addressed the court. "My sire Rector, what we do here dangerous it is. Question my sire Windcloud I must, but not you need. With all honor to the court this I suggest." I felt the building tremble as he spoke, and Hamer nodded, his face pale. "My client, my sire Whorl, him how long have you known?" "Since I gave him my cup." Windcloud's face turned toward me, and though I could not see his eyes, I have never seen the eyes of any of them, I felt his glance. "In days and years you cannot say, my sire?" "No." "An honest man he is?" "Too much so." "You he serves?" "Yes, he does." That surprised me, I confess. I am still thinking about it. "A traitor to our breed he is?" "No." There was amusement in the word, I believe.
To this case alone address myself I must, my sire. This you understand, that this Whorl to us you have given, not relevant it is. About that not I may ask. About your knowledge of men's characters I may inquire, if my sire rector permits. A man as here a man, we say, not you are.
I am not, but a man of my own race.
Many men, however, you have known, my sire, men such as I am and as my sire rector is.
Yes. I was one of those who boarded your Whorl when it neared our sun. In the Whorl I made the acquaintance of many of your race, and I have known others since, on both the Whorls we once called ours.
Of these my client, my sire Horn, one is?
Yes. We became better acquainted when he was living in my house, some distance from here. I have found him to be an honorable man, devoted to your kind.
If to our kind devoted he is, to yours a foe he must be, my sire. That do you deny?
I do. You spoke of your breed. You breed your own foes, who are our foes as well, those who would destroy others for gain and rob them for power. Here Windcloud paused. I shall never forget it, and I doubt that anyone who was present will, and turned his shadowed face very slowly toward Hamer.
Your guest, my sire Horn, was. This you have said. Invite him, you did?
No. Another man who was living in my house brought him. He was not afraid of me, as the others were.
This you did, though living in your house without your permission he was.
Soon it will be spring. The white fish-catchers will return, booming, and darkening your sky which was ours in their mating flight. 2 will nest upon your chimney, though you will not invite them. Windcloud's shadowed gaze had been upon Hamer, although he had addressed Tull. At this point he directed it to Nat. You say he has harmed you, yet I see you whole, fat, and free, while another stands beside him with a sword. To his everlasting credit, Nat rose and tried to withdraw his accusation, but Hamer would not permit it, asking whether the statements he had made were false, and warning him that he would be prosecuted for lying under oath if he acknowledged that they were. It was only then that I truly understood what had gone wrong in Dorp. It was not that its judges took bribes or that they used their power to enrich themselves, although they certainly did. It was that they had created a system that slowly but surely destroyed all who came in contact with it. Left to work, it would destroy me, as Nat had desired, but it would destroy Nat as well, and Dorp itself. Vadsig came to talk to me.
Here you sit, my sire Horn, writing and writing. To us you do not speak.
Poor man, Oreb confirmed, and I protested that I talked to him, if only to tell him to be quiet, and that I had talked to Captain Widger.
You we miss. Hide and hoof it is. Me also, my sire. Angry with us you are?
Not at all. But Vadsig, I'd much rather have you young people desirous of my company than longing for my absence.
Me to go you want?
She jumped up, shaking her full skirt and pretending to be deeply offended.
Tell me you must. Say back to the kitchen you go, dirty Vadsig.
I protested that no man could possibly object to the company of such a woman as she. She sat again.
When your town we reach, married my sire Hyde and I will be. His mother's blessing he wishes. To her a good son he is.
I know Vadsig, and he's a good son to me as well. I couldn't be happier for you both.
The blessing she gives, my sire? This you think?
Good girl? Oreb inquired. Knowing that he meant you, dear Nettle, I nodded.
Not she gives, I think.
Vadsig eyed me sidelong to gauge my reaction. You're mistaken, I said, and my thoughts were full of you.
No cards I have, my sire.
I dropped 5 or 6 into her lap, not real cards such as we used in Viron, but the shining gold and silver imitations that we see more and more here on Blue. She would not touch them.
To hide already so much you give, my sire.
But I have given nothing to you, Vadsig, and I owe you a great deal.
Mora and Fava you owe.
I do indeed, and I'll try to repay them if I ever get the opportunity. At this moment I have the opportunity to repay you to a small degree, and I intend to grab it. I won't detail all you did for us, you know it best, but I know it well enough, and those cards are merely a token.
Also your son you give?
Her upper lip trembled, its minute motion piteously revealed by the brilliant sunlight. Are you asking whether I'll bless your union? Of course I will. I do. I'll perform the ceremony myself if you wish it, though it would be better to have his cognizance patera remora. I can assist him if he will permit it.
A poor wife I will make.
She smoothed her gown, pressing it against her body to show that she was slender to the point of emaciation. Before I returned here, I met a young woman named Olivine, Vadsig. If she were here with us, and in a sense she is, for I have a part of her, she would point out to you that you can give a man your love and bear children. She could do neither, and she would gladly trade every one of the centuries the gods may allow her for your next year.
Vadsig's eyes melted. Could you not help her, my sire?
No, she helped me. Oreb picked up the first word, joining it to his favorite predicate.
No cut.
I nodded. I tried not to harm her, Oreb. It was the best that I could manage.
Her hair?
Vadsig plunged thin fingers into her short orange tresses.
Ugly as mine it was?
She had none. As for yours, it is clean and straight and strong, all admirable things.
A bad color it is, my sire.
A good woman's hair is never of a bad color, I told her. We talked more, she expressing her fears of you and your rejection, and I assuring her that all were groundless, as indeed I feel certain they are. Let her fear childbirth, poor child, and murderous rape in lawless New Viron. She has more than enough to worry about without fantasies. Then,
some time back, like you, I go, my sire?
Back to Viron, you mean, Vadsig?
To Viron, yes, my sire. Also to Grotestad. To go to the long sun Whorl I would like. Always of it you talk, and cook, and my old master and mistress. In Grotestad they were born, my sire, but never it I have seen.
I told her it was possible she would.
There the vanished people went?
I nodded.
To greet us it was?
You might put it so, though they were sensible enough to find out a good deal about us, and infect us with inhumy.
Bad thing.
Before they ventured to greet even a few of us.
Bad it was,
Vadsig agreed with Oreb. To leave inhumy among us? I shook my head. It was a small price to pay for 2 Whorls, and it enabled the neighbors to gauge much more accurately the differences between our race and their own.
Because our blood they drink, my sire?
For a moment I considered how I might explain without violating my promise. You can't see yourself, Vadsig.
In the mirror I see.
I shook my head. Has anyone told you that you have wonderful eyes? She flushed, shrugging.
Hide, it says.
But you do not believe him because you know he loves you. You are still very young. When you are older, perhaps you will come to understand that of all the emotions, and indifference too, because even indifference is an emotion of a sort, only love sees the unveiled truth.
See good.
Yes, love sees well, and it is well to see. No matter how wonderful your eyes are, however, Vadsig, they cannot look back upon themselves. You see yourself, when you see yourself at all, in silvered glass. I used to know a very clever person who inspected his appearance in the side of a silver teapot every morning. She smiled, as I had hoped she would.
A spoon in his pocket he might have carried, my sire.
He knew, of course, that his image was distorted. You compare your own to that of other women you see in reality, but if you were wiser, you might compare their reflections to yours. That is what the neighbors did. Knowing what their own inhumy were like, they gave us ours so they might compare the two. I wish I knew what they concluded, though I know what they did.
The Whorls they gave?
She looked around her as she spoke, at the beamy brown boat in which we sat, and the broad blue sea, the blue sky dotted with clouds and white birds, and the distant shore, and I dared to hope, as I do still, that she was seeing them a little differently. Yes, The Inhumi had effectively ruined their entire race, Vadsig. I don't mean that all of them were dead, but that the civilization they had built had failed them when the shock came. Many had left these Whorls already, fleeing the Inhumi but taking Inhumi with them. Their blood to drink? She shuddered, and there was nothing feigned about it. Not I understand, my sire. I said that we could not see ourselves directly, Vadsig. We need mirrors for that. We cannot run away from ourselves either. I heard the clicking of Babby's claws over the creaking of the rigging as I spoke, and looked around to see Jali's head emerging from the little hatch. I motioned for her to join us, and Vadsig whispered, "So beautiful she is." We three talked together then for an hour or more, but it will soon be too dark to write, and I smell supper. I will write about all that some other time, perhaps. 12. Palaces. You should not come in here, Olivine. A glance showed that the tepid water was reassuringly obscured by suds and clouded with soap. You don't have to duck down like that. You don't have to duck down like that, Patera. He snorted. Nor do you have to look in on me every 5 minutes. I'm not going to drown. I just wanted to tell you your new clothes are out. Here. The door shut softly, and he stood up. The towel, like everything else in the tiny room, was within easy reach. As he dried himself, he realized that his old clothing was gone, save for his shoes. She had taken his tunic, his trousers, his filthy stockings, and his underdrawers the first time she had opened the door. Beyond a doubt, he had been too busy hiding to notice. His corn, the precious seed corn he had obtained so easily, had been in a trouser's pocket, but presumably his old clothes were in the bedroom. He stepped out of the tub, took the plug from the drain, and sat on the necessary stool to dry his feet. That done, he wrapped his loins in his towel. Are you out there, Olivine? He followed the words with 3 sharp raps on the door, but there was no reply. Cautiously, he opened it. Clean drawers, black trousers, and a black tunic waited on the bed. Beside them lay what appeared to be an augur's black robe, neatly folded. His seed corn was on that, with a clean handkerchief, new stockings, his spectacles, 2 cards, and his newly found pen case, the whole surrounded by his prayer beads. His old clothes and the enameled lantern were nowhere to be seen. Sighing, he dressed. The bedroom door opened as he was tying his shoes. Can we go up now, Patera? You were watching me, weren't you, Olivine? You came in much too promptly. She said nothing, shifting from one foot to the other. For the first time he realized that she herself had no shoes, only strips of the coarse cloth tied around her feet. Through the keyhole? That was very wrong of you. Wordlessly, she showed him a chink in the paneling that separated the room in which they stood from the next. To see when I was finished? Was that it? If you'd put them on, and what? I promised not to get angry with you. It was an easy promise to make when he knew that pity would overwhelm whatever anger he might feel. And I'd never seen a bio man, only father. Who is not a bio? I didn't think so. You're a chem yourself, aren't you, Olivine? She nodded. Hold out your hands, please. I wish to examine them both here at the window. I took our bread up while you were washing? And got me clean clothing. Also you disposed of my old ones, no doubt. You must have been very busy. You took a long time. Perhaps I did. He glanced out, thinking to gauge the distance between the setting sun and horizon, then recalled that the long sun never set. How profoundly unnatural a sun that moved had seemed when they reached blue. I'll wash them for you? Thank you. Now hold out your hands as I asked. I will not ask again. One hand was an assembly of blocks and rods, the other, apparently, living flesh. He said, Since you spied on me while I was dressing, Olivine, it wouldn't be inappropriate for me to ask you to strip, now would it? She cowered. It would be fair, and it might even be an eminently just punishment for what you did, but I won't demand it. I only ask that you take off the cloth you've wrapped around your head and face. Do it, please, at once." She did, and he embraced her for a time, feeling her deep sobs and stroking her smooth metal skull. When 10 minutes or more had passed, he said, "You look like your mother. Doesn't your father tell you that? Surely he must."
"Sometimes."
He sat down upon the bed. "Do you imagine that you're so ugly, Olivine? You're not ugly to me, I assure you. Your mother is an old and dear friend. No one who resembled her as much as you do could ever seem ugly to me."
I don't move right."
Reluctantly, he nodded.
I can't do what a woman does. She went away."
"She was captured by the Trivagantes, Olivine, just as I was myself. When she got back here, she went to Blue because it was her duty to do so, the service she owed Great Pass. Do you understand?" Slowly, the shining metal head turned from side to side. "I've been trying to remember what you were like when we left. You were still very small, however, and I'm afraid I didn't give you as much attention as I should."
I didn't have a name yet. I couldn't talk, Patera."
Nor could she talk well now, he reflected. Hammerstone had been forced to construct her vocal apparatus alone, clearly, and the result had left something to be desired.
"Patera?"
He nodded. "Do you want me to go upstairs with you now and to sacrifice for you and bless you as Silk must have?" She nodded. "For which you have dressed me in these clothes that I really should not have consented to wear since I'm not entitled to them and are fidgeting as we speak." He tried to recall whether he had ever seen a Chem fidget before and decided he had not. "But, Olivine, you're not going to divert me from my purpose. I'm going to the room I mentioned earlier, and you aren't coming with me. If its door is unlocked, I intend to stay there some time. Have you a pressing engagement?" She was silent, and he was not sure she had understood. He added, "Another place to which you must go? Something else you have to do?" She shook her head. "Then you can wait, and you will have to. I'll try not to be too long." She did not reply. "When I come out, I'll sacrifice for you and give you my blessing, exactly as you wish. Then I would like to tell you about the errands that have brought me here and enlist your help if you'll provide it." Unable to endure her silent scrutiny any longer, he turned away. "I'll come up to your floor and look for you, I promise." Night waited outside the narrow window when he rose, dusted the knees of his new black trousers, and glanced around the room for the last time. Blowing out the candle, he opened the door and stepped out into the corridor again. It seemed empty at first, but as soon as he had closed the door behind him, a bit of grayish-brown darkness detached itself from the shadows of another doorway and limped toward him. "You had a long wait," he said. "I'm sorry, Olivine."
It's all right, Patera."
Her head and face were swaddled in the sackcloth again. He touched it when she was near enough to touch, stroking her head as he might have stroked the head of any other child. "Do you think yourself so hideous, Olivine? You're not."
I can't, Patera. Men
"Male chems?"
want me to when they see me. So I try to look like one. So I tried to look like one of you."
The last word was succeeded by a strange high squeal. After a moment he realized she was laughing. The fifth-floor door she opened for him was 5 fingers thick, old and losing its varnish flake by flake, but still sturdy. As he followed her into the darkness beyond it, he reflected that the room she called hers had surely been a storeroom originally. She snapped her fingers to kindle the bleared green light on its ceiling, and he saw that it still was. Boxes and barrels stood in its corners and against its walls, and metal bars, drills, and files, spools of wire, and bits of cannibalized machinery littered the floor. He said, "This is where your father finished making you."
Where we work on me."
She had taken a pale figurine, a half-bottle of wine, and a clean white cloth from some crevice among the boxes. Unfolding the cloth disclosed the small loaf she had taken from the kitchen. She spread the cloth on the floor and arranged the other items on it. He said, "You'll have to tell me how Silk sacrifices these things for you. We don't have a fire." "The wine is the blood, Patera. The bread is the meat." He began to protest, but thought better of it, and traced the sign of addition over them, then looked up to see that Olivine was holding a book. "Is that the Krasmologic writings?" "I keep it here, for you." To his own surprise, he discovered that he was smiling. I pointed out that we have no fire, Olivine. With equal or greater relevance, I might have said that we have no sacred window. But we can consult gods anyway, thanks to you, and perhaps they'll be in that book for us, as they are sometimes. Afterwards, I'll talk to you a little, if I may. Then I'll sacrifice as you wish. Is that all right? She nodded, kneeling. The writings were small and shabby, the sort of copy he thought that a student might use in the Schola. He opened them at random. "There, where a fountain's gurgling waters play, they rush to land, and end in feast the day. They feed, then quaff, and now, their hunger fled, sigh for their friends and mourn the dead, nor cease their tears till each in slumber shares a sweet forgetfulness of human cares. Now far the night advances her gloomy reign, and setting stars roll down the azure plain. At the voice of pass wild whirlwinds rise, and clouds and double darkness veil the skies." It was customary to observe a few seconds of silence when a passage from the writings had been read. It seemed a blessing now, although it could hardly be called silent, so beset was it with swirling thoughts. "What does that mean, Patera?" "I can't possibly tell you everything it means. The meanings of every passage in the writings are infinite." It was a stock reply. "As for what it means to us here tonight, well, I'll try. It begins by telling us plainly that it concerns our immediate situation. Where a fountain's waters play must refer to my bath, for which I thank you again. There presumably designates this palace, since I bathed here. They rush to land refers to your impatience when you wished me to end my bath and come up here with you." The gods are mad at me?" "At you?" He shook his head. "I doubt it very much. I would say that they are offering a gentle and somewhat humorous correction, as a parent corrects a beloved child." He paused to collect his thoughts, glancing down at the book. "Next is, and end in feast the day. You want me to sacrifice this bread and wine, and the day has indeed ended, which assures us that our sacrifice is what is meant. Feast is probably ironic. We have no animal to offer, no real meat. We should eat a little of the bread, of course, so that it will be a shared meal, or at least I should. And drink some wine, too," she suggested. You always do that." "Silk does?" "I'm not Silk, as I've explained several times. My name is Patera Horn, or rather just Horn, though I feel like an augur in these clothes. Now, where were we?" About you drinking the wine, Patera." He was tempted to insist she call him Horn, but this was not the moment for it. He nodded instead. "You say Silk does, and that accounts for the word quaff in the next section. They feed, then quaff, and now their hunger fled, sigh for their friends and mourn the dead. With this it would appear that the God who speaks to us has moved from our present situation to prophesy. I will sacrifice for you, the God says, and satisfy my hunger with your bread and wine. After that we will mourn dead friends. At present I have no idea who these friends are, but no doubt it will be made clear to us when the time comes. Have you friends who are no longer with us, Olivine?" I don't think so." "My adopted son, Crate, is dead. He may be meant, or someone like my late friend Scleroderma. We'll see." He looked at the book again. "Nor cease their tears till each in slumber shares a sweet forgetfulness of human cares. We will sleep then, so it appears. I know that you chems sleep at times, Olivine. Are you going to sleep tonight?"
If you say to. Not I, but the gods. You should at least consider it. I will sleep surely if I can. My father told me to sleep while he was gone. But you didn't? Over there, she pointed to the window, where I could see out. I didn't know you could sleep standing up. If I can lean, but I saw you. In the street below. You have good eyes. I can't shut them. There were tears in the thick voice. The rest? You're right. It's my duty to explain it, not to gossip about sleeping habits. He looked down at the writings once more, reread the passage, and closed the book. This is by no means easy. Presumably it reflects the gods' concern for us. Now far the night advances her gloomy reign, and setting stars roll down the azure plain. At the voice of past wild whirlwinds rise, and clouds and double darkness veil the skies. Stars, Patera? Tiny lights in the night sky, he explained absently. We have them on blue. You have them here too, in a sense, but you cannot see them because they are outside the Whorl. This is a difficult passage, Olivine. Why this mention of stars when our sacrifice is taking place in the long sun Whorl? She stared at him, and although he could not discern her expression, he could feel her expectancy. I believe it is what is called a signature, that is, a sign by which the god who has favored us identifies himself. Most frequently, signatures take the form of an animal, a vulture for Hyrax, for example, or a deer for Thalxipeia. There weren't any. No, there weren't. No animal of any sort was mentioned. He fell silent for almost half a minute, struggling with his conscience. In honesty, I must tell you that a real augur would say this passage was inspired by Pas. We have his image to begin with, and when a god is mentioned by name, he or she is assumed to have inspired the passage. That's not invariably correct, however, and I don't believe it is in this case. The stars, which at first seem so out of place, are outside this Whorl, as I told you. As objects found outside it, and only outside it, they may well be signatures of the outsider, as I feel quite sure they were in a dream I had long ago. He waited for her to protest, but she did not. There were horses in my dream, and horses are said to be signatures of Scylla's, but I've never felt the dream came from her. So let us look at the stars, as my wife and I used to do so often when we were younger. He tried to smile. Setting stars roll down the azure plain. The azure plain is the sky by day as we see it on blue. Notice that azure itself is a shade of blue. Olivine nodded. Since the stars are setting on blue, we are warned that the influence of the outsider will diminish there, though blue also lies outside this Whorl. Is that bad? For the people there it is beyond doubt, and I believe I can guess why it's happening. Last night I was told by a godling that no more colonists are to leave for blue or green, that enough have gone, and everyone who is still here is to remain. I didn't know that. Very few people can. I was told to proclaim it, but I have not done so. At least not yet. He was silent again, recalling New Viron and Pajaroku. We have very little respect for any god on blue, Olivine. Little piety, hence little decency. Wealth is our god, land and cards and gold. What little reverence for the gods we have is found only in the newest colonists who bring it with them. On blue they tend to lose it. The outsider, who is little regarded here, is virtually forgotten there. Don't cry, Patera. I used to upbraid myself, Olivine, because I paid him no proper honor. Once a year, perhaps, I tried to make some gesture of regard. Nobody else, not even my own sons. Well, never mind. He wiped his face on the wide sleeve of his robe. Your mother still honors the gods. I must mention that. Do you know her? Yes, I do. I saw her and spoke with her before I went to Green. I've hesitated to tell you so because Because Olivine reached across the cloth, small hard fingers sheathed in something that appeared to be flesh closed on his. She has gone blind. The fingers relaxed, the thin metal arm fell to her side. She is well otherwise, and I feel absolutely certain she would send her love to you if she knew of your existence. But she is blind now, like my friend Pig. To tell you the truth, I sometimes think that Pig may have been sent to me so that I wouldn't forget your mother. He waited for some word, some comment. You'll say it was the judgment of the gods, I'm sure. He cleared his throat. The judgment of the gods for abandoning you as she did in obedience to the gods. But I love her and can't help pitying her. She gave me one of her eyes, a blind eye, of course. They are both blind. But she gave me one in the hope that I might find working eyes for her when I got here. I've lost it. At least it isn't in my pocket anymore. He ceased to speak, and the silence of the Caldé's palace closed around them. There had been someone, a cook, in the kitchen, he told himself. There had been a gardener in the garden outside. Bison was Caldé now, so he and Maytera Mint, who must have renounced her vows to become his wife, lived in this high and secretive building. Yet it seemed that no one did, that not even the shrouded figure across the cloth from him was truly alive, and that the emptiness that had grasped all Viron had its center here. Lost it? The thick, soft voice might almost have been that of the wind in a chimney. He told himself he had to speak, and did. Yes, I have. It's back on green, I suppose. He wanted to say, with my bones, but substituted, with my ring and other things. The shrouded figure might not have heard. It wasn't any good, you understand. Not to her or to anyone else. She wanted me to have it so that I would know what one looked like. I'm lucky. He was not certain he had heard her correctly, and said, I beg your pardon? I don't work very well, Patera. We all have failings. It's far better to have a bad leg or something of the sort than a propensity for evil. But my eyes are fine. I can see. You said so. That's lucky, isn't it? Yes, it certainly is. But, Olivine, you've let me get away from the subject again, from the passage that the outsider, as I believe, chose for us. There's a colon in it. Do you know what a colon is? Not a semicolon, but a full colon, 2 little dots, one above the other. She did not answer, and he floundered forward. A colon is a very strong divider, Olivine, and colons are rarely found in the writings. I'm guessing to be sure, but this is what I believe, that it's intended to separate that passage about the stars rolling down the azure sky from the next, so that we will understand that they concern 2 whorls. Blue and this long sun whorl are actually like 2 little dots themselves, you see, if you think of them from the outsider's perspective. The higher dot is this whorl, which is farther from the short sun, and the lower dot is blue. He cleared his throat and searched his memory. I've shut the book, but I believe I can still quote the passage accurately. It was, At the voice of Pas wild whirlwinds rise, and clouds and double darkness veil the skies. Pas himself is a wild whirlwind. That is to say, he's shown that way in art. The oldest representations of him show a swirling storm. I didn't know that. Is the other one? You don't want me to say Is he depicted as a whirlwind too? Is that what you're asking me? She nodded. No, but it's quite an intelligent question now that I come to think about it. Pas is shown as a man with 2 heads, or a wind, so it's not unreasonable to think that he, who is shown as a man with 4 faces, might be depicted as a wind as well. He isn't, though. When a writer hesitates to set down his name, which isn't often since so little has been written about him, he generally draws the sign of addition, a little straight mark with another little mark across it. I suppose that the idea now is that the god blesses us, though it may originally have been a diagram. Crossroads are associated with the god, as I believe I told you. I I see.
There's an interesting story about another god as a wind, however, and it may have some bearing on the passage in question. A certain man was hoping to have experience of the outsider. He prayed, and a violent storm rose. At first he thought that this storm was the god, and rejoiced and shouted praise, but the storm only became more violent. Rain beat him like hail, and hail like stones. Water poured from the rocks all around, and trees were uprooted. Lightning struck the mountain on which he stood. Soon he grew terrified, and finding a little cave, he hid himself and waited for the storm to pass. At last it did, and after it came the sun and a faint wind, a gentle breeze, and that faint wind, that gentle breeze, was the god whom he had sought. Olivine did not speak. The point of the story, you see, is that Great Pass is not the outsider. Gods often have several names and more than one personality. I was talking about this with friends not long ago, and it appears that at some time in the past people believed that the outsider was merely another aspect of Pass. The story I just told you was probably written to show it was not the case. Now, back to that passage. As I said, happenings in this Whorl are intended, or so I would guess. Pass will manifest himself more than once and angrily. Wild whirlwinds are to rise. Notice the plural.
Will he hurt us?
That I cannot say. We have been warned by the outsider, however, and the outsider is a god. Indeed, he may be the best and wisest of all the gods, and thus is certainly a great deal wiser than we. If he didn't believe we needed a warning, I doubt that he would have provided it. Now the last, and I will be able to sacrifice this bread for you. Clouds and double darkness veil the skies. In one respect, that is very plain. Double darkness must surely refer to the extinguishing of the long sun by night. Night is coming. He glanced toward the window. Is already here, I ought to say. It may be several days before we see the day again.
Maybe I'll go back to sleep when you leave. Patera.
That might be wise. His forefinger traced circles on his right cheek. Clouds. I can't make much of that. It may mean perfectly ordinary clouds, such as we see every day. It may also refer to the gods veiling the minds of those he intends to destroy. I cannot be sure. Skies presents the greatest puzzle of them all, at least to me. There have been two skies involved in the entire passage, as we have seen, the sky of blue and ours in this Whorl. The plural must, I would think, refer to those two. The whirlwinds, clouds, and double darkness therefore refer not merely to this Whorl, the long sun Whorl, but to blue as well. It is dark on blue each night, but how it can be doubly dark there I cannot imagine. An augur might give us a more exact interpretation, of course. It's a shame that there's no real augur present. He uncorked the wine bottle. Don't you have a glass for this, Olivine, and a knife to cut the bread?
I could get them, but...
There was reluctance in the soft, thick voice that went beyond the usual reluctance to speak at all. But what? Please tell me.
Father doesn't like me taking the things.
I see. And you're not sure that Caldé Bison even knows you're up here? She shook her head. Doubtless your father's right. It's better not to risk your being put out of the palace, though it would seem to me that you might make Caldé Bison or General Mint a useful servant. Your father instructed you to sleep while he was away? She nodded again. I met my own father today. It was the first time I'd seen him in many years. I don't believe I told you.
No, Patera.
He smiled and shook his head. I was walking up Sun Street, looking for the place where our shop used to be, and he asked whether he could help me. He had seen, I suppose, that I was trying to locate a particular spot. The shiprock walls, washed almost clean by many rains, had been crumbling into the rectangular holes that had been their cellars. Cracked shiprock steps returned to the parent sand and gravel before the empty doorways. He looked above each that he passed for the painted sign he recalled so well, Smooth Bone Stationer. It had proved less durable than the soot. Maybe I can help you. The passerby was short and stocky. His baldness exaggerated his high forehead.
If you knew this area before it burned. The bald man nodded and pointed. My place was right over there for years. Before the fire, there was a little shop that sold, quills and paper mostly, ink, notebooks, and so on. Do you know where that was? The bald man pointed as before. That was mine. Together they walked to the spot. I've been away a long time. The words had almost stuck in his throat. The quarter burned, the bald man said. I wasn't here then. Neither was I. I was way up north fighting Trivagantes. Did you ever come into my shop in the old days? Yes. Yes, I did. The bald man moved half a step to his left, seeking a better angle. Parietal? Was that your name? No. Better, surely better, not to say too much too soon. You lived here, in the Sun Street quarter? That's right. I had a wife here and children, 4 boys and 3 girls. Our house over on Silver burned too, but they got away. Went outside to one of the round Whorls. You had a son named Horn, didn't you? It was harder than ever to speak. That's right, my oldest. You knew him? Not as well as I should have. He was a good boy, a hard worker, and brave as passes bull. The bald man held out his hand. If you were a friend of his back then, I'm pleased to meet you. Smoothbones by name. They clasped hands. I am your son, Horn, Father. Smoothbones stared and blinked. No, you're not. My appearance has changed, I know that. Smoothbones shook his head and took a step backward. There was a loose floorboard right over there. After we closed, you'd pull it up and put our cash box under it and put a box of ledgers on top of it. Smoothbones' mouth had fallen open. You didn't want me to know about it, and you were angry when you found out I had spied on you, but you continued to put it there. I know now you did it to show you trusted me, but at the time... Tears and embraces prevented him from saying more. When they separated, Smoothbones said, You're really Horn? You're my son, Horn? Come back? He nodded, and they went down the street to a tavern in a tent, where the bar consisted of a plank laid across 2 barrels, and there were 3 tables, 3 chairs, 1 broken, and an assortment of stools and kegs. You've changed out of all reckoning, Smoothbones said. I know. So have you. You were a big man when we went away. Memories came flooding back. You said I was brave, but I was afraid of you. So was Mother. We all were. The barman asked, Wine or beer? And looked surprised when Smoothbone asked for wine. How is she, Horn? Mother? She was well the last time I saw her, but that was some time ago. Oxlip's taking care of her. I've married again, I ought to tell you. For a moment there was nothing to say. I guess you wondered why I didn't come. He shook his head. We thought you'd been killed. Not me, Horn. That's good. He was sick with embarrassment. You did all right out there? Well enough. It was difficult, but then it was difficult here too. Difficult for you, I mean. And it would have been difficult for Nettle and me if we had stayed here. It was no worse there, just different. Our donkey died. He laughed. I don't know why I said that, but it did. That was the bottom, the worst time we had. After that, things got better, but only slowly. Years of hard work, nothing to eat sometimes. Smoothbone nodded. I know how that is. People say there's always fish. I mean, on Lizard they say that. We live on Lizard now. I never heard of it. Just blue or green is what they say. It's on Blue, a little island. We have a house there, a house we built ourselves, and a paper mill. Suddenly he smiled. You have 3 grandsons. No, more, but the others aren't mine. Mine are Sinew, Hoof, and Hide. Smoothbone smiled too. This is Nettle? Nettle's sprats? That's right, we married. We'd always planned to, and old Patera Remora married us there a few days after the lander put down. Do you remember Patera Remora, Father? Remora? Smoothbone tugged an earlobe reflectively. It was pike, patera pike. Then silk, that was Caldé after. He nodded. We went to sacrifice with him. I suppose it must have been 3 or 4 times. More than that. You and your mother, maybe. Smoothbone drained his glass. More wine, son? No, thank you. His glass was half full. I'll have another. Smoothbone signaled the barman. You know, I ought to have written all that down. I wish I had. On blue, I wrote a history of silk. Netherland I did, I ought to say. Did you now? Yes, Father, nearly 1,000 pages. I'd like to see it. My eyes aren't what they were when I was shooting Trivagontes, but I can still read with a lens. Were you wanting to get paper and pens at our old shop, son? He shook his head. I simply wanted to see it, to stand there for a little while and remember. He paused, considering. Now that I know just where it was, I'm going to go back there and do it. It may be the only chance I'll ever have. Will you now? The barman brought the wine. Smoothbone paid as before. If you want something, I could take you to the new place. I'll give you just about anything you want there. No, thank you. Box of pencils? Pen case, maybe, with a little paper to put in it? That would be nice. You're very kind to me, Father. You were always very kind to me. I'll never be able to thank you enough for all that you did to teach me our trade. But no, I couldn't impose upon you like that. Sure now? Yes, I don't need those things, and I wouldn't feel right if I accepted them. Well, if you change your mind, you just let me know. Smoothbone rose. I've got to, excuse me a minute? Certainly. Promise you won't go away. I want to ask you about my grandchildren and tell you about your brothers. Half-brothers, anyway. Antlers 10 and Stags 8. You wait right there. I will, he said. Afterward, they had talked for over an hour, and later, when he returned to the place where their shop had stood, he found a pen case, used but still serviceable, on the steps in front of it. It was of thin metal covered with thin black leather, and very like the pen cases that had been sold in that shop 20 years before. It was like the pen cases used by students in the Scola, for that matter. I am here before you, he told Olivine, but I am going to offer a funeral sacrifice for myself nevertheless, for my body on green, which lies there unburied, as far as I know. I couldn't do this in a Mantion. In fact, I couldn't sacrifice in a Mantion at all, though I might assist an augur. There has been an exchange of parts. You, I think, will understand that better than a bio would. She nodded, perhaps a little doubtfully. Very well, he said. He looked up, thinking of the aureate path and main frame at its termination, although the long sun was hidden behind the shade. My body does not lie here, nor is it to be found in this Whorl. We offer it to you, Quadriphons, and to the other gods of this Whorl in absentia. We offer it also to the outsider in whose realm it lies. Accept, all you gods, the sacrifice of this brave man. Though our hearts are torn, we, the man himself, and your devoted worshipper Olivine, consent. What are we to do? Already you have spoken to us of the times to come. Should you wish to speak further, whether in signs and portents or in any other fashion, your lightest word will be treasured. Should you, however, choose otherwise— He raised his arms, but only silence answered him. He let them fall. We consent still. Speak to us, we beg, through these sacrifices. Picking up the loaf that Olivine had filched from the kitchen in which she had been born, he raised it. This is my body. Accept, O obscure outsider, its sacrifice. Accept it, great pass, and all lesser gods. Lowering the loaf, he broke it in two, scattering dun-colored crumbs over the white cloth, then tore away a fragment and ate it. This is my blood. He raised the bottle, lowered it, sipped from it, and sprinkled a few drops upon the cloth. Can you tell what's going to happen from that? Can you tell what's going to happen from that, Patera? I can try. He bent over the cloth, his lips pursed. Will my father ever come back? Will my father ever come back, Patera? The right side, he tapped it, concerns the presenter and the augur. Perhaps you are aware of that already. Olivine nodded. Here are 2 travelers, a man and woman. He smiled as he indicated them.
converging upon another woman who can only be yourself. It seems likely that they represent your father and the woman he has gone to seek. Since they are shown coming from opposite directions, it may be they will arrive separately. You must be prepared for that." "I won't mind it. I won't mind a bit." There was joy in her voice, and it almost seemed that there was joy in her eyes as well, although that was impossible. "Patera, why are you looking at me like that?" "Because I heard your mother, Olivine. You don't sound like her, not usually, I mean. Just then you did." I've been wanting to talk to you about her." Olivine's hands were at her face. There was a momentary silence, punctuated by a sharp click. Here, Patera, take it to her." Her hand held an eye like the one he had left on green, save that it was not dark. The sackcloth had fallen away from her face, so like her mother's with its empty socket. He drew back in horror. "I cannot let you do this. You're young. I forbid it. I can't let you sacrifice yourself." The eye fell among the crumbs and wine stains. She sprang up, limping and lurching, and fled before he could stop her. For what seemed to him a very long time, he heard her uneven footfalls upon floors bare and carpeted and stairs of wood and marble, always farther from himself, the wine-stained cloth, and the eye she was giving to her mother. "Thank you," he said. "Thank you very much, Hound. Good evening, Pig. I hope you found this place without too much difficulty." Seeing Oreb perched upon a bedpost in the room beyond, he added, "Man back." "Mun come to see her," Pig rumbled. "Gain new." Hound nodded. "An augur from the Prolocutor's palace. He left his card. Where did I put it?" Hound's belongings were scattered over an old rosewood dresser. He moved one, then another, as he searched for it. "Fashed about your bucky, him and me both." "You had no need to be, though I realize I'm very late. What did this augur want with me? And come to think of it, how did he know I was here?" "I registered you." Hound put down a striker and picked up a scrap of paper, first to look under it and then to look at the scrap itself. "I had to. It's the law. This is a copy of what I wrote. Do you want to see it?" He had dropped into a chair. "Read it to me, please. I'm tired, much too tired to do anything except sleep." "All right." I wrote, "Hound of Endroad, Pig of Nabantan, and Horn of Blue." "Is that your town, Pig? That Nabantan? I don't believe you've mentioned it." "From Natoon." Pig was taking off his tunic. "Has to have a thing to write, they says." "Then it seems quite innocent. No doubt Ermines had to report it to some authority in the civil guard, though that must be the Caldé's guard now, and it made its way to the palace from there by some route or other. What did he want?" "To warn you, bucky." "Against what?" Loudly, Oreb croaked, "No cut!" Momentarily, Hound abandoned his search. "That was what he said when we asked what he wanted, but I think he really wanted something else." "What was it?" "I don't know. I told him that he could leave a message for you with us, or write a note and seal it if he preferred, but he wouldn't." "Asked about your tour, what you looked like and where you been?" Pig rose. "Going to have a wash, bucky. Want to get first?" "No, thank you. I've bathed already." "Thought so. Smelt your scented soap. New kicks, sir?" "Yes, an augur's robe and an augur's tunic and trousers, though I'm not an augur, as I have assured you. An explanation would be complex, and I'd prefer to provide one in the morning. Hound, I'm surprised you left it to Oreb to comment on them, and unless Pig understood Oreb, I can't imagine how he knew." "Wise man," Oreb remarked. The wise man's smile twitched at his thick black beard and heavy mustache. "'Twas the moth-flakes, bookie." Hound held up a modest white calling card. "I thought it might be better to let you bring up the subject yourself if you wanted to talk about it, but it was quite a shock to see you like that only a little while after the other one left. Here's his card if you'd like to see it." Patera Gulo, Coadjutor, Prolocutor's Palace. "Ken him, bookie?" "Pig, you perpetually amaze me. How do you do it?" "Listen, Sal.
You took a bit of wind."
Hound said, "I noticed it myself."
Gasped.
"I suppose I did. Not because I recognized his name, though I do, but because he's coadjutor. He wanted to warn me, you said? It's a matter of some importance if his cognizance sent his coadjutor with the warning."
"Good silk. Fish heads?"
He shook his head. "No food. To tell the truth, I want nothing but rest. Rest and sleep. And if I can go to bed without a supper, you certainly can. Hound, if you'll show me where I can lie down, I'll try not to trouble you and Pig further." Hound led him to a pallet in the next room, and when he had removed his shoes and stretched himself on it, said softly, "We fed your bird when we ate. Don't worry about him." There was no response, and Hound, moved by the sight of that tragic face, added still more softly, "You don't have to worry about anything. Pig and I will take care of it," hoping that he spoke the truth.
"Somebody to see you, Horn."
It was Mother's voice from the kitchen, but he was lost in flames and smoke, groping through the fire that had destroyed the quarter, groping backward through time to reach the two-headed man in the old wooden chair Father used at meals.
"Somebody to see you."
He woke sweating, and it was 10 minutes at least before he fully accepted the fact that he was older and knew that there was no returning to the past save in dreams. When he had placed himself in time, he sat up. Hound breathed heavily in the bed, Pig more heavily in the room beyond. The window was open, curtains fluttered in a night breeze, gentle ghosts whispering of the days of Ermine's prosperity. Oreb was silent, asleep if he were present at all, and in all likelihood winging his way over the city. This was the moment, yet he felt a strange reluctance. His shoes were half under the bed. He retrieved them and groped in a corner for the knobbed staff, then remembered that he had left it in the Caldé's palace, in the lavatory in which he had bathed, or possibly in the bedroom beyond it. If Hound woke, or Pig, he might say that he was going back for it. He might make the lie true, in fact, to salve his conscience, although it seemed doubtful that anyone would come to his knock at the Caldé's door at such an hour, even more doubtful that he would be admitted to fetch his staff or anything of the kind. Neither Hound nor Pig awoke. The key was in the lock. He turned it as quietly as he could, slipped through the door, and relocked it from outside, dropping the key into his pocket. The years had worn threadbare gray paths down the middle of the luxurious carpets he recalled. Ermine's banisters had lost a baluster here and there. The cavernous solaria had been stripped of much of its furniture and most of its lights. At the desk, a lofty young man with a beard as black as Pig's own stood arguing with the clerk. The clerk wore a blue tunic with crimson embroidery that seemed chosen to hold death and the night at bay, the bearded youth a long curved saber and a white headcloth in place of a cap. Neither man so much as glanced at him. The door to Ermine's glass house was locked, but the lock was small and cheap, the door old and warped. Where Thelks holds up a mirror. Dampness and decay scented the air. The broad blossoms were gone, the trees dead or overgrown, the colored glass gems trodden into the mud. Improbably the pond remained. Light from distant skylands flashed gold in its depths. He knelt and closed his eyes. "It's me, Patera. It's Horn, and I've come to get you. I want to bring you back to Blue with me. You're here. I know you're here." There was no answering touch, no ghostly voice. "What Nettle and I wrote about you, we didn't just make it up. You told us on the airship, remember? You said a part of you would always be here." When he opened his eyes, it seemed for a moment that he saw silk in the water, but it was only his own reflection, a reflection so faint it vanished as he stared. "You're here. I know you'll always be here, and I can't take you away. But you could talk to me, Patera, just for a minute. You always liked me. You liked me better than almost anybody else in the whole Palistra." Not all the blossoms were gone, it seemed. The cool night air bore a faint perfume. "Please, Patera, please? I want this more than I've ever wanted anything. Just for a minute. Just for a minute, let me see you." "I loved only you. Nobody but you. Not ever. Warm lips brushed his ear. In the pool, an older Silk knelt beside Hyacinth. Both smiled at him. The yawning maidservant who answered the Caldé's door gawked at him and jumped in her haste to get out of his way. When he found the right room at last, and the husband's knobbed staff was in his hands, he heard distant shots and opened a window. There had been 3 from a slug gun. While he listened, he heard 2 more, and saw a mounted guardsman gallop by. The maid had waited in the foyer to let him out, still so sleepy that she called him Caldé when warning him against the danger of the streets. "One shot means death," he told her, smiling. "Many simply means that someone's missing a lot." He had learned that in worse streets and in the tunnels long ago. He wished for some money to give her for admitting him and for her obvious concern for him, but he had only the 2 whole cards, and a card was far too much. "Here." He pushed one into her hand, and got away before she could embarrass him with her thanks. The street was very dark, and quiet save for 5 hurrying guardsmen. Ermine's lobby quieter still, although a small table had been turned over and a vase broken. There was no clerk behind the desk now, no one in the lobby at all. The stairs seemed higher and steeper than he recalled. As he put the key back into the lock, Pig asked sleepily, "Recollect the cross, Bucky?" It took a moment. "Why, yes, I do, Pig." "Still say the same?" 13. The Yawl. A tent is not the most comfortable of accommodations in winter. I have tried a cave and various other locations, and they are all of them better. Yet we are in a tent, and it is my doing. By we, I mean Jali, Oreb, and myself. Yesterday morning we made port at New Viron, after having been detained within sight of the town by contrary winds for a full day. We were all exceedingly glad to get off the boat, as you may imagine. Even Widger was pleased to go ashore, or so it seemed to me. Here I must interrupt the narrative I have not really begun to say that he offered to land us on Lizard, this despite the bad weather we were then experiencing and the poor anchorage offered by Tail Bay. I explained that although I was very eager indeed to get home again, my duty forbade it. I would have to report to the people of New Viron, whose emissary I had been, and take care of various other matters. It was a torture as bad as anything the Matachin Tower might impose to stand on deck and see, through pelting rain and driving spray, the tiny golden rectangle that was the window of our little house. You were sitting up late, Nettle, reading or writing or sewing, and wondering what had become of us. I wanted very much to see you, however briefly and at however great a distance. I was sorely tempted to send Oreb to you, but you, having ridden out that same gale at home, will understand when I say that I could not bring myself to risk his small life in such a fashion. Another digression, but there was no help for it. I intend to send him to you as soon as he has recovered his strength. The sea was not kind to him, but he will be fit enough in a day or 2, I believe. Meanwhile, I hope to send you a little cheerful news by the neighbors. It seems likely that they will be in touch with me here as they were in Dorp. If so, I will try to persuade them to carry another message. The upshot was that we put in at New Viron. Oreb has a new phrase, "no boat." It expresses my feelings as well as his, and better than I could myself. No more winter sailing, at any rate. The rest feel the same way, I would guess, particularly Jali, whose vomiting blood nearly killed her, and persuaded Widger's crew that she was gravely ill. Hoof knows, I believe, although I have not told him. Hyde says he has not, that he has told only Vadsig. I have not asked her, and it is at least equally likely that Hoof's suspicions were roused by something he saw or something Jali herself said to him. The inns here are dangerous, and after asking various people to recommend safe and decent ones, and being disappointed with those, we settled on the following arrangement. Hoof, Hyde, and Vadsig, all that they can provide beds for, are staying with my brother Calf and his wife. Jali and I have bought a tent and pitched it in this sandy field belonging to the town, very near the sea. The town sent me out, and for the town I labored without payment for nearly 2 years. It owes me this and more, as I told the men sent to dislodge us. I hope to be summoned soon to make my report. Gerfalcon has declared himself Caldé, and seems to be making it stick. Hoof came, and we talked about it. He is a tyrant, or at least Hoof says that Calf says he is. Many think a tyrant preferable to the anarchy that prevailed earlier. That Hoof says also, and I could have guessed it for myself. For their sake, I hope they will not learn differently in a year or two. We had been doing what we can to make the tent snug. Hyde and I ditched it and cut brush that Yawl arranged very cleverly against the sides to break the force of the wind. I should add that the weather is not as cold as it was, and that is worth any quantity of brush. We have a little copper stove, too, which keeps us warm and serves me to cook on. All in all, we are surprisingly comfortable. As soon as I have made my report and handed over my corn, I will buy a boat and go. After our storm-tossed voyage with Windsor, I am in no hurry. Sunshine and a mild wind. Winter is about over, so I pray. When it began, I was in Gaon fighting the man of Han. I would never have guessed that when it ended, I would be nearly home. The outsider has been very good to me. He reads this, I believe, even as I write it. The ink is not yet dry upon my thanks. Hoof came again. We agreed that although I must remain here for the present, there is no need for him to remain as well. He will try to arrange for a boat to take him to Lizard. I gave him money for that purpose, and this record, too, as far as the bandits. Without prompting, he asked if he might read it. I said he was welcome to, but asked him not to show it to you until I have a chance to speak to you. He said he would not. I begged him to keep it safe, explaining how important it is to me. He promised to make every effort. He is a good boy, too serious, if anything. He tried to tell me something, but wept too much to get it out. We embraced and parted. He has told me a little about his adventures before he found us in Dorp. I must get him to tell me more when next I see him, and set them down, with Hyde's adventures in Gaon. I must not fail to do this. When the apprentice visited me in my cell, I talked to him about writing and the making of books. He brought a pen, ink, and paper such as they use in the Red Sun Whorl, and wrote out a few sentences for me. You are the only client who could leave our oubliette, but chose to stay. You must have been in many terrible places if this one does not seem terrible to you. I believe I am quoting him correctly, except for his spellings. He used those of his city, which I cannot recall with any precision, and which differ in many respects from ours. I have been in places that were more dangerous than this, but in none more terrible, I told him. You must have been in Nessus. You said you walked a long way beside Yawl. On another visit, yes. This time we went directly from our own Whorl to the Broken Court. You can do that? His eyes were wide. Go straight to the Broken Court? Clearly we can. We did. He shook his head in disbelief. He does not have what is called an attractive face. Although his piercing eyes smiled once or twice, I do not believe I ever saw a smile reach his lips. You could write a book yourself if you chose. Nettle and I had a great many other things to do when we were writing what people call the Book of the Long Sun now, but every evening when the twins were asleep, one or the other of us would work on our book, and sometimes both of us worked together. He picked up his pen and seemed about to speak. It's really only a matter of deciding what you would say if you were telling a friend. You have friends, I'm sure. He nodded. Drati and Roche and Eata. Drati's a little older than I am. So is Roche. Eata's a little younger. But you are friends, all four of you? He nodded again. Then pretend you are talking to Drati and Roche. You must speak your best, and not show off as you might be inclined to do if you were talking with Eata. I see. He remained troubled. Unless we were writing some part of our book about which Nettle knew much more than I would write first. Like you were talking? Exactly. When she had time, Nettle would read what I had written, correct my spelling and grammar, she is better at both, and add passages of her own. Still later I would rewrite, incorporating what she had written into our text and perhaps adding a few thoughts of my own. After that she would make a fair copy, and we would consider that section done. Look at that. His pen jabbed at his capital Y. If Master Paliman had written it, it would have been beautiful. Leave beauty to your words. If your letters can be read, for them that is beauty enough. You said your wife copied out everything you wrote. She did, but that was the least of the many things she did. At times we had to imagine actions and conversations. She is very good at that. In 100 instances, she refreshed my memory on important points. While it's true that she writes a better hand than I, that was much less important. I never forget. I don't understand how anybody does. You're fortunate, I told him, and will have a great advantage when you come to write a book of your own. He shook his head. I won't, until I have a scribe to make my writing look better. Will you have one? When I looked only at his rags, I found it difficult to believe, but when I raised my eyes to his narrow, intense face, I found it easy. When I'm a master. Master Gurlos has Master Palaemon write for him mostly, but Master Malrubius used to make a scribe come and help him twice a week. They have to if we tell them to. They're afraid of us. Understandably so. I looked around my little cell for the last time, conscious I would leave it soon, and a trifle wistful already. It had been a haven of rest and prayer. You're not. Can you be sure? Perhaps I'm secretly terrified. He shook his head with an obstinacy that recalled sinews. I've seen a lot of that. You're not afraid at all. Because I'm not really here. That judge is afraid. He doesn't know, you see. I tried not to smile. Or if he does by this time, he may be afraid that my daughter and I will leave him here, as we might. She's a witch, isn't she? To the best of my recollection, I did not answer. What do you say we pay a call on him? Will you show me where you've put him? For a moment or two he considered the matter, hand upon chin. I shouldn't let you out. I wouldn't ask you to. I'll let myself out. If one of the journeymen saw you, it would be bad. He was still considering. Only in that black robe he might think you were one of us if he didn't see your face. It would be better if I had a hood, wouldn't it? I made one for myself in imitation of the journeymen I had seen, and added the decorations worn by Master Gurlos, thinking my white beard and hair deserved them. Will this pass, do you think? Blacker. He was certainly a young man of courage. Ours are fuligan, like soot. I did what I could. I might be able to get you a sword. Want me to try? I shaped a sword such as I had seen in the hands of their journeymen, with a two-handed grip and a long straight blade. Can I hold it for a minute? Is it real? Of course you can. I gave it to him. No, it isn't. It feels heavy. Holding it clearly gave him pleasure. It is my old friend Pig's, as well as I remember it. Could you carry it for me? I'm no longer young, I'm afraid. We don't do that. We went out, I through the door and he through the doorway. To town this morning, determined to make my report, sat until mid-afternoon in Gerfalcon's reception room and returned here. Tomorrow I intend to go to Marrow's first, or at least to the house that was his. I do not doubt that he is dead. Hoof would never lie to me about such a matter, but as I sat with little to do but think, it occurred to me that Marrow may have left a message for me. That is worth investigating, surely. It cannot be a waste of time worse than I endured today. When the Prolocutor had me sacrifice in the Grand Mantion, I thought it no worse than a minor waste of time as well. Now I see clearly that it tipped the scales toward failure. Had I not acceded to his request, I might have found Silk, whom I heard was staying at our inn, although only when it was too late. Time wasted can never be recovered. I mean time that accomplishes nothing and in which we have no enjoyment. I have been playing with Oreb and scratching Babby's ears, none of which I count as time wasted. I enjoy it, and so do they. Besides, I feel entitled to a little recreation after so much dreary sitting and staring. I find I cannot pray when others who are not praying are present. No, I find nothing of the sort. I did not try. I will go again tomorrow, and if Gerfalcon, who sent me out as much as Marrow and the others, keeps me cooling my heels again, I will pray. Perhaps others will join me. There's a cheering thought. I'm looking forward to trying already. Silk prayed aboard the Ayuntamiento's boat with Dr. Crane looking on. If he could do that, I can do this. Yawl returned, cheerful and eager to talk. Our cool, damp, dark weather suits her.
It's much better than the snow, Rajan. Much. I have to keep moving to stay active, but I've slept so much already. I feel as if I'll never sleep again. And I'm getting hungry. It's wonderful.
I made her promise that she would not attack children.
Or the poor. You always say that.
Very well. Or the poor. No one who doesn't have enough to eat. You'll agree to that, won't you? She smiled, briefly displaying her fangs.
I won't bite myself, if that's what you're worried about. Is it all right if I go back and bite the man of Han?
He's dead, I believe.
They'll have a new one by now. No, seriously, I want a good-looking woman, someone like me. I won't kill her either.
Or keep going back to her.
Not more than once. You've got my word.
She rose to go, the very picture of a good-looking young woman herself in her white furs.
Do you think I'd be better as a brunette?
Possibly. I considered her. No, you couldn't be better. No conceivable change would be an improvement.
Bigger breasts?
She tossed her hips, what Vadsig calls wiggling.
Smaller waist? I want your honest opinion.
Bad thing. This from Orib. My honest opinion is that you shouldn't try it. You might break in two. She laughed. She has a very pleasant laugh, but it seemed to me then that at her laugh our tent became a trifle darker.
I want to have sex with one of you, with one of your women, and feed afterward. Won't that be fun?
She was baiting me. I waved it aside. Yawl, I've been wanting to talk to you about something serious. Perhaps this is the time.
Do you want me to go? I can't blame you.
Lifting her skirt, she danced toward the door of our tent. No, I said. Not at all.
That's good, because I can't keep it up long.
She raised her skirt higher to display her legs.
Pretty, aren't they?
Very.
But not strong. They're as strong as I can make them, though. I need to find another animal I can ride.
You could have ridden your white mule from Dorp. It would have taken a great deal longer, of course. She shrugged.
I might not have gotten here at all, and if I had, it would have been,
flying.
Don't say it. It's not wise. Anyway, I would have lost my mule even if I didn't lose my life, and I would have been separated from you. I don't want to be separated from you.
Any other man, or...
I don't think so. Anyway, I'm going into town to try to buy a new mule or something, if I can get a boat to pick me up.
I wished her luck.
Marin had trouble with animals, too, Yawl said as she went out.
For some minutes I had been puzzling over that name. My first thought, naturally enough, was that Marin was another Inhuma we had known in Gaon, but there could be little point then in saying that Marin too suffered difficulties with animals, since all Inhumi do. When the torturer's apprentice and I went to Yawl's cell, there was an unhealthy-looking young woman with her, so pale and gaunt I feared that Yawl had been feeding, until I recalled that on the Red Sun world Yawl could eat and could not eat, as I did, that the differences between our digestive systems had been erased, so to speak, since neither of us had any.
This is my father, Yawl explained to her, but I don't know who the boy is.
The young woman had smiled, and seeing that smile, I resolved not to trust her.
He's my brother, she said. We're brothers and sisters, we witches and the torturers.
Her voice was shrill and unpleasant. I brought her, the apprentice told me. She's a witch, he indicated Yawl with a nod, and I thought another one might be able to help her. Here I want to write that the young witch smiled again, but it was the same smile which had remained upon her face as if forgotten.
She has no powers. You don't know her, the apprentice said. I sense none in her, and she says she has none.
The witch rose, moving like a woman stiff with age.
I don't,
Yawl told the apprentice.
I am a perfectly ordinary human woman.
The happiness she had in saying it warmed my heart.
I will go now,
the witch announced. He opened the door for her and went out with her, locking it behind him. Through its barred window I heard him say that he wished to show us his dog. Possibly the witch made a reply that I did not hear. Stepping through the door, Yawl said, "I'd like to see it. I love dogs." I followed her in time to see the witch's gaping mouth and the utter blankness of her large dark eyes. I must remember to ask Yawl about the secret. I cannot reveal it to Nettle, no matter how much I want her to know and understand. Yawl could. She seemed in a good mood, and I should have detained her. "We have a boat. The outsider, seeing we required one, has arranged that we be given one at no expense and with very little trouble. But I am ahead of my story. This morning I located the house that had been Marrow's. It had been sold, but the new owner kindly referred me to a good woman named Capsicum who is disposing of Marrow's possessions. "Here is his letter," she said, and showed it to me. I cannot reproduce it here because I cannot recall the precise phrasing. Suffice it to say that he addressed her as "my darling," with other endearments, and that he asked her to distribute the gifts he listed, and authorized her to retain what remained for herself. "We were friends for years, and after his wife died there was nobody but me. If it hadn't been for me, he would never have got to be what he did." She sighed. She has eyes the color of a blue china plate and a large round face, and at the moment it held no more expression than the plate. "He'd still be with us." I asked her to explain, but she would not. "There's no mending it. You were a friend of his?" "He was the chief of the committee of 5 who sent me for Patera's silk, and he certainly befriended me afterward." "The one who was Caldé when we left?" "Yes, exactly." "Did you bring him?" I shook my head. "I tried and failed. Please understand me. I'm not looking for a reward. I'm entitled to none. But I have the seed corn we needed, and would like to turn it over to someone who will make good use of it. I had supposed that when I returned I would make my report to Marrow. Learning that he had passed away, I tried to report to Gerfalcon. I was unable to see him, and it occurred to me that Marrow might have left instructions for me, some message." "Do you need money? I might let you have a little." She rose with the help of a thick black stick and went to a cabinet. "No, I've more than enough for my needs and my family's." I had risen because she had. She motioned for me to resume my seat. "What was your name again?" "Horn." "I see." "We live on Lizard. Marrow and the others came there the first time we talked." She said nothing. She is a large woman, quite stout, with a small mouth and a great deal of white hair. I should not have gone. I know that now. At the time I thought it my duty. "What were you going to make from it?" "Money?" I shook my head. I didn't expect any, though I would have taken it if it had been offered, I suppose. But you're right, there was something I wanted. I wanted to see Silk again and speak with him. "Do you need a handkerchief?" She produced one, small and trimmed with lace, and I was reminded poignantly of the big, masculine-looking handkerchiefs Maytera Marble used to carry in her sleeves. I shook my head again and wiped my eyes. "It's the wind, I suppose, or too much writing. I've been writing a lot, mostly by lamplight." "That's where I write letters." She pointed to a little damask wood desk. "See how the light from the window falls." I acknowledged that it seemed a good arrangement. "Only I don't write a lot of them. You could come here and use it sometime if you wanted to." I thanked her, and asked again whether she had found any mention of me in Marrow's papers. "There's a lot of stuff." Her eyes were vague. "I haven't gone through everything yet. I'll look. Maybe you could come back tomorrow?" "Yes, I'd be happy to." "You're sure you wouldn't like something to eat?" "No, but it's very kind of you." "I would." She rang a bell. "If there's something for you, I'll have to make sure you're really Horn." I nodded and assured that I understood her caution and applauded it. "You must have been just a sprat on the lander." I admitted it, adding that I had thought myself a man. "Seems like a real long time ago to you. It don't to me. I must be, a couple years older. I'd like to give you some money, too, but I have to know." "I don't need it, as I told you. But as for identification, my brother Calf lives here. He'll vouch for me, I'm sure." A slave girl entered, bowing. Capsicum told her to serve tea and to send in the boy. When the slave girl had gone, Capsicum unlocked her cabinet and got out 2 cards. "Real ones like we used to have back home. The chapter will give you 4 gold ones for each of these." She seemed to expect me to challenge her assertion, so I said, "Patera Remora, you mean? I feel sure he won't, since they're not mine." A boy of about 10 joined us, and she introduced him as her grandson. "You have to go to the shop of a man named Calf, Weasel. This gentleman will tell you how to get there. Ask Calf to come here, please, and identify the gentleman for me. The gentleman says Calf is his brother." My knowledge of these streets is somewhat limited, but I directed Weasel to the best of my ability, and he nodded as though he understood. "Do you have a magic bird?" I laughed and tried to explain that I had a pet bird, not a magic one. To confess the truth, I had not the heart to tell the little fellow there were no magic birds. "Where is it?" I sent him to my wife to let her know that our son Hoof is returning to her, and that the rest of us, our son Hyde and his betrothed, and our daughter and I, will return to her soon. Capsicum smiled at the prospect of a wedding. "Marrow'd have married me after his wife died, but I wouldn't let him." I said I was sorry to hear it. "Get along, Weasel. You go and ask the gentleman to come like we told you to. This don't concern you. We would have fought like a old dog and a old cat, Patera. I've never been sorry I said no." I'm not an augur. I realized that this is an augur's robe, but I'm not. "You've got a wife, you said." "Yes, I do. Augurs have wives, occasionally, however." "Patera Silk did. I heard that before we left." The slave girl came in, staggering under the weight of a tray loaded with tea and wine, cups, saucers, and wine glasses, and enough little sandwiches and cakes to feed a palestra. I drank tea, and to please Capsicum, a glass of wine, and ate a sandwich, which was excellent. We talked about Viron for a time. I told her about the devastation that was the Sun Street quarter, which she had supposed would have been rebuilt long since. "I don't think I'd have come, Patera, if it hadn't been for that. I had a nice place, the whole top floor in a real nice house, and my rent paid for half a year. Only it burned, and I thought he's going away, and I've lost everything, and if I don't go with him, I'll lose him too. So I went." She toyed with the cards she had taken from her cabinet, then laid them down. Clearly they recalled Viron, and the rooms there she had lost. "Why are people so mean?" "Because they separate themselves from the outsider." I had not thought about it in those terms before, and said what I did without reflection, but as soon as I had spoken, I realized that what I had said was true. "Who's that?" she asked. "A god." I was suddenly afraid of saying too much, of pushing too hard or too far. "Just a god?" She took another sandwich. "Isn't that enough for you, Capsicum? Godhead?" "Well, there's a lot of them, and sometimes it seems like they're as mean as we are." "Because they too have separated themselves from him. Nor are there really many gods, or even 2. Insofar as they're gods at all, which isn't far in most cases, they are him." "I don't follow that." She seemed genuinely puzzled. "You have a walking stick. Suppose it could walk by itself, and that it chose to walk away from you." She laughed, and I understood what had drawn Marrow to her years ago. She did not laugh for effect, as women nearly always do, but as a child or a man might. "You see," I said, "if the outsider were to make a walking stick, it would be such a good walking stick that it could do that." I held up the staff Cugino had cut for me. "But if it chose to walk away from him, instead of coming to him when he called to it, it would no longer be a walking stick at all, only a stick that walked, and when someone tending a fire saw it go past, he would break it and toss it onto the coals." She studied me as she chewed her sandwich, and I added, "I myself have walked away from him any number of times. He's always come after me, and I hope he always will." "It's only a walking stick when I walk with it." She held up her own thick black stick. "That's what you mean, isn't it?" "Exactly." Dusting crumbs from her hands, she picked up the cards and tossed them into my lap. "These are for you." "I don't need them, as I told you." "Maybe you will." Her right hand scratched her left palm, a gesture I did not and do not comprehend. "Wouldn't it be better to wait until I've established that I am who I say I am?" "Horn, the man Marrow sent to bring back Silk." "Yes, precisely." She shook her head. "That's for what Marrow left. This is mine, and I want you to have it." "Did he say why he wanted Silk?" "Certainly. There was a great deal of disorder here, a great deal of lawlessness. Marrow and some others had tried to set up a government, but they could not agree on a Caldé, and most felt that if they had, the townspeople would not accept him. They would accept Silk, however, and the 5 who met with me had agreed to accept him too." "We don't need one any more." Capsicum's voice was bitter. "We've got your falcon." "Since I failed to bring Silk, that's all to the good." She said nothing, regarding me over the top of her glass. "You think you killed Marrow, don't you?" "I didn't say so, and I won't." "But you think it." I hesitated, scrambling for words that would make my meaning tolerable, if not acceptable. "I don't know that. I returned here only a few days ago." She nodded. "Let us suppose, however, that I did, that I knew beyond question that Marrow, who fought beside me in the tunnels and did everything he could to assist me in the mission he gave me, had been murdered, and that the new Caldé here was his murderer." I laid the cards she had given me on the tray. "Even knowing that, I would have to consider what would happen to the town if he were stripped of power and tried. It would be difficult to overturn a mountain. I believe you will agree with that. But it would be easier to overturn a mountain than to replace it." When she did not speak, I said, "I am giving you back your cards. It wouldn't be right for me to keep them." The boy Weasel returned and reported that Calf would not come, but had given him a note. Capsicum broke the seal, unfolded the note, and read it twice. I asked whether I might read it too, since it concerned me. She shook her head, carried the note to her cabinet, and locked it in a drawer. "It says you're who I thought you were, Horn. Only there's some personal stuff in there I wouldn't want anybody else to see unless Calf said it was all right. You've been hoping Marrow left a letter for you or something?" "Yes. Did he?" "No. Or anyway, I haven't found it. He did leave you something, though. A boat." My face must have shown my surprise. "He wanted to give you something, I guess. Probably he thought a boat wouldn't be any use to me, and I'd just sell it. I would have, too, if it hadn't been on the list to keep for you. I don't know much about them." We went to the harbor to see her, walking slowly through cold sunshine, accompanied by her grandson and another boy of the same age. Wave Lily is the name across her stern. It reminds me painfully that Lily was the name of Tongue's daughter, who was murdered during my absence. I will rename the boat Sea Nettle. She is a yawl, a rig I had not sailed before, with a tall mast forward and a small one aft. "You think you can handle her alone?" Capsicum asked. "I won't be much help." I was surprised she wanted to sail at all, and said so. "I've been down to look at her a couple of times." Almost defensively, she added, "It's what I'm supposed to do. Marrow wanted me to look after all this." "Of course." She turned to study the yawl, her heavy black stick thumping the warped planks of the pier. "When I was younger—" I pointed to Weasel and his friend, who were already on board. "Would you like to take her out?" "She is wider in beam than my old sloop, I would say, and perhaps a trifle shorter, but she handles every bit as well and rides the waves like a duck, and that is what matters. I had Capsicum take the tiller, cautioned her against pulling it over too fast, and saw to the sails with the help of the boys, setting the big gaff mainsail, the little three-cornered jigsail that was furled on the mizzen boom and is probably the only sail the mizzen has, and a jib. There is a flying jib as well, a square sail that can be set on the topmast, and 2 as yet unexplored bags in the sail locker. It was obvious she could have carried more, but on a strange boat I thought it wise to be cautious. With that sail we churned right along. The boys were delighted, and so, I believe, was Capsicum. I swore when I came here that I would never sail again in winter if I could help it, I told her. But I maintain that I have kept my oath. This is spring sailing, really. She nodded, her cheeks red, her nose running, and her big round face radiant. There's float flowers in this wind. A small hand tugged at my coat sleeve. Is he coming back? Is who coming back? Weasel says you told him to talk to somebody else. Oh, Oreb. Yes, I did. I sent him to talk to my wife. I was watching the draw of the mainsail and not paying a great deal of attention to the small solemn face before me. Is he coming back? I hope so. He always has, though he was gone for nearly a year once. Capsicum patted the gunwale beside her and shooed the boys away. You're in danger. Do you know that? I sat. Not from those children. At sea one is always in some danger, but at the moment that's not at all severe. From Gerfalcon, is that what you mean? She nodded. Then I know nothing of the kind. I know you thought I might be when we talked about his becoming Caldé. Your tone and expression made that plain. But Gerfalcon was a member of the committee that sent me after Silk. He can hardly object to my having tried to carry out his instructions, and if he punishes me for failing, I shrugged. You said they thought that if one of them got to be Caldé, the people wouldn't agree. It was not precisely what I had said, but I nodded. But they'd be happy with you. I think you're right. She looked pensive. I said nothing of the kind. I said that it was thought they might accept Caldé Silk. She remained silent after that, I believe until I had put the yawl about and started back to New Viron. Then she began to talk about the possibility that Gerfalcon might be overthrown. He'll kill you, Patera, if you give him time. New Viron's sickness is not Gerfalcon, I told her. It was a cruel and lawless place without him, and it seems to me that it's better with him, if anything. A bad horse needs a big whip, as the saying goes. We overthrew the judges of Dorp. Possibly you've heard. She was silent. The two boys drew nearer to listen. It was easy, so easy that a young friend and I ordered the judge presiding over my trial to convict me, because the uprising I planned might not have taken place if he had not. He wanted to dismiss the charges against me, you see, because he was afraid. Keep your heading, please. You're letting us drift downwind. I took the tiller myself and corrected our course. I got to know the people of Dorp, I told her. They're good people, brave, hard-working, and much cleaner than we. Shrewd traders, but kind and basically honest. The judges had taken advantage of their good qualities, and so the judges had to go. If I had not removed them, the people themselves would have within a few years. Gerfalcon isn't taking advantage of the good qualities of the people from what I've seen. He's taking advantage of their bad ones. If they are too quarrelsome to unite against him, and so violent that they'll willingly pay his taxes to be protected from one another, they have no reason to complain. When she still appeared unconvinced, I told her, Dorp was like Viron. It needed a better government. New Viron needs better people. The harbor was in sight, and I instructed Weasel and his friend in lowering the mainsail, then had them stand by its halyards. A black speck in the distance caught my eye, and I waved to it before resuming my seat on the gunwale. In its present state, I told Capsicum firmly, New Viron couldn't be governed by a good person, by General Mint, for example. Or Silk. Or by Silk, you're quite correct. Either would have to grow worse, or give the tiller to someone else. Oreb reached our boat, I should have mentioned this when I wrote yesterday evening, shortly after we dropped the mainsail, and was soon announcing, Bird back, and good Silk, and pulling my hair as usual. All his nonsense. 14. Luncheon at the Caldé's palace. Do all of you wish to see the Caldé? Bison's clerk inquired doubtfully. Pig said, Aye, and rose. Hound nodded, cleared his throat, and said, Yes. Oreb, who had taken a dislike to the clerk, spat, Bad man. I'll have to see about it, the clerk informed them, and disappeared for the second time behind the heavy door of carved oak. Perhaps to conceal his nervousness, Hound said, "I suppose this has changed a lot since the last time you were here, Whorl?" He shook his head. "It seems very much the same. This is a new carpet, but it seems very like the one that was here when I carried a message to Caldé Silk. That is certainly the door I remember, and I'd guess that these chairs were here then." The clerk returned, nodded, and motioned to him, and he told Pig, "We're to go in now. Watch out for the lintel." "Nae muckle await, Bucky." Pig took his arm. "No, I would call it very gracious." The paneled room beyond held more chairs and 2 desks, both littered with papers. A second door larger than the first yielded smoothly but slowly to the clerk's tug at its massive handle of molded brass. A tall, narrow window overlooking the city showed through the widening crevice. Beside it the edge of a functioning glass, blank but shimmering with dove and silver promise. A burly, smiling man appeared to assist the clerk with the heavy door. His beard was streaked with gray, and his dark hair had receded from his temples. Seeing him, Hound swallowed audibly. The bearded man smiled. "I'm Caldé Bison. Sorry I kept you waiting, but I had a few little arrangements to make." He offered his hand. Hound shook it. "These are my friends Whorl and Pig, Caldé. It's Whorl who really has to see you." Bison nodded. His smile was guarded now. "He's come all the way from Blue. That's what he says. I mean, he has, I'm sure. And he's been to Green. Pig and I thought I'd better come too." He looked at his companions desperately. The smaller said, "I've been sent here by New Viron, the town our colonists have founded. I'd like to tell you about it." Bison shook his hand and invited them to sit down. The chairs were large and comfortable, elaborately carved, with red leather seats and tapestried backs. He edged his nearer Bison, discovering that it was so heavy he had difficulty moving it. "I'm here as the representative of the Ayuntamiento of New Viron," he began, "and of our town as a whole. I should explain that though it has a de facto Ayuntamiento, it has no Caldé." "Silk talk," Oreb proclaimed. He smiled. "Yes, that's what we want, but I really ought to explain the situation there to the Caldé before we get to that. If I don't make that clear, he won't understand why we need his cooperation as badly as we do." "Explain away." Bison's eyes were guarded still. "I've been gone for some time now, I must tell you that. My information may not be current, and in fact if a lander has arrived lately from that part of Blue—" Bison shook his head. "Very well then. Originally we saw no need of a government of any kind. We left you and General Mint behind to fight the Trivagontes when we went down into the tunnels. You may have regarded that as a desertion, though I hope you did not." Bison shrugged. "I doubt that your group included a dozen fighting men. I thought you were, signally courageous." "My father remained behind to fight. I should mention that. I must. I also ought to mention that we fought Trivagontes ourselves down in the tunnels. You spoke of fighting men. We had fighting women down there, a lot of them, and fighting boys and even a few fighting girls. Almost everyone who could hold a slug gun fought. If they hadn't, we would never have made it to the landers." "I can imagine." "We were 3 days in the tunnels, or about that, then 3 weeks on the lander, very crowded, with sleepers mixed with us. They were confused for the most part, some very badly confused indeed, nearly insane. There was almost enough water. That was an enormous blessing, but little food. I've heard since of landers on which the situation was worse, but ours was bad enough. We didn't have an easy time of it." "You stuck it, Bucky. 'Tis the thing." "We all stuck it, Pig." He tried to put all that he felt into his voice, and could only hope he was succeeding. "There were some leaders among us, but if the rest hadn't supported them, it wouldn't have mattered. And more than half the time people led them. So when we reached Blue, it was natural for us to govern ourselves. If there was something to be decided, we met, all or most of us, and everyone who wanted to spoke before we voted on it. There were some of us, such as Marrow, who were heard with more attention than others, and if all of them spoke on the same side, the vote was largely a formality." Bison said, "Nevertheless, you yourselves decided it, and not your leaders." Exactly. That was how we divided the land, for example. We agreed upon the farmsteads, less land for those with rich soil or a spring, and when all the parcels had been staked out, we drew lots. In time, the town grew. There were many other landers from here, particularly in the first few years. Bison nodded. And landers from other cities, often places we'd never heard of, came down near us, and their people joined us. It seemed best not mention that some had been forced to and were bought and sold like cattle. Then, too, there had been many children on the lander. I was one myself, if you like. I was only 15. Many more were born in the first few years. Your system became unworkable. Yes. There were too many people, and some farms were too far away. Some people abandoned theirs and became fishermen or traders or loggers, and often they were gone and missed the assembly. Then, too, in the beginning, everyone had wanted to live near town. As it became crowded, and robberies, rapes, and riots increased, many who had once spoken wisely in the assembly no longer wanted to live in town or even near it. Bad Hull, Arab explained. We needed a Caldé, and everyone saw it. I cannot say how many wealthy and powerful men wanted the office, 8 or 10 perhaps, possibly even more. Bison nodded, looking from hound to pig. You didn't hold an election? It would have meant anarchy, a worse anarchy than we endured already, open warfare among those 8 or 10 factions. In the end, someone would have been Caldé over ruins. Bison completed the thought for him. As I am, and as my wife was before me, and Patera's silk, if I may say it, was before her. He shook his head. I've seen the destruction, but I've also seen that most of Vyron survived its war with Trivigant. I doubt that a single house in New Vyron would survive the war against ourselves that threatens it. He paused to draw breath. I said I'd have to describe conditions in New Vyron, and now I have. There is no unity and no sanity, or at least very little, but there is enough for 5 of our most powerful citizens to ask that you send Silk to us. The people will welcome him, and all 5 have sworn to support him. Hound coughed apologetically. From what you say, the others will still be stronger than Caldé's Silk, won't they? No. In the first place, they could never oppose him as a bloc, and each would fear the other's treachery at least as much as the Caldé. In the second, thousands who are committed to no one at present would flock to him. His supporters will be united, and far more numerous than theirs. He turned back to Bison. That is to say, they will be if you'll let us have him. That's why I'm here. I'm hoping you'll tell me where he is and help me persuade him to go. You'll want a lander, too, or do you have one? Arab added his own inquiry. Thing fly? That's right, the thing that flies between whorls. No, I haven't got one, and we'll have to have one. Surely, Bison raised a hand. Surely I have a dozen I'm not using at the moment. Is that what you were going to say? Well, I don't. When Silk himself was Caldé, he sent off everyone who could be persuaded to go. It used to be that when a man was convicted, he was thrown into the pits. Bison laughed. I used to think it was going to happen to me eventually. But when Silk took over, they were given their choice, the landers or execution. I can't remember any choosing execution. Bison's hand went up again. Just a moment. You've asked for this, and I'm not through. The convicts were only a small part of what we sent. Most were manual laborers of one sort or another, laborers and their families, carpenters and masons, and small farmers and farm laborers. Something was said a while ago about me being Caldé over ruins. That's an exaggeration, but there's truth in it, and the truth is there because Silk sent out every lander he could patch up enough to fly. Not many came back, and when they did, he filled them up and sent them off again. Bison leaned back, red-faced and scowling, then chuckled. Well, I've got that off my chest, and I've been wanting to for a long time. Hound ventured. If there's no lander, Silk and Horn can't go to Blue, can they? Bison consulted a slim gold watch. If they go, they'll have to get one someplace else, that's all. I may be able to help with that, or they can wait until I have one, though I don't know when that may be. You'll tell me where Silk is and help me persuade him? Bison stood. Maybe, and maybe not. I haven't decided. It's lunchtime, gentlemen, and you're invited to lunch at my palace. Will you do me the honor of dining with my wife and me? We can talk about all this some more while we eat. Bison and Pig sat on the wide rear seat of Bison's floater, the others on jump seats facing them. I go home for lunch just about every day, Bison told them as the floater glided forward. Generally, I tell people it's because I like my cook's food. He paused, fingering his beard. That's true, I do, but that's not really why I go home to eat. It's because I want to talk to my wife about whatever has come up that morning. Now I want to talk to her about this. For one thing, she knows Silk better than I do. He said, You must mean Maytera Mint. In a book we wrote, my wife Nettle and I, tried to imply that you and Maytera Mint might marry, but we couldn't be certain that such a marriage would actually take place. Good girl. Bison laughed. Don't call her Maytera, please. She isn't a Sybil anymore and doesn't like to be reminded of it. Call her General or just Mint. She doesn't mind either one of those. When no one else spoke, Pig muttered, Bonny ride, Bucky. Travelled far, aye, and every way but flying. This is best. Feeling it. I had almost forgotten about these, but I rode in the Caldés once or twice before we left. He was looking out at the city through the transparent dome. Willett was the driver, and he promised to teach me to drive too. That was the day before we went up to the airship, and I've wondered sometimes whether he... Well, never mind. It doesn't matter. Do you, Bucky? Bison told his own driver to go slower, then spoke to Pig, first touching his knee. Do you know about my wife? Nay, had the honor. Then I should tell you. She's in a wheelchair. It's not that she can't walk. She can, but it's painful. So she uses the chair mostly. I thought you ought to know. Horn does already, I'm sure. He turned from the contemplation of empty shops. No, I didn't. What happened? Someone tried to kill her. Hound said, I remember people talking about it. Why? I don't know. He was killed himself a few seconds after he fired. Bison lifted his shoulders and let them fall. If it weren't for your friend here, I wouldn't have mentioned it. Poor man, Horeb muttered. It was not clear whether he intended Bison or the assassin. Poor girl. Their floater, already moving slowly, slowed more, then settled to the wide, smooth paving stones before the Caldé's palace. With the whisper of one who betrays a secret, its transparent dome vanished into its gleaming sides. The driver sprang from his seat to open one side for them. From his green uniform he was a Hoppy, a member of the Caldé's guard. Two more guardsmen threw back the wide front doors of the Caldé's palace. Pig had taken his arm. Braw place, Bucky? Feels say. Handsome? Is that what braw means? It is indeed, with a door you won't have to duck through. Mind the steps, though. The questing tip of Pig's sheathed sword found the first. I kept you waiting outside my office, Bison explained as he went up, because I wanted to get my wife on the glass and ask about inviting you. She doesn't always feel up to entertaining, and it seemed better to find out how she was today in private. Frankly, I was amazed. She's eager to see you. Hound was already wide-eyed. I just wish Tansy were here. That's my own wife. She would be so thrilled. If you live near here, Bison began. Oh, no, we live in End Road, and she'd have to dress and everything. To tell you the truth, she probably wouldn't come because she doesn't have a dress good enough. Bison's wife Mint was waiting for them in the big dining room in which Silk had once entertained Generalissimo Seof. Bison hurried over to her. My dear, I would like to present Horn, a visitor from Blue, and his friends Hound and Pig. No girl, Horeb proclaimed. Mint smiled at all four, and although her face was pale and drawn, her smile was bright. Welcome, welcome all of you. Horn, you can't have forgotten me. You used to be my runner. He smiled and saluted. Of course not, General. It's good to see you again. No, it's better than good. Wonderful, in fact. Have we been feeding you here in Viron? Bountifully. Hound said, We breakfasted at our inn just down the street. There was lots of very good food, but he kept giving his to Pig.
Bird eat.
And to Oreb, though Oreb didn't eat as much.
We have plenty for him here.
She gestured toward the table.
For all of you. Sit down, please. I'm seated already, and we don't stand on ceremony here, or not till shade low. My dear, would you push me?
Bison did.
There, that's better.
From one end of the long table, Mint regarded the silver serving dishes with satisfaction.
I've put you all on one side because I had to. We can't pass unless there are at least 3 on a side. The Caldé and I have to sit at a corner when we eat in here by ourselves.
She rapped her glass 3 times with the back of a table knife, and told the maid who appeared,
We're ready, I believe. You may— No, we're not. We ought to have an invocation. Would you do it, Horn?
He shook his head ruefully. You think I've become an augur? I have not. I have no right to this robe.
Better a false augur than none. If you don't do it, I'll have to ask the Caldé. He'll send to the Prolocutor's palace, and it will be time for dinner before we have our lunch. Please, Horn, for me.
He rose and made the sign of addition. Gracious outsider, I, who learned so many prayers at the urging of this good woman, do not know the proper one to make you on such an occasion. We offer our thanks to you, inadequate thanks, yet all we have to give, for good food and for bringing us together in hospitality and friendship. He sat, and Bison murmured, Fia bless our feast. Mint picked up a platter.
Here is squab salad, Pig. It's a specialty here, or so we like to think. May I give you some?
Thank you kindly. She heaped his plate.
You're the most reticent of our guests. You've hardly spoken a word since you came, so it is my duty as hostess to draw you out.
Pig talk.
Thank you, Oreb. Hound, you're not eating. Give him some of that salmon and caper mixture, dear, before Honeysuckle brings in the hot meats. Now you must help me, Pig. I'm not very good at this, so you have to pretend that I've very cleverly made you relax and babble like a brook.
Nae so good myself, mistress.
He's a difficult case, Mint told her husband. These overgrown boys are often like that. It's hard to get them to contribute in class, but one must persevere.
Let me try, Pig. I know why Horn came to see me this morning. He wants Caldé silk, and thinks I can give him to him. I take it you're a friend of his. Of Horn's, I mean.
Aye.
Did you come with him simply to provide moral support, or do you have some request of your own?
Me in.
Bison looked back to his wife, and Hound said hurriedly, This is my fault, Caldé. I told him I thought there might be a doctor here who could help him. Pig coughed, a self-conscious little sound that might have proceeded from an unusually mannerly mountain.
There's nae. You needna say it. Old Pig knows it.
Then I won't, and for all I know there may be someone here who can help you. I'll make inquiries.
Nay, save your pother. Your good wife would nae be crouchy and say good a leech you ha.
Although Pig's shaggy head did not turn, his hand brushed Mint's arm with claw-tipped fingers nearly as thick as that arm itself.
Your seas and Pig walks. 'Tis the better part. A ghaist told me to stick with Bucky to get me in back. If old Pig's to see, you might skelp yet.
Mint looked to the man Pig mentioned.
Is that a ghost?
I think it must be, though the woman, Mucor, you may remember her. Mint nodded. She isn't dead, or at least I don't believe she is, but she can appear to people, rather like a ghost, and she appeared to Pig. I know it sounds mad to talk of someone's appearing to a blind man, but he could see her, couldn't you, Pig?
Aye, Bucky.
He thought it wonderful, as I still do. She told him that if he remained with me, he might get his sight back. Isn't that correct, Pig? That's what I understood you to say.
Aye.
Pig shifted his huge bulk in his chair.
You will nae leave me mair, will you, Bucky?
I won't, and that's a promise. He spoke to Mint. When we got to the city, I wanted very much to be alone a while in the Sun Street quarter. You'll understand that, I believe, General, or at least I hope you will.
I've done the same thing.
I asked Pig to go. He did, and it wasn't until much later that I realized how cruel it had been.
'Tis all right, Bookie."
"No, it isn't, and it won't happen again. Perhaps I should say here and now, so that the Caldé and General Mint can hear it, that if your vision hasn't been restored by the time Silk and I leave for Blue, you're coming with us."
Mint smiled. "That reminds me. I should tell my husband and you that we've been haunted again. Not just the little one this time, but by Silk as well."
He stared in consternation. "Are you saying he's dead?"
"No."
Her smile was impish.
"In fact, I'm quite certain he's not Patera."
"Good Silk!" Horeb exclaimed. He sighed and laid down his fork. "I won't tell you again that I'm not an augur. You know it, and there's no harm in your amusing yourself. Please understand, however, that this is a serious matter to me. I must find Silk and bring him to Blue. I've pledged myself to make every effort. I've kept that pledge so far, and I intend to keep it. If I had been able to find Caldé Silk, I wouldn't be troubling you like this, but I haven't. He had a house in the country, or so I'm told." Hound interrupted. "A cottage, that's what they say. But he's not there, and no one seems to know where he's living now. Hound and Tansy didn't, and they seemed to think it unlikely that anybody in Endroad did. But the Caldé does... The Caldé must... I don't," Bison said. Horeb spoke for his master. "No, no!"
"Darling, you simply must learn to be tactful."
Mint's smile was gone.
"Look at him. Look at his face."
His head was in his hands. This is insane." She nodded.
"It certainly is. Let me explain. It will be insane just the same, and I can't do anything about that, but an explanation may help. You've been gone since the war?"
He nodded.
"You know Silk became Caldé. Do you also know that he resigned the office in my favor?"
"He was forced out, so I was told." She shook her head.
"He may have felt he was, and even said he was, but he wasn't. A lot of people disagreed with some of his policies, particularly concerning immigration. My own husband was one of them. Eventually, the disagreement grew strident, and Silk made a speech. He isn't a very good speaker, and he seldom attempts it, but that was a good one. It was so good, in fact, that it's taught in the palistras now. He said that he had sent so many people out from Viron because he felt it was his duty to the gods to pass, and the outsider particularly." Hound, seated at Bison's end of the table, leaned toward her, cupping his ear. "Could you speak up just a little, please? I can't hear you, and I'd like to." "I'll try." Silk also said that he felt it was his duty to the city, to Viron, that he had been in communication with the gods, with Pass specifically, and that the whole Whorl would be scourged if enough people didn't go. There were no godlings then, or anyway nobody here had seen one.
Horeb inquired,
"See, ghost?"
Mint smiled and shook her head.
Then he reminded everyone that he'd promised us often that he would be Caldé only as long as we wanted him. After that he asked whether the people did. He was still popular with many citizens, but a lot of his firmest supporters had boarded the landers.
Bison said, "There were cheers and boos. You'll want to know whether I cheered or booed, but I doubt that any of you will ask. I cheered. You don't have to believe me, but it's the truth."
"It is. I was with him, and I cheered too. But then, and this struck us both like a lightning bolt, he said that he bowed to the popular will. As of the moment, he resigned his office. Yes, what is it, Honeysuckle?"
There was a whispered conference before Mint waved her maid away.
"Pig, would you be so kind as to push my chair for me? I can move it myself when I have to, but it's a rather heavy chair. Will you help me?"
"Aye, mistress. Honored to." Pig rose. Groping fingers thrice the size of hers found the handles of her chair and drew her slowly back from the table. "Have to tell me which way?"
"To my right, a quarter turn, please."
The three remaining men watched them depart in silence. When they had vanished through a gilded arch, Hound murmured, "I wonder what she wants with him." Bison picked up the wine bottle. "What makes you think she wants anything?" "It's, well, obvious, or I think it is. Maybe I wouldn't think so if I hadn't been around Horn for the past couple days, but it seems obvious after what I've heard. She could have had that girl push her, or pushed herself, or any of us could have done it, and we can see.
Pig might run her into a wall. Oh, I hope he won't. So she wanted to speak to him alone and jumped at the first opportunity to do it. Jumped is a bad word here, I suppose, but she did. Bison refilled Hound's wineglass. If a few days of Horn's company has done that, I ought to keep him around myself. What do you say, Horn? Is your pupil right? I don't know. It seems plausible. What is she saying to him? Your best guess. If you're asking what she's telling him, I doubt that she's telling him anything. I would guess she's questioning him about something she thinks he might speak openly about when the two of them are alone. Hound snapped his fingers and looked pleased. You've guessed it? What is it? I confess I have only the foggiest ideas. Hound's mouth opened, then shut again. Bison said, Tell us. I'd like to know too. No, I won't. I apologize, Caldé. I'm sorry, Horn, but I like General Mint and Pig's my friend. If they want us to know, they can tell us. Oreb bobbed approval. Wise man. Bison smiled. Shall we try to force it out of him, Horn? He shook his head. He's right, and so is Oreb. Hound, you surprise me about once a day. I believe I've said something like that to you before, and it's true. I hadn't thought through the ethical implications. General Mint is an extraordinarily good woman, and a wise one. If she believes her question and its answer demands privacy, she's probably correct. Hound laid a finger to his lips. As she came through the doorway, Mint announced, There will be 4 hot meals, I'm afraid, instead of the 5 Cook planned, but Pig has tasted the shirred oysters for me and pronounces them excellent. Aye. Horeb about? Bird here. No go. Girey, you nae had the like. Good pig. With her chair back at the table, Mint speared an artichoke heart with her fork. Where was I? Oh, yes, I was trying to explain about the man who shot me. Bison gave her a concerned look. Yes, I was. That's what I was circling around toward, that and the ghost. Pig wants to know about the ghost. He asked me back in the kitchen. See ghost? Oreb repeated. I didn't, Oreb, but my cook did. Horn, I want to tell you these things particularly. You say you're looking for silk. I am. Bison said, So is someone else. I want to tell you about that before we finish lunch, but I'll let my wife go first. Thank you. I don't know whether these things I'm going to tell you will help you, Horn, but they may. He nodded. Please go on. I'm very grateful. I used to be Caldé. I don't know whether you remember our law here. The one concerning succession says that the Caldé can designate his own successor. He can tell the people whom he wants, or leave a paper in case he dies. Caldé Silk resigned, and in the speech I've described, he designated me. He nodded again. The Rani's government was beside itself. Mint's smile warmed them. Here they had been saying that Vironese women were slaves, and Viron had its first woman Caldé. We thought at first that the man who shot me might have been working for the Trivagontes, but he was Vironese, and if there was a Trivagonte connection, we couldn't trace it. Hound asked, Isn't it possible that he shot you just because you're a woman? There are men who feel like that, or anyway they say they do. Bison shook his head. Not many. But there are some. Isn't that right, Horn? Yes, there are, I'm sure. One would be sufficient. Mint said, I agree, but I don't think that's what it was. Neither does my husband, though he won't say so. I have no opinion. We've never been able to learn enough for me to form an opinion. I have my own just the same. You see, when I became Caldé, the sun went out. I don't mean the moment I assumed the office. It was about a week later. 8 days, Bison said. Yes, 8 days. It had been hot, terribly hot, and from what we were able to find out, even hotter in Herbs than it was here. We lost about 100 citizens to heat stroke, mostly old people, but in Herbs it was over 1,000. We conferred with the Ayuntamiento, then, Caldé Silk, my husband, and I. It wasn't a formal meeting, but it lasted for hours, and we learned a great deal, as did Caldé Silk, I feel sure. Pig swallowed. Caldé, you call him. Yes, he retains the title even though he's out of office, just as I do. Just as I retain my rank of general, for that matter, though I'm not on duty or fit for it. Honeysuckle carried in a steaming tray. Horn, do you remember what I told you long ago about the tunnels? How they carry warm air to the surface of the whorl and return cooler air to the interior? He nodded. Spider explained it to me while I was his prisoner. He had learned it from Counselor Potto, and Potto had learned it from Tarsier. The meeting was Silk's idea, as I should have said, and he told us about a tunnel he'd seen that was entirely blocked with water. There are others, far too many, that have collapsed and are blocked with stones and earth.
That's why it gets too hot? Hound asked. Is that what you're saying?
Why, the wee folk douses your glim. Pig helped himself to a handful of fragrant roast pork. If that means what I think, you're both right, Mint told Hound. Heat accumulates. Our summers are much too hot and our winters too mild. To keep things from getting worse, Past blows out the sun. We didn't know that then, but the gods have told us since, and so have the godlings. What I was going to say was that I made 2 decisions at that conference. The first was that we wouldn't let anyone else leave the Whorl, and the second was that we would put crews to work clearing the tunnels under Viron, directed by Counselor Tarsier. I said I made those decisions, and I did, but we all agreed, even Silk.
We had lost too many people already, Bison explained. If Trivagant had resumed the war, we would have fallen like ripe fruit. The darkness was even worse. It had everybody terrified. Clearing the tunnels may have helped, and we got herbs to do it too. Whether it's helped or not, at least it lets everybody feel that we're doing something.
Mint smiled again. Trivagant declared a victory. It was unexpected, but very welcome. They said we had capitulated to the will of Sphinx. So we said we had too, and it would have been difficult for them to attack us after that. Why are you shaking your head, Horn? Don't you believe me?
Yes.
He moved a lettuce leaf on his plate so as to obscure Scylla's likeness, and laid down his emblazoned silver fork.
Yes, of course. I would believe you even if you said things 1,000 times more fantastic than that. I was thinking that it can't be the way things are now. People are boarding landers again to go to blue or green. They've got to be.
They are, Mint said.
Bison interrupted her. Why do you say that?
General Mint said the gods had told you that Past puts out the sun, and that a godling had confirmed it. I too have spoken with a godling. Having newly returned to this long sun whirl, I may perhaps have regarded the conversation as less extraordinary than it was.
A huge one, Hound told them. He sat in its hand. It bent its fingers up to keep the rain off.
None of which matters at all. What does matter is what it said, what it told me.
Silk talk,
Oreb suggested.
Yes, he does. Too much at times, and doesn't eat enough. These are excellent rolls. He took another and buttered it.
Mint asked, Isn't your name Horn?
He glanced at her.
Of course it is.
Oh, that. Oreb calls me that, that's all. He's accustomed to calling his master Silk, it seems, and he considers me his master now. No doubt he'll return to Patera Silk when we find him. Oreb seems to be looking for him, too.
Bison said,
What did the godlings say to you? I'm waiting to hear that.
And I'm waiting to hear where Silk is. I should offer to trade information. In fact, I do. I'll tell you, of course, whether we trade or not. As Caldé, you have a right to know. But will you tell me, as a reward for being open with you?
Yes, Mint said. Bison sighed. My wife has a habit of committing us to more than we can do. I don't know where Caldé's Silk's living at present, although I could probably find out. My ignorance is intentional. If I explain, will that be enough?
I'd prefer you do more, he said.
Then I'll try. My wife told you how she became Caldé. The dark days began shortly afterward, and the first godling came.
I understand.
Here's what she was leading up to. We think the man who shot her may have done it because he thought Silk would be Caldé again if she died. There's a feeling,
it's not widespread, Mint told them, but it's there.
A feeling among a few people that the gods are angry at Viron because he's no longer Caldé.
Pig rumbled.
Wanted to gang, Mistress said.
He resigned his office voluntarily, Mint affirmed. Just as I told you, he didn't even ask me whether I'd accept it. That may have been wise of him, because I don't think I would have. As it was, I was fool enough to take it when he named me as his successor."
Bison told her, "You had to. They'd have rioted."
"I suppose. I can only thank the gods, as I do, that I had the good sense to resign after I was shot, and to use my wound as an excuse."
"Your wound was very severe."
"It kept me from sitting at my desk." She smiled. "I can joke about it now, you see, and say that I got terribly tired of lying on my stomach, but the shot broke my right hip, and I pray for the day when I can joke about that as well. Horn, you said people were leaving in Landers again." He nodded. "You were right. A lot of the people want Silk back. Some simply feel that Silk is the Caldé the gods want. Others think Silk was right, that the gods want us to keep sending people outside. I stopped it. I ordered a complete cessation and had my guards seize every lander. Pass had put soldiers down there to protect them originally. Did you know that?"
"Aye,"
Pig said. Hound shook his head.
"Well, I didn't. Did you, Horn?"
"Yes, Silk told me about one, and later we found the bodies of others in the tunnels. They'd been painted blue, not green like ours. They had been shot with slug guns." "As I was not. He had a needler." Mint's smile turned bitter. "He wouldn't have been able to get a slug gun that close. Where was I?" Hound said, "About having the Caldé's guard take charge of the landers. I've never even seen one. I suppose I'm the only one here who hasn't."
"Nimmy,"
Pig declared, and Oreb seconded him.
"No see."
"The soldiers Pass had posted there so long ago were killed by men who wanted to steal the cards they knew were in the landers. We replaced them with our own, 5 soldiers to each lander. Wasn't it that, dear?" Bison nodded. "When I was shot, my husband wanted to punish everyone who had expressed a desire to go."
"The ones who had demonstrated and signed petitions," Bison said. "That had started after the first dark day, and I'd gone to a lot of trouble to find out who the organizers were, and then who the rest were. The chapter was behind a lot of it."
"Good Silk," Oreb exclaimed. "No cut." He nodded.
"I'm not surprised." Pass had spoken to the prolocutor, supposedly, Bison told them. The usual cant.
"At any rate," Mint said, "we decided it was best to diffuse the unrest as much as we could." She glanced toward Bison for confirmation, and he nodded. "It would have been terrible to have to arrest all those people. We would have had another revolution."
Bison snorted.
"Oh, we would have won," she said. "I agree completely about that, but what a victory. Having killed the people we should have led, we could go around congratulating ourselves."
"You decided to allow some people to go, to do the will of Pass, if you'll allow the expression."
Bison said,
"Certainly. It was just that we didn't feel that it was Pass's will to destroy Viron, and we had reached that point. Under Silk, so many had left that the city was about to collapse. That was why he had to go."
"Then you can't object to my taking him to Blue.
But you don't know where he lives." "Exactly. And you're not the only one looking for him, Horn. Are you aware of that?"
He shrugged.
"I know some men came to Ermin's last night. That was where we stayed, and supposedly, I admit I find this hard to credit, Silk was there too."
Bison nodded.
"They beat the desk clerk. They demanded that he tell them which room Silk had, and he said quite honestly that Ermin's had no guest of that name and showed them his register. They beat him pretty badly, and roamed through the corridors until the guard chased them out."
"Bad men?" Oreb inquired.
"You didn't arrest them?" "We tried."
Mint said, "I haven't heard of this. What do they want with Caldé Silk?"
"To take him to Blue, so they say."
Mint pursed her lips and looked thoughtful.
Hound told Bison, "We heard the disturbance outside our room and a shot."
"3 'twas." Pig's big hands were groping the snowy tablecloth for more food. Mint nudged a platter of venison Madeira until it was within his reach. "You said New Viron had sent you, Horn, and that you have been gone for nearly a year. Is it possible New Viron sent them out too, when you didn't come back?"
Slowly he shook his head. "It's possible, but I doubt it. I think I saw one talking to the clerk at Ermin's. He wasn't dressed like one of us, and though there are some very foreign-looking people in New Viron now, I don't believe they would have sent someone like that for Patera silk." Bison said, "They've got a lander. They came in one, and they've set a guard on it. If you can find silk—" He glanced at Mint. "Here's silk." Areb sounded annoyed. "You may be right," Mint nodded. "That's another thing we have to talk about, the ghosts. But let's dispose of this first. May I speak without interruption for 1 actual minute?" Hound said, "Please do." "Then I'll say that it's still more possible my husband's correct. You want to take silk to Blue, and so do these strange men. If you have silk and they have their lander, it's possible that some accommodation—" Bison nodded. "We could take their lander, you understand. I don't know how many men they have guarding it, but it doesn't seem likely there's more than 20 or 30. A dozen soldiers could take it, but it would mean we'd have to let another lander full of people leave, and more than that if it came back." "Horn's shaking his head again, darling. What's the matter, Horn? Do you think we ought to send more people to your town on Blue, even if we have to kill to do it?" "Just the opposite. You shouldn't permit anyone to go. That was the message the Godling gave me, and what I promised to tell you, hoping you'd tell me where silk is in return." "Pah!" Bison leaned back in his chair. "This changes everything. I have to think." Mint said, "Good. I'll have a real chance to talk while you're doing it, and I may be able to accomplish something. Did the Godling tell you why, Horn?" He shook his head. "They never do." There was something trumpet-like in her soft, sweet voice, a distant trumpet summoning scattered troops. "If it told you anything more, anything that we should hear or can hear, I'd like to hear it right now." "It told me that I was to proclaim its message here in Viron, its message being that no more were to go. Pig and Hound have heard all this." "They can stand to hear it again, I'm sure. Have you proclaimed it?" He tugged with some irritation at his thin, pale beard. "I felt that my task was to find silk and bring him back, to do the thing I have promised to do. I felt that the Godling had no right to give me orders, no matter who or what he may represent. But I haven't found silk." Mint shook her head. "I haven't, and I'm beginning to believe that may be why, that as long as I refuse to obey, I will not." Bison said, "There may be some truth in it." Mint nodded. "In which case you're nearer to finding him already. You've told us. And these friends, for that matter. Proclaiming would be too strong a word for what you've done so far, but it would seem you're moving in the right direction." "Thank you. Thank you very, very much." There were tears in his eyes. "You think my husband's cheated you? I could hear it in your voice a few moments ago." "No talk." "Areb's right. I shouldn't say what you're suggesting. But if you could hear it, I don't have to." "He told you the truth. He doesn't know where Silk's living now, and neither do I. After what I've told you about the man who shot me, you should be able to understand that. Quite a few people want Silk back." Bison leaned forward again. One thick hand struck the table. "He made my wife Caldé, and she's made me Caldé. We've explained all that." Hound nodded vigorously. "You certainly have. So I say to you what I've said before to any number of people. If Silk were to come to me and ask me to resign the office designating him, I would do it that day." Mint laid her hand, small and very white, upon Pig's. "You're Horn's friend, and you're concerned about him. I know that, and it does you credit." "So am I," Hound said. "I feel sure you are. Horn, you must understand that Silk has friends too. Not only personal friends, like Pig and Hound are to you, but what might be called public friends, people who love him and supported him. They're very protective of him." "Such can your man do for him, mistress." "Does that mean no? If it does, they don't, because we wouldn't. We're friends of Silk's, but many believe we might, or if they don't believe it, they fear it. Some of them have hidden him away, probably out in the country." Hound said, "Well, it seems to me that if you were really his friends, he would tell you where." Mint shook her head. "He hasn't.
Because, you see, he is our friend, too. If we knew, and it were known we knew—"
"You might be shot again," Hound said. "I see."
"Yes, or my husband might be shot, or we both might be poisoned, or whatever you like. Horn, have you noticed that he never said he did not know where Silk was? He said he did not know where he was living. He's been hidden away by the Prolocutor, I believe."
Bison rose. "I need to talk to him. You must excuse me, darling, gentlemen. I'll see if my glass can find him."
As Bison left, Mint said, "He wants to find out where it is for you, I suppose."
"Good man!"
Oreb announced his approval. "I doubt that's wise," Mint continued pensively, "but I doubt even more that his cognizance will tell him. He might offer to provide a guide, but that's not likely to do much good. May I tell you about our little ghost? That might be helpful." With a satisfied grunt, Pig pushed his plate away.
"Wish you would."
"I will. This palace, as I'm sure you understand, was built in the days of Byron's prosperity, when it had more people and far more money. After the death of Caldé it was shut up. Councillor Lemur, who was the real ruler of the city when I was a child and a young woman, dared neither to declare himself Caldé nor to hold an election he might have lost. He contented himself with actual power and let the trappings of power go. This palace remained vacant for about 30 years.
"Caldé Silk reopened it," Hound informed Pig.
"He did. He and my friend Marble lived here at first, with her granddaughter, a flyer whose friends had been killed by the Trivagontes, and some others. Did you live here too, Horn? I know you were with him then. Did you go home at night?"
He shook his head. "We ate here and slept in one of the rooms upstairs."
"Of which there are a great many. The first floor is devoted to public rooms like this one. There's a ballroom, a huge solaria, the reception room you saw, and the library, and kitchens, sculleries, pantries, and so on. My husband and I sleep in a suite on the next floor, and there are more for guests, quite a lot of them. Above them are rooms for aides, maids, attendants, ladies-in-waiting, valets, and the rest of it. Above that is another floor with rooms for the palace staff. They're small, and I've never counted them, but there must be nearly 100. Our own staff isn't anywhere near that large. Neither was Caldé Silk's when he and his wife lived here." Hound asked whether some of the rooms were haunted, and Mint favored him with a smile. "They all are, if you want to call it that. Our little ghost is most often met with in the rooms we use most, but that's probably just because there is someone to see her in those. Do you have a comment to give us, Horn?"
"Silk talk,"
Oreb demanded.
"Only that you haven't talked about the topmost floor, General."
She nodded. "Because I haven't been up there. I have to be carried up and down the stairs now, so I'll probably never go. I've been told that it's a perfect warren of storerooms filled with all sorts of stuff. I haven't mentioned our cellars either for the same reason. There are 9 or 10 cellars on 3 levels.
"Knew a hizzy 'twas frighted by a ghaist in a coat in their lightlands," Pig rumbled.
Mint smiled again. "But that ghost was a spirit, I'm sure. Ours is material, or at least I think she is. She walks like I do to mock me, which suggests she might be a devil. I really can't believe that, however, though some devils are material. But she takes things, and she's been known to leave footprints in dust and snow. I told you so much about this palace because I wanted you to understand why our searches have failed thus far. Do you, Horn?" He nodded, to which Oreb added, "Yes, yes." "Good. If any of you would like to tour this floor when we're through here, I'll take you around and tell you as much as I know about the rooms and furnishings." Hound said eagerly, "I would, very much."
"Old Pig'll push you, mistress. Proud to."
"Then we shall do it, and that's a promise. Horn has seen them already, I know. Perhaps he might enjoy seeing them again." He nodded, and for Pig's sake added, "Yes, certainly." "I've been calling our little ghost her, and none of you have challenged it. Do you want to, Horn?" "No." He was no longer looking at Mint's small, almost colorless face, but at the room itself, half expecting to see Olivine peeping around some corner. Mucor's death's head stare mingled with the reflections in the glass covering a picture, but faded to nothing as he watched it. "She wears a skirt of some rough cloth," Mint was saying, and covers her head with a shawl or scarf, so she looks female, and we assume she is. My husband thinks she is a child from one of the houses nearby who disguises herself and slips in now and then. My own guess is that she's a beggar girl who took up residence while the palace was empty and has chosen to remain. The fact that our searches have failed to find her weighs on my husband's side, I confess. Have you theories of your own? No one spoke. Hound shook his head. Horn, you were recommended to Pig by another ghost, as we heard a few minutes ago. You must have some conjecture. Oreb croaked, Silk talk, impatiently. I have nothing to say, he told Mint, beyond the comment that both the theories you've outlined seem implausible to me. You challenge me very justly to put forward a better one, but I can't. Mint raised her eyebrows. You have no idea whether she's female or not? Why, no. If everyone who has seen her thinks her female, I would think it highly probable she is. Beside him, Pig muttered, Have a care, Bucky. Hound said, If she's material, not a real ghost, you might set a trap for her. My wife and I have a little shop in End Road, and we sell them there, traps for animals, I mean. I can give you the name of a man who will make you a bigger one. Mint shook her head. That would be cruel. I would much rather have a ghost to talk about than catch a child in a trap. But I haven't told you the most interesting part so far. She was seen again yesterday. Faint? Yes, she was, Pig, by our cook, and she had Silk's ghost with her. Horn? It still sounds as though you're saying Silk is dead. I'm not. Our cook, you must understand, thinks our little ghost is a real ghost, the spirit of someone who left this life without attaining mainframe. All the servants... Bison, returning to his chair, shook his head. I don't believe in ghosts. I didn't say you did, darling. I said they do. As it happens, I believe in them myself, but not in ghosts who steal and leave footprints. Bison said, We don't see her for months. Then somebody hears her walking on the floor above, and it starts all over again. We hear her a lot more than we see her, really. Mint nodded. I was about to say, Horn, that even though I believe in ghosts, I don't believe in this one. And since our limping child isn't a real ghost, I doubt that Silk was a ghost either. I think it was the living Caldé Silk our cook saw. Were you able to reach his cognizance, darling? You were at it long enough. What did he say? Bison hitched his high-backed armchair nearer the table. Don't you want to finish with the ghost first? I'm nearly finished. I was going to say that Silk wasn't wearing his robe. He comes to this palace in lay clothing quite often, so that isn't surprising. A Caldé, even a former one, has to be extremely careful. At any rate, he was wearing ordinary clothes, according to our cook, but they must have been very dirty. She said they looked as though he'd escaped his grave. Did he have... Hound pointed to Oreb. No bird? Mint shook her head. In a robe with his famous pet upon his shoulder, he would have been recognized by everyone. With neither, he was still recognized by our cook, who used to be his. She must have seen him every day then, or very nearly. Wouldn't you say she sees you about that often, darling? Bison nodded. After I became Caldé, he and Hyacinth were often here as our guests. Shall I bring the cook in so you can question her yourselves? Nay for me, mistress. What do you think, Hound? Should I bring her in? With more spirit than might have been expected, Hound said, I think we should all be open and honest for a change. Oreb flapped his applause. Silk talk. Very well, he said. I will begin. You know, obviously, that it was I and not Caldé Silk your cook saw. It was. If you want to bring her in and have her identify me, go ahead. Mint said, No. As you wish. He was about to mention the gardener, but reflected that the old man had not betrayed him. The least he could do was to reciprocate. You want me to tell you who your ghost is. I understand that. I'd feel the same way in your place. But she reposed her trust in me, thinking I was Patera Silk, and I intend to keep faith with her. Bison said, She thought you were Silk. He nodded. I just said so. So does this prolocutor. He wants you to sacrifice in the Grand Mantion this afternoon. I've told you I'm not an augur. Mint said, You would be assisting him, I would imagine, and Bison nodded. Pig pushed back his chair. Best gang, Bucky, and your will nae. Bide, and she'll make fast. But we hope he will, Bison said. And if he will, there's no reason he shouldn't remain. I ask it as a favor to me and to my wife. So do I, Mint declared. Gang her bide, Bucky. Pig's big hand found his forearm. He shrugged. Bide. I've honored General Mint since I was a boy. I can't refuse her now. Good. Bison poured himself more wine. Your friend Hound says we ought to be more honest, so here's my contribution. I knew about this when you came to my office. That is to say, I knew that the chapter has been looking for you, and that it was because the prolocutor had heard you were here and wanted you for Mantion this afternoon. I didn't want you to do it, and so... Hound interrupted. Why not? Because I thought he was going to tell everybody to get on landers. We've had too much of that already. Besides, I don't have landers to give them. A couple, actually, but they're not in working order. It would cost more than the city can spare to send them off. Bison sipped his wine. But he's not going to say that, are you? No. He sighed. No, I'm not. I'm going to tell them what the godling told me, which is that they are to remain. That pass... Well, never mind. I'll tell them to stay and ask their help in finding Silk. Silk here, Oreb declared testily. Mint nodded. You said our little ghost mistook you for Caldé Silk. Yes, he said. She did. He recalled the gardener again and added, It happens fairly frequently. I dare say. Darling, I should let you finish, but I'll do it for you. Possibly I can save you embarrassment. You were going to confess, weren't you, that you arranged this luncheon to get our guests out of the prolocutor's reach? You were going to keep them here on one pretext or another until his sacrifice was over, isn't that right? Bison grunted assent. Very well. Mint raised a shirred oyster halfway to her mouth, then laid her fork aside. We've had Horn's honesty and my husband's. I don't think Oreb has to unburden his conscience. He's been entirely open from the beginning. I'll go next, and after that it will be Hound's turn and Pig's. I intend to require it of you both, gentlemen, so be warned. Name yourself fash as me, mistress, Pig rumbled. Here then is my confession, Mint continued. Horn, you said our ghost mistook you for Caldé Silk, and implied that our cook did as well. You say such mistakes happen often. Yes. He was looking around again, not for Olivine or Mucor this time, but because he wanted to see the room itself. I'll never come here again, he thought. Soon we'll go to the Grand Mantion, and I'll assist. I don't know where we'll go after that, perhaps back to Ermin's or the Juzgado, but we won't come back here. I'll walk out the big door, the troopers will shut it behind me, and I'll never see this any more. Were you on Blue before you came here? You were sent out from there, you said, and you talk about taking Silk there. He shook his head. I was on Green. I spent nearly a year there, but I came there from Blue. We've a house, you'd call it a cottage, on the south end of Lizard Island, near the tail, a house and a mill. I used to have a boat, too, though I'm afraid that's gone forever. I must ask you this. It may be cruel. I think it is, but I have to. Were mistakes of this kind common when you were on Green? Did people there sometimes call you Silk, for example? He shook his head again. I doubt that any of them had ever seen Silk, or knew his name, unless they had heard it from me. New Viron must have been settled by people from here. Its name implies that. There must be many people there who've heard of Caldé Silk, and some who saw him at one time or another. Did they mistake you for Silk, Horn? Did that ever happen? No, he said, and then, when no one else spoke, added, I know what you're going to say. Do you? Then why don't you say it yourself and save me the trouble? Oreb took up the word. Say Silk. He ate instead, hoping that someone else would speak. Pig and Hound know. Are you aware of that? They have from the beginning. I asked Pig to push my chair, and as soon as we were out of earshot, I explained to him that I had taught Horn, and seen him in my classroom every day." "No see," Oreb commented. "No boy." "My husband told me you were calling yourself Whorl when we talked on our glasses, but he thought it was to deceive the men with you. He had fallen in with the imposition and suggested I fall in with it too. I did, but soon came to suspect that you believed it yourself. I asked Pig, and he confirmed it. You had never been trying to deceive him, Silk. Neither had you tried to deceive Hound. You have only been trying to deceive yourself, and now even that is at an end."
"You've never had any of the pickled pilchards," he told Pig. "Would you like a couple? I'm going to try them myself."
Whorl went. Mint's face was grim. He carried out the plan of pass, as we did not. It has cost me sleepless nights, Caldé. It has cost you a great deal more, I'm afraid. Whorl incurred no guilt. You would be rid of yours if you could, just as I would prefer to be rid of mine. But you cannot rid yourself of it like this.
"Thank you, Bucky. Thank you kindly."
Having added 3 pickled pilchards to Pig's plate, he forked 2 more onto his own. "I know I look like Patera Silk, but I also know who I am," he said. "No one, not even you, Maytera, can make a man who knows who he is believe that he is someone else." 15. Home. Wind in the west, but it is not much of a wind, and we are on the lee side of Mucor's Rock. We could have anchored in the little bay. Perhaps we should have. Shadow for us, while all around us the blue water dances in the last light. We set out from New Viron at first light, Hyde, Vadsig, Jolly, and I. Hyde and I would be crew enough for this yawl, and I honestly believe I could manage it alone if I had to, but Vadsig is as good as a third man, far better than some men I have seen, and even Jolly helped. This west wind was just what we wanted for our south-southwest course. We set both jibs and spread a 3-cornered main topsail between the gaff and the maintop, all this over and above the mainsail and the jigger, and fairly flew, I believe. I wrote earlier that the yawl was not as fast as my old sloop. I may not have allowed sufficiently for its ability to carry sail. Here I should say that Hyde has found a bonnet for one of the jibs. He is anxious to try it, so I suppose we will on the trip home, if the weather is still good. "Huss back," announced Oreb. I looked around the yawl, then saw Babby swimming from the island. He had gone ashore, and Mucor asked to keep him for a while. She is finished with him, I suppose. I wish I knew what she did. We poled through the cleft about mid-afternoon, the sides scraping rock. No doubt there have been other boats in the tiny harbor since I sailed out of it in the sloop, but they left no evidence of their visits. It seemed precisely as I left it, with a few scales still on the flat stone where the fish jumped for Mucor. Hyde wanted Vadsig to stay behind to watch the yawl. She wanted to go ashore, and both appealed to me. "The women's hut is at the top," I explained to them. "I've made the climb before and have no wish to make it again. You may all go. I'll take care of the boat." There was a flurry of expostulations. "You're mistaken," I told them, "when you say Mucor does not know you. Believe me, she knows all of you almost as well as she knows me. You'll have to introduce yourselves to Maytera Marble and explain who you are, but there should be no difficulty about that. Tell her I'm in the boat and eager to speak with her, and ask her come down if that is convenient." Hyde wanted to know whether to take his slug gun. I told him to take it if it made him feel more secure, but that I doubted he would need it. He took it, and Vadsig had her needler in the pocket of her skirt. Babby, who has been guarding the yawl for us while it was tied to the pier in New Viron, seemed to believe I would not allow him ashore. When I told him it was all right, that he could go with the young people if he wanted, he was overjoyed. It was just after we left that I thought I saw her among the sunlit waves. I have said nothing to the others, and it was only for a moment. Very likely I was mistaken. Maytera Marble came down. Oreb saw her before I did, and flew up to guide her, perching upon her shoulder and exclaiming, "Silk here!" or "In boat!" every step or two. It seemed terrible to disappoint her, as I knew I must, so I postponed identifying myself as long as possible. "Patera?"
Groping, Maytera found our mooring line. I was already poling the yawl nearer. "You don't have to climb aboard," I told her. "I'm getting off."
You, Patera, it would be so good, so very, very good to see you, Patera.
I stepped to shore, getting only a little wet, and caught her by the shoulders. I made her look up and turn so sunlight fell upon the 1,000 minute mechanisms of her face, thinking that it would be difficult to insert the new eye, readying myself and her. By that time she must surely have guessed what I was about.
"Horn, I asked Horn, such a good boy, did he tell you, did Horn happen to mention Patera? I mean, it wasn't important, but, oh, Scylla."
That last sticks in my mind. I remember everything vividly, and the joy in her voice most vividly of all. I won't describe the way her hands, her whole spare frame, shook, or the way she hugged me, or the dance she did there on the rocks, a dance so wild it frightened Oreb, or the way she hugged me again and even picked me up like a child when her dance was done. I would describe my own joy if I could. I cannot. But, oh, Scylla! It resonates in a way that nothing else does. It is no more vivid, yet it is colored as the other memories are not. They are wonderful and warm, and I shall treasure them always. But if ever a time comes when I must justify my existence, when I must account for the space I have occupied, the food I have eaten, and the air I have breathed, I will tell about Maytera's eye first of all. I doubt that I will have to tell anything else. Supper cooked by Vadsig, and very good indeed, considering what she has to work with. Hyde is fishing and promises fresh fish for breakfast, though he has caught nothing so far.
"Going tomorrow we are, my sire?"
asked Vadsig. "Tomorrow I must talk with Maytera Marble alone," I told her. "I don't think that will be difficult, and it shouldn't take long. After that we'll leave, weather permitting." Yawl joined us.
"You talked to her alone today. You didn't think that business about staying behind to watch the boat fooled me, did you?"
I protested that I had not been trying to fool anyone.
"You made me climb way up there, and you know my legs aren't strong."
Vadsig was surprised.
"The witch to see you did not wish?"
Yawl shook her head vehemently.
"Behind she stayed, my sire. More she cannot go, she said. All right, we said, and up the steep path we climbed. To the top we got, and there she is." "I climbed the rocks instead of the path. I told you, it was much quicker but much more dangerous."
Yawl looked to me, plainly in need of rescue, and I said, "I remained behind for 2 reasons, neither of which had to do with fooling anyone. First, Hyde was worried about the boat and would have stayed behind himself, so I feared, if no one else would do it. I wanted him to meet Mucor face to face, to speak with her and to gain her friendship if he could."
Yawl said, "She knows me already, and I know her."
I was aware of it. Also that Hyde would continue to be uneasy about the boat if you were the only one who remained behind. In addition, I wanted to speak with Maytera in private. Vadsig said,
"So her sight you might give, my sire?"
I shook my head. I would gladly have done that before thousands, so I could tell her how I was able to do it.
"No bad."
Oreb dropped from the rigging to my shoulder to tug my hair.
"Give bird."
"Oh, I'm not so down as all that," I told him.
"Bird take, make nest."
"Aren't I bald enough for you already?"
"Not bald at all you are, my sire."
Poor Vadsig looked as puzzled as she had made me feel. I ran my fingers through my hair, it is getting much too long, and conceded that I was not.
"You wanted to be alone with that metal woman. What do we call them?"
"Chems," I told Yawl. And Oreb,
"Iron girl."
"With that Chem, but you didn't even give her the black gown you bought her. Did you tell her where you got her eye?" "No. Perhaps I should have told her first and given her the gown as well, but I couldn't be sure the eye would restore her sight, and if it had not—" I shrugged. "Afterwards she was so happy, so full of joy, and the gown would have been nothing to her." I thought of Pig and Silk.
So you're going to give it to her tomorrow?
Yes, and tell her where her eye came from. She will want to know, and has a right to know. There is not a female chem left in Viron. I asked his cognizance, and that is what he told me. Or rather, there are none left save for the one who gave the eye. He has tried to bring her to the Prolocutor's palace, but she will not go.
What it is of which you speak, my sire?
Vadsig's honest blue eyes went from me to Yawl, who looked bored, and back. Of chems, I told her, and young chems a-building. There is an instinct, I think, that keeps them in one place and in hiding, until they are complete. I don't believe Olivine was aware of it, but we are generally unaware of our instincts. Hyde called Vadsig then, giving Yawl and me a moment of privacy. I said, when Maytera received her new eye, she said something that puzzled me, as it still does. She said, "Oh, Scylla." Do you know that name?
I don't think so.
Because I do, you see. I even dream of her at times. It is the name of the patroness of Viron, Passa's eldest daughter. Maytera is a religious woman and lived in Viron for centuries.
No say,
Areb croaked. I am not sure what he meant by it. There really isn't any reason she shouldn't have said it, though I suspect Scylla was expunged from mainframe some time ago. She was one of the children who rebelled against Pass.
Yawl said, then it doesn't matter.
I agree, but that's what puzzles me. It seems to me that it does, and it shouldn't. Even if Scylla hasn't ceased to exist, she surely isn't here and has little influence. Yet it seems to me it does matter, that the word matters somehow, even if Scylla herself does not. And I don't understand why. Maytera is on board, badly frightened but on board. She sits by the cabin and holds on with both hands and will scarcely speak. We bios can at least deceive ourselves into thinking we might survive a fall into the sea, or even the sinking of our boats. Maytera would die, and she knows it. Hoping to distract her, I asked how she reached Mucor's rock.
In a little boat I made.
It was very brave of you.
My granddaughter sat in the back. I could see then, but she told me how to go.
Weren't you afraid? She nodded. This can't be worse.
It's a lot worse, Patera. We...
Our bow rose upon a wave larger than most, and she gasped. You don't have to worry, Maytera. You really don't. It's storms that sink boats. This is just a good stiff wind. It seems extraordinarily foolish to write that there was fear in her eyes, when I carried one of those eyes in my pocket for so long, and the other is blind and blank, yet it was so. Won't you be afraid on the lander, Maytera? Travel between the Whorls is very dangerous. A great many people have died. She nodded again. To comfort her, I said, You told us once that we shouldn't be afraid of death because the gods were waiting to receive us.
When you came in to teach religion, you mean, Patera? Yes, I suppose I did. I'm sure I did. I always said that.
Is it any less true now?
When we went out to the island...
Yes?
It was a long, long way out over the sea.
Given something else to think about, she relaxed a trifle.
I couldn't even see it from where I sat in the boat, not at first, but we waited till the sea was very, very quiet. I forget how long it was.
She paused, searching her memory for the information.
15 days, and it was the middle of summer. Then one morning there were just tiny little hills of water.
I understand.
I tucked my skirt up under my belt. You know how I do.
She loosed her grip on the gunwale to finger her new gown.
It's nice to have a habit again. You had this made for me. That's what Vadsig says.
I had to guess at the size.
It's a little big, but I like that. If I want it tighter, I can wear something underneath it, or for winter. I won't be entitled to wear a habit anymore, but it's nice.
It's not really a habit, I told her. Just a gown in the same style, black with the wide sleeves and so forth.
Yes.
Her hold on the gunwale resumed. Would you like me to leave you alone? She shook her head vehemently. Areb added,
Silk stay.
apparently fearing I had not understood her.
"It isn't bombazine anyway, Patera. Bombazine is silk and wool sort of mixed together. This is worsted twill."
It was the closest they had. Her small, hard hand found mine.
"Do you mind?"
In appearance, hers were the hands of an elderly woman, but I said, "Not unless you squeeze."
"When I find my husband again, I'm going to hold him just like this, and squeeze. It will be a day and a night, I think, before we ever let go. Then we'll make my daughter a real woman, a complete woman, and then we'll start another. Do you think I'll ever really get there? Will I be able to?"
"I'm certain you will."
"When I rowed out to the island, Patera—"
"Yes?"
"I wasn't afraid. My granddaughter told me where. I didn't know how to row, nothing at all, when we pushed the boat in. She was very patient with me."
I nodded. She's a good woman in her way.
"That was what made it so easy for me, Patera. I kept telling myself I had to look after her, that she was just a child."
But she wasn't. I understand.
"Poor girl,"
Oreb muttered.
"Poor girl." "So it really didn't matter a bit if I died, and I wasn't afraid. There's my daughter now. I have to live for her."
Strange dream last night. I was back in my cell on the red sun Whorl. The torturer's apprentice was sitting on my bed. We talked for a time. Then I got up and went to the door. Through the little barred window I could see the sea, quite smooth, and 100 women standing upon the glassy water. All were robed in black. The boy behind me was saying,
"And Abaya, and they live in the sea."
I woke, not so much frightened as confused, and went out on deck. Yesterday's wind, which had driven us so far so fast, had died away almost to nothing. The sea was exactly that which I had seen in my dream, though of course there were no women on it. Did the identical women represent Maytera's progeny, and their black robes her black gown? It seems improbable, but I can make no better guess. Oreb talked to me for a time before I returned to my bunk.
"Bird go. Go, girl. Say come."
With much more to the same effect. I told him to go if he wished, and off he flew.
"Where is he going, Patera?"
Maytera had spoken from the other side of the cabin. I went to her. "I thought you promised me you'd sleep."
"I promised to try."
I said nothing, and she added,
"It isn't easy for us. It can take days."
"Are you still afraid?"
"Not as much. Patera?"
"Yes, what is it?"
"If I were to get to sleep and then wake up, do you think I might be the Sibyl's maid again on Sun Street?"
I shook my head.
"I don't think so either, but I've been trying to remember the last time I slept. We don't ever wake up unless something wakes us, did you know? And nothing did until Maytera Corn came in. Then I jumped up and fixed breakfast, but it was almost noon, and I never slept after that."
Home. Home at last. Hoof wrung my hand and slapped me on the back, just as though we had never been together in Dorp. Nettle kissed Vadsig, which made my heart leap for joy, and hugged and kissed me, and that was best of all. Our little house seems just the same, and the mill is running again. Hoof has been making paper. Oreb flew over the sea, calling, "Here's Silk! Here's Silk!" as though to tell his fellow birds, although they are the white sea-birds of blue, with teeth and branching feathers, 4 legs and 4 wings, and I honestly do not believe we could have been happier if Silk himself had been here. You came out to sit with me, my darling Nettle. It has always been for you, really, that I have written this account, and so I must record that fact with all the rest, and what I remember of our conversation. The short sun was setting in a glory of scarlet and gold, and you brought 2 blankets. We spread one on the sand, though it was not really damp where I had sat down to write, and you sat beside me, and we wrapped the other around us. You asked whether I was happy now. "Very happy," I said. "While I was away, even when I was at the West Pole with Pig, I thought that if I came home without Silk, I would be wretched. How wrong I was. Then I thought that you would ask me about Pig, and I was prepared to tell you everything about him, but you said, "Tell me this. If Silk had returned with you, what would he do?" I replied, "He would smile and bless us and our children, surely." I said much more of the same kind, much of it foolish, but the significant thing, or so it seems to me, was said by Oreb, who croaked, "Silk here," and "Here's Silk," over and over again, until I told him to be quiet. He was wrong, of course, though it would be far, far better if he were right. Silk is behind us in the Whorl. I feel his presence just the same. Everyone has gone to bed, including me. Everyone except Oreb, that is, and I have sent Oreb away. I slept beside you for a few hours and woke. Even Yawl was asleep. She will have to hunt in a day or two. I know. I was afraid I would wake you most of all. Here in the mill I will not disturb you. I have lit the old lamp, and am writing at the little table where I kept our accounts. For an hour or so I walked alone along the beach, listening for her song. Up there I wrote that Silk is behind us. Well, so he is. But when I myself was in that whirl which we have put behind us, Nettle, Master Xiphias walked beside me for a time. He is dead, of course. He went to fight the Trivagontes, and it is likely they killed him. If they did not, the 22 years now past surely have. He was an elderly man when I fetched him to the Caldé's palace for Silk and asked him about swordcraft. Yet he was there and he is here, because he is in my memory and yours. What would Silk do, you asked? What could he? Not merely for us. In all honesty, you and I no longer matter, but for New Viron. I told Capsicum that an evil people can never have a good government. Silk would pray, of course. Yawl is dead. She died in Nettle's arms. I killed her. Nettle came in while I was praying. I heard the rattle of the latch and the opening of the door, cut short my prayers, and rose, and it was she. We talked, at first here in the mill, and afterwards sitting on the beach in the green light, trying to find the Whorl among the stars. We told each other about a great many things. At some later time I may set them down, or some of them. You fell asleep. I laid you on the sand and went into the house for blankets, thinking that I would cover you and sit beside you until you woke. Maytera was awake, and I knelt at her side for perhaps 2 minutes while we spoke in whispers. When I went outside again with the blankets, I thought you had gone. That is the simple truth. Not knowing what else to do, I walked toward the place where we had been sitting. The shadow that had covered you moved, and I saw her face. I called your name, and you woke and screamed. The Azoth was in my waistband, but I did not use it. I struck Yawl with my fists, and when she fell I kicked her like auk. A day may come when I can forgive myself for that. I cannot bring myself to write the details. Everyone who had been in the cabin came pouring out, Babby first, followed by Hyde with a slug gun. There was a great confusion, and I, not knowing that Yawl was dying, I said only that she had gone into convulsions. I carried her inside and made everyone get out. They left, or everyone save Maytera did, and I thought she might be useful as a nurse, but you soon returned with the box of bandages and salves we keep in the mill. I had laid Yawl on our bed. She was writhing in a way that showed very plainly that she had no bones. She had never screamed, and spoke only when you took her in your arms. Then she told you that she had intended to kill you, and that I had been right to strike her. "He won't do it again," you promised her. I carried the candle to her bedside. It was as though the face of a beautiful woman had been molded in wax, and the heat of the flame were softening it, but the flame was death. "I wanted him so long. Did you tell her about Crate, Rajan?" I shook my head. You said, "He told me he'd adopted a boy shortly after he and Sinew left, but the boy was killed on Green." "Crate was one of us." You stared at her, and I said, "She is an Inhuma." Yawl was struggling for breath, and after a minute or two Maytera whispered, "I don't think she'll talk any more." You were still holding Yawl, but you were staring at me.
You brought an Inhuma here? You couldn't have.
I thought she would do no harm. It was hard to meet your eyes, but I met them. Crate and I could not explain, although I have tried to in another book, saying in cold black words how much we hated each other and how much we meant to each other. It was as if a corpse spoke from the coffin.
Crate was my son, and Sinews. You guessed, didn't you, Rajan?
I nodded. You knew too much about it, my daughter, and you were too concerned to learn more.
You think we don't care?
About your children? I started to deny it, then realized that I have always assumed they did not.
You do, so we must.
There was a silence. I felt certain she would not speak again. Her face was the color of chalk beneath the tinted creams and powders and rouge. You asked, what did she mean? And I answered, to pass among us they imitate us, even our emotions. Most of their spawn are eaten by fish while they are still very young.
Ronnie,
Jali gasped. And again,
Ronnie.
Maytera told you,
she means you, I think.
You said,
she tried to kill me. I don't want to talk to her.
Yet you held her still. Something like a smile touched Jali's lips.
He had so many, Ronnie, in Gaon. I couldn't kill them all. Lean closer.
As if compelled, you did.
Without blood, our children have no minds.
I shouted, don't!
Closer, Ronnie. It's a great secret.
You're betraying your own kind, I told her.
I hate my kind. Listen, please, Ronnie.
Yes, you whispered.
I hear you.
Maytera touched my hand, and I knew her gesture meant, so do I, but I did not send her away.
We take their minds from your blood. Their minds are yours. Here, long ago, I drank the blood of your small son. Crate was my son, the only one who lived with the mind it took from yours.
She gasped, and when she spoke again I could scarcely hear her, although I bent as close as you did.
Without you, we are only animals, animals that fly and drink blood by night.
Then she died, and you, Nettle, will die too if the Inhumi learn what you have learned from her. Indeed, you may die anyway if they learn I am here. They will surely assume I have told you. I should not have come back. This is the end of the record that he wrote for our mother in his own hand. 16. Harimal. The prolocutor's prothonotary entered, bowed obsequiously, and handed the prolocutor a folded paper. When he had gone, that small and pudgy worthy said, I implore your pardon. In all probability, it is a matter of no importance whatsoever. The white-haired man he addressed smiled and nodded. I am flattered your cognizance has so much confidence in me. Good silk, Arab assured his cognizance. It is not misplaced, I feel certain. He opened the note, read it, glanced gravely at his visitor, and read it again. You needn't confide in me, of course. I realize the prolocutor had raised a plump hand to silence him. It concerns yourself. I will not conceal that from you. I ask you now, openly and forthrightly, whether you repose trust in my judgment and discretion. Much more than in my own, your cognizance. Then I tell you now that this missive concerns you, but I dare not let you peruse it. Its substance I shall impart when I deem it appropriate. You will willingly assist me? Very willingly, your cognizance. Exemplary. The prolocutor looked toward a flower-decked porcelain clock. Less than an hour remains, and we shall each desire to spend precious moments in private prayer. Let me be succinct. Please do, your cognizance. First, I shall make you do all the work, though I myself shall read the victims. Prepare yourself to address the devoted supplicants of the immortal gods. The white-haired man nodded. Second,
I must warn you that there are in this city certain strangers who are said to purpose to carry you off to Blue. I sent my coadjutor to you last night to forewarn you concerning these outsiders. He miscarried, but— Why are you looking like that?
No cut.
It's nothing, your cognizance, the white-haired man said. Please continue. I was about to say that our solemn sacrifice may afford them an incomparable opportunity. You, more than plausibly, are unaccustomed to inserting oneself into the devious schemes of the ill-intentioned. I invite you to believe it is quite otherwise with me. If it were my intent to thus abscond with you, I should consider the above-designated solemn sacrifice a golden opportunity. I'll be careful, your cognizance. Do so. The prolocutor looked dubious. You are of an adventurous and mettlesome disposition. Inculcate the innocence of the dove and the prudence of the turtle. You may need both. I'll strive to, your cognizance. I hope you do. The prolocutor glanced at his clock again. Lastly, that communication. General Mint desires to speak with you. You need fear no bootless delay. She is here in my palace. He was taken to a small but richly appointed room on the same floor by the prothonotary. A somber-faced Mint waited by the window, small hands clutching the armrests of her chair. He bowed, Oreb fluttering on his shoulder. This is a great honor, General. Can I be of help to you? She nodded and managed to smile. Shut the door, please. We haven't time for propriety. He did. The butchers may be listening, so keep your voice low. She glanced about her. They may even be watching, but there's not much we can do about it. Sit close beside me so that you can hear me and I can hear you. This— He waited. This is something I've wanted to do for a long time, and I'm going to do it right now. My husband— Well, never mind. You're not Silk. We settled that. I hope so, he said. So I want to tell you something about him. That little augur kept telling me you were going to sacrifice at 3. A grand affair, he said, and he wanted me to come. So do I. Her eyes widened. Do you really? Then perhaps I will. But I must tell you first. Her voice, already low, fell until it was scarcely audible. And give you something. He waited. Echidna ordered me to command the rebellion against the Ayuntamiento, I suppose because I could ride. Anyway, I did. There was a man there who had a wonderful horse, a big white stallion, and he let me have it. I jumped onto its back. In those days I could do such things. I remember. Thank you. I'm glad of that. I jumped onto its back, and it reared. I suppose that without a saddle it hadn't been expecting to be ridden. As it reared, Silk threw me his Azoth. She paused. You may have heard. It was one of the most famous incidents of the war. I have, he told her. I've even written about it. Good. I'd like to read it sometime. I didn't stop to ask myself where Silk had gotten such a thing. I simply used it. She reached under the shawl on her lap. Later I learned that his wife had given it to him. Hyacinth, I mean, that woman who became his wife not long afterward. I would like to think it may have been because of the Azoth. He nodded. Her pinched face was paler and more serious than ever, and he sensed belatedly that she was in pain. That woman made him promise to in return for the Azoth. It must have been like that. He would have kept the promise and the secret. It was how he was. I know. Do you also know that I still have it? The great, famous weapon from the Short Sun, Whorl? I do. He watched her in silence, praying for her in his heart. Aren't you going to ask what good an Azoth is to a crippled woman in a wheelchair? Go ahead, I'm inviting the question. He shook his head. Legs are for running away. She considered, her head cocked to one side. Sometimes. Sometimes running away is the wisest thing one can do. You're right, I'm sure. I used to run away from you, from Silk, I mean. Not because I was afraid of silk, but because I was afraid of humiliation. That was foolish."
He nodded. "Humiliation is a gift from the outsider, I'm quite certain."
"Really? Now you sound like silk."
Arab croaked, "Good silk," and stirred upon his shoulder. He said, "I'm flattered. If that's the sort of thing Silk says, we need him badly."
"Man, come."
"I was going to say that all humiliation comes down to exclusion. The humiliated person feels himself or herself no longer a member of the group, or at least no longer a member in good standing. As he leaves the group, he approaches the outsider, the god the gods have cast aside." There was a perfunctory tap at the door, which opened at once. The prothonotary said, "You must be in the Grand Mantion in 15 minutes." "I'll do my best." Mint motioned for the prothonotary to close the door, and he did.
"We haven't long," she said, "or I'd ask you about that. There isn't time. You're in danger. My husband told you."
"There are strangers. His cognizance calls them outsiders, which may be significant, here looking for Silk. Is that what you mean?" She nodded, and the hand that had been concealed by her shawl emerged holding an azoth with a watery, somewhat purplish stone in its hilt and a bloodstone near the guard. For a moment she seemed reluctant to surrender it. Arab whistled, adding, "Bad thing." "It's a dangerous thing, certainly. It's also a valuable thing. You could sell it for a great deal of money, General."
"I could, if it were mine to sell."
She sighed.
"It isn't. You would have made this much easier for me, Whorl, if you had asked the question. I was going to say that though such a woman could not use an azoth, she might still have the pleasure of giving it to someone who had need of it. That pleasure is mine, and I claim it. Take it, please."
"If you no longer want it, you should return it to Silk," he told her.
"I do want it. I want it very badly, but I have no need of it, and you may. As for giving it back, I've tried to. Silk accepted it once, but soon returned it. Cover it with your hand."
In the sacristy of the Grand Mantion, Arab eyed the ranked sacrificial knives.
"Good silk. No cut."
"I won't," he said, "but you must help me by remaining here. If you fly out there, the people will see you and think I've brought you to offer you to the gods and may very well demand I do it. Will you stay here?"
"Good bird."
He had brushed the augur's robe Olivine had given him, half shamed by the clumsy stitches with which he had sewn his corn into its seam that morning, washed his hands, and smoothed his unruly hair. Now on impulse he shaved his beard, scraping it away with a well-tended razor inlaid with the chapter's knife and chalice seal. "My father's was larger," he told Arab, "but much plainer, an ordinary bone handle. This is ivory, unless I'm badly mistaken."
"No cut."
"I'm trying not to. A little more lather, I believe." He whisked the badger hair brush against the scented soap in the Grand Mansion's porcelain mug, then applied the brush vigorously to his left cheek. "Here I confess I remind myself of Dr. Crane, shaving off his beard in our inn at Limna. He kept wanting to spare a little, and so do I. But no, it must all go as his did. With it gone, my resemblance to Patera silk will be much less marked, I imagine. Besides, it good silk. It may throw those outsiders, to use his cognizance's suggestive term, off the track."
"Bad men?"
Arab flew from window-sill to washstand, from which he regarded his master through an eye like polished jet. "I wish I knew. There are about 100 things I wish I knew, Arab. I'd like to know whether pig and hound are in the congregation, for example, and I'd like very much to know whether General Mint and Caldé Bison are, to say nothing of these outsiders. I'd like to know where Silk is, why neither Bison nor his cognizance will take me to him when it would appear to be so much to the advantage of both to have Silk out of the city." After giving his upper lip a final touch, he rinsed the razor under the tap.
"Good silk."
"He is, and for Caldé Bison and his cognizance, that is just the problem. For his cognizance, Silk is a second prolocutor, able, even if unwilling, to countermand his direction of the chapter. For Caldé Bison, having Silk here is still worse." Energetically applied, the washcloth dotted his black robe with dots darker still.
He examined them and decided it could not be helped, and that they would dry in soon in any event. He has General Mint, his lady wife, who's so careful not to call herself Caldé Mint. She is a second Caldé, just the same. Good girl. Of course. That's why so many people love and trust her. But behind her is yet another Caldé, Silk. I wouldn't want Bison's job on any terms, and most certainly not on the terms he has it. An augur appeared in the doorway of the sacristy. "Ready for the procession, Patera? I'll show you where we're assembling." By now it did not seem worthwhile to object to the honorific. Whispers swept the throng that filled the grand Manteon as a breeze whips a forest in leaf, soft as it left the narthex, gathering strength as it proceeded down the nave. He had no way of knowing, he told himself, that it was because he was walking with the prolocutor, a step behind and a step to the right, as he had been instructed to. Yet he knew it was, and was subtly, inexplicably, embarrassed. There were seats for them some distance from the great altar, seats sufficiently removed that they would not be troubled by the conflagration a full score of augurs and sibyls were preparing to kindle upon it. For the prolocutor, a magnificent ebony throne austerely chased with gold, for him a chair beside and below it scarcely less imposing and likewise ebony. A choir of, he tried to count the singers, 400 at least. On Blue they might have founded a little town of their own, called Song or Melody, intermarried and produced a sweet-voiced, clean-faced race that would quickly become famous. Their music rose, fell, then rose again, at once urgent and majestic. Glancing behind him at the gray shimmer of the sacred window, he wondered what gods listened, if in fact any did. One did, surely, though not from the sacred window. Pig was in the audience. The memory of Silk and what Silk had told him in the ruined villa that had been Blood's returned, more vivid than ever. Sunshine caught and concentrated in a wide reflector of bright gold did its work. A thread of smoke rose from the vast, ordered pile of cedar on the altar. Wood enough to build a nice little house for some poor family, he thought rebelliously. The white thread thickened. As the hymn reached crescendo, a tiny tongue of flame appeared. "Rise," the prolocutor whispered, "and receive my blessing." He stood up, faced the throne, and bowed his head while the soft right hand of the prolocutor traced and retraced the sign of addition over his head, and the prolocutor's plaintive voice recited the longest blessing in the chrasmologic writings, with extraordinary emphasis on every second or third word. When it was over, he strode past the altar to the ambion. There was a great deal to say, and little time in which to say it, but it would be far less difficult if he could link it in some fashion to the writings. Breathing, "Help me, O obscure outsider," he opened them at random. A simple way would be to admit that myth is neither irresponsible fantasy, nor the object of weighty psychology, nor any other such thing. It is wholly other, and requires to be looked at with open eyes. Sighing his thanks, he closed the magnificent gem-studded volume and laid it aside. "In a moment," he said, surveying the congregation, "we will offer our gifts to the immortal gods. We will implore them to speak to us through their sacred window." There was an audible buzz of talk. He stood silent and frowning until it ceased. "And we shall ask them to speak through the entrails of the animals we give them as well. It is easy, far too easy, for us to forget that they have spoken to us already, long before the oldest person who hears me was born. What the gods are saying, I believe, is that there are various forms of knowledge, of which myth is one, and that we must not confound them. It is always a temptation to throw aside knowledge. It makes life so much easier. It may well be that the kind we are most tempted to cast away is exactly that which the gods warn us to preserve today. I mean the knowledge that a thing is itself, and not some other thing. A man says women are all alike, and a woman that men are all alike. One who fancies himself wise says that one can know only what one sees, or that no one can know anything at all, and thus saves himself much labor of thought, at the cost of being wrong. He glanced at the altar fire, gauging how much time remained. "Let us look at the myth that Pass wants everyone to leave this Whorl and go to one of the Whorls outside.
There can be no one among you who has not heard it in one form or another, perhaps even from the lips of Patera Silk. I would certainly imagine that it has been said, with greater or less elaboration, by augurs standing at this very ambion. There was another buzz of talk, fingers tapping at the sides of the sculptured wave of onyx that was the ambion of the grand mantion. He waited for it to subside. Is it a mere falsehood? No, it is a myth. Is it merely an entertaining fantasy? No, again, it is a myth. Is it an exact and accurate statement of fact, as though I should say that his cognizance, who permits me to speak to you today in his place, is a wise and good man? No, it is a myth. He paused to wipe his perspiring forehead. When Patera Silk went down to the first lander in the tunnels below our city, he saw the following words on the last stair: "He who descends serves Pass best." Those words were graven on those stone steps at the order of Great Pass himself. Plainly, then, those who have thus descended stand highest in the eyes of Pass, and I believe highest in those of his father as well. From that we easily see the origin of the myth. But you to whom I speak, the citizens of this sacred city who do not descend, serve him also. Flames snapped upon the altar now, the voice of the fire nearly as loud as his own. A whiff of fragrant smoke reached his nostrils. The writings did not say it in the passage we read, but if we had read another, one I have read often, we would have been told that the gods require us to serve in one way at one time and in a different way at another. He had hoped to see General Mint's chair in one of the aisles, and had failed to find it. As he spoke, he discovered her at the end of the fourth row, having presumably been lifted into her seat by an attendant who had rolled her chair away. Bison sat beside her, watching through narrowed eyes, and watched himself by Oreb, perched upon a cornice. So it is with us. Not long ago it was our duty to leave, to board landers and cross the abyss to blue or green. Many of us did, and so pleased the gods. Now they wish those of you who have not gone to remain indefinitely, in fact, presumably for the rest of your lives. Bison was nodding and smiling, his teeth gleaming in his black beard. 2 nights ago, I conversed with a godling who informed me of this, and told me to tell you, as I now have. I would be neglecting my duty if I did not do so, given this opportunity. I have fulfilled it instead, and I pray the blessing of the gods, of the outsider and Silk particularly, in the days ahead. He had watched Pig as he spoke, but if Pig's expression had altered in the slightest, the distance between them had been too great. Now a venerable augur approached the ambion, carrying a gleaming sacrificial knife upon a black velvet pillow. The heat of the altar fire was palpable. "We are ready, Patera," the augur whispered. "No." As his hand closed on the jeweled hilt, 2 more augurs led a great gray stallion into the central aisle. "This is what we call the sacristy. It's where we all vest, even his cognizance, sometimes." The voice of the eager young augur who had gone to get Pig and Hound floated through the open doorway. "His cognizance isn't in there now, or I don't think so, but Patera Horn is." He sighed as he dabbed at the bloodstains that spattered his robe, telling himself that it was at least an improvement on Silk. The brass tip of Pig's long sword tapped the stone floor and rattled against the sides of the doorway. "Man, come," Oreb announced superfluously. "Come in, Pig. Most of us have finished cleaning up. I'm almost finished myself." Pig did, forced to duck only slightly to get through the doorway and looking pleased about it. The eager young augur followed him. "I'm sorry, Patera, but I couldn't bring the other gentleman. He had to go. A man spoke to him, and he said he had leave." "'Twas scandals, bookie," Pig rumbled. "Couple of $100 for a card, and Hound hoof like a harrow." "He did appear to me to be a merchant," the eager young augur added. "I endeavored to get his name, but he was engaged with the other gentleman and did not reply. If you're concerned, I could make inquiries." "I doubt that it matters." He dried his hands on a spotless white towel, watching the blood-tinged water in the washbowl drain away, then used the towel again to mop his sweating face. "He'll rejoin us this evening, I feel sure. Pig, would you like a chair? I'll fetch you one." "I'll do it, Patera," the eager young augur said, and did. "Thank you," Pig rumbled.
Wouldn't you like a chair too, Paterahorn? He shook his head, trying to indicate by his expression that the eager young augur had better go. This is a very, very great honor for me, Patera. You, and his cognizance, naturally. One that you have more than earned, I feel certain. He motioned toward the door. When the eager young augur had gone, Pig said, "Went ain't ye, Bucky? No wonder how you done." Tired? Actually, I'm not. His cognizance had me toiling like a whole slaughterhouse and more than half sick at the thought of so many valuable animals dying. But I'm not tired now, far from it. He got his knobbed staff from a corner and twirled it, although he knew that Pig could not see the gesture. If it were up to me, I'd be out on the streets looking for silk this very minute. Good silk. Time did be time to 'em, Bucky. Wasted time cannot be recovered? Is that what it means? Straight. Near enough, then. But we can't go, or at least not yet. There's a crowd waiting for us, for me. Several of these augurs told me about it, and that was when I sent that one for you and Hound. I thought that since we had to wait, we might as well wait together. He paused, smiling. They'll forget about us in half an hour or so, I imagine. Or at least they'll think we went out some other way and go on about their business. Were you able to follow the ceremony? Oh, aye. Hound tittled to me. Bucky. Yes, Pig? He grounded his staff. What is it? 'Tis name a fash, Bucky. But you were to ask about your friend Silk, were you nae? You dinna. No. No, you're quite right. I did not. He carried over a second chair for himself and sat down. I didn't ask you, I should say, you of the congregation, about Silk for one simple reason. Good Pig, Oreb muttered. You're right, Oreb's master told him. Pig is a good man, and he knows the reason as well as I. So does Hound, for that matter. Know it? He does nae. I believe he does. I did not ask the congregation, Pig, because I knew that everyone in it thought that I myself was Silk, as you do. Pig did not speak. The blind face was tilted upward and to the left. As the silent seconds passed, 2 dots of moisture darkened the dirty gray rag that covered his empty sockets. They left you tears. I'm glad. But if they're for me— Men come, Oreb announced distinctly. There's no need. I know who I am and what I am to do. A very tall man in an immaculate white headcloth, dark-complexioned and strikingly handsome, strode into the sacristy, followed by similar men less richly dressed. Patera Silk. He shook his head. The tall man knelt, one hand holding up the gilded scabbard of a long, sharply curved sword. We come to proclaim you Rajan of Gaon, Patera Silk. Hail the Rajan! Hail! Shouted the 6 with him. Their swords were out almost before the first cheer. They waved them above their heads, and one fired a needler into the ceiling. Rajan Silk! Oreb fled through an open window. No, he rose. I am not Silk. I appreciate the honor you seek to do him. Believe me, I do. But you are addressing the wrong man. Tentinu, Bucky, tentibi. I don't believe they have come to harm us, Pig. They want me to go to their town, or so I imagine. The tall man stood, and was half a head the taller. To judge our town, Rajan. That is why we have come. He nodded to himself. I thought it was something like that. You created a disturbance at Ermin's, beat the clerk. Yes, Rajan. The tall man's smile was as bright as the sapphire over his forehead. We knew you were there. Someone had seen you go in. The clerk would not tell us, so with our belts we chastised him, our belts and the flats of our swords. A donkey beaten as well next day. I see. He paused. And you would like to have Patera Silk judge you? You. The tall man bowed profoundly, his hands together. You, Rajan, are he. My proper name is Horn. This is my friend Pig. The tall man bowed again. Your servant is called Hari Mao, Rajan. The others bowed too, and there was a flurry of names and shining smiles. You must come with us, Hari Mao said, still smiling. I will not. Tanti, Pig rumbled again,
and stood. "You must. Hear me, Rajan. Echidna herself demands it." He raised his eyebrows. "You have a sacred window on blue?" "No, Rajan. Yet we still serve the gods, and they speak to us in dreams. I swore—" There was a murmur of objections behind him. "We swore, we brothers, that we would not return to our homes and wives without you. We will do you no hurt." Harimau's smile had faded. His eyes were serious. "You will live in the palace we are building you, and judge us with justice." He sighed. "Did you read about me in a book, Harimau, before your dream?" "Yes, Rajan. Afterward, too. Many, many others had the same dream, even the priests in the temple of the goddess." "You cannot compel me." His right hand gripped the knobbed staff, his left touched the hilt of the azoth under his tunic. "We do not seek to compel you, Rajan. Far better that you come willingly." "I am going to tell you now, for the final time—" "Good man," Areb spoke from the window-sill, "that I am not the one you seek, the one whom I sought too, that I am Whorl, not Silk." "Good Silk." "Knowing that, do you still want me to come with you?" Harimau said, "We do, Rajan," and the men around him murmured their agreement. "You have a lander. That's what Caldé Bison told me. It's below this city now, guarded by your followers?" "It is. As soon as you are on board, Rajan, we will fly back to Gaon." He shook his head. "That's not what I want. I will go with you, go willingly and do as you ask, if you will fly my friend Pig," Pig grunted with surprise, "to the West Pole first. Will you do that, Harimau?" When the operation was over and the last bandage in place, and the tiny hands that had mimicked the surgeon's every motion had withdrawn, the white-haired man who had watched it all let himself breathe again. "May I see him now?" "You are." The surgeon pointed to the glass. "There he is." The surgeon was as tall as Harimau, and darker. "I don't mean that." The bandaged figure in the glass stirred, and the man who had spoken wondered whether he had been overheard. "I'd like to sit beside him for a minute or two and pray at his bedside. May I do that?" "It's some distance." The surgeon spoke slowly, and his voice was rich and deep. "I'll give you directions for the tunnels, but I can't go with you. I can't take the time." "Bird find," Areb declared. "Find Pig." "I'm going to Blue, and that's a great deal farther. I don't believe I'll ever get back." The surgeon shook his head, his eyes on Areb. "We'll leave this system once the Whorl has been repaired, but that won't be for years. A lifetime likely is not." "And I can't take the tunnels. My friends are anxious to go home. If they see me now, they'll put me on the lander and leave at once, I feel sure. Can't I travel on the surface?" "I must myself," the surgeon said. From his tone, he had not been listening. "Your name is Whorl, is that correct?" "Good Silk." "Yes," he said. "I'll tell them to expect you, Whorl, and I'll guide you, at least for the first chain or so. It's not going to be easy, I hope you understand." He said, "I want to just the same." "All right." The surgeon touched his belt, and a hatch at the top of the room lifted silently and almost smoothly, admitting hot wind and a pinch of wind-blown sand. "If you could only lend me a propulsion module." The surgeon shook his head. "You have been to the east." He nodded. "They had propulsion modules there, and they even loaned us some to use until we left." "They need them." The surgeon kicked off, drifting upward until he caught the edge. "They require them for the flyers, so they have spares. We don't need them here and don't have them. We've learned to do without them. Aren't you coming up?" He did, rising too slowly because he had been afraid of rising too fast. "Silk come," Areb announced before Areb was snatched away by the wind. "I don't understand all this. I don't understand how you can live like this." "In the dark?" The surgeon caught his hand. The surgeon's own was twice as long, pink at the palm and the undersides of the fingers. "It's not usually this dark." Scarlet flashes failed to illuminate a pandemonium. The wind and the sand. Is it always like this?
Yes, the surgeon said. Turn on your light.
I've been trying to. His fingers, fumbling for the tiny switch on his headband, moved it by accident. At once a glow from his forehead lit up the surgeon's dark, severe features. I didn't realize, I should have, of course, that there would be dark days here too, or that you'd have so few lights.
We don't usually need them.
These, the surgeon lit his own headband,
are medical emergency equipment.
Already his feet were above his head. He snatched at the pale blur that was the surgeon's tunic to keep himself from being blown away.
You have your radiation monitor?
He was about to say no when he remembered that it had been pinned over his heart. Yes, I do.
Don't ignore it. We can fix most things here, but that one's as tough as it gets.
Bird back! Oreb's claws closed upon his shoulder.
I suppose that's why you're here, so close to the reactor. Come on.
The surgeon was moving away and taking him with him.
And the whatever you call it, the place where you operated on Pig, sick bay,
is farther away, where the danger isn't so great. Your reactor powers the sun? That's what we were told, though I find it almost impossible to think of anything powering the sun.
Here, grab this outcrop.
The surgeon's hands, so much longer and stronger than his own, guided his to it.
Don't let yourself think you're weightless.
He gripped the sand-smoothed rock with grim determination.
That's how it seems. Because of the wind.
The white light of the surgeon's headband was moving away.
The wind wants to pick you up and blow you away. If you let yourself believe that you have no weight, it will do it too.
No fly, Oreb explained. The heat makes the wind? He was frightened, so much so that his teeth chattered.
Exactly.
The surgeon seemed to be waiting for him, having perhaps noted the chattering.
A dark day makes it worse because there's none from the sun to counter it. Eventually it would cool off and the wind would drop, but they'll restart the sun long before that. It would take months for the reactor to cool completely.
Staring at the surgeon's light, he said fervently,
I see. The sand blows around. One day it will be deeper than a man can dig, and next day it's bare rock. It wears the rock away and makes more sand, and the rock cracks in the heat.
It seems very hot now, he ventured.
It isn't. If the sun were on, all this would be too hot to touch, almost. Keep down so the wind doesn't get you.
I'll try, he promised, but it seems very windy.
That's because we're going uphill.
The white glow of the surgeon's headlamp vanished in the middle distance, but the surgeon's voice still reached him, the only calm element in that wild night.
You've got to kick off with your legs.
No fly, Oreb insisted. The surgeon's light reappeared, surprising close.
Your legs are a lot stronger than your arms.
He gasped for breath and spit out sand.
I didn't even know we were climbing.
The white light had halted.
You don't weigh much, but don't let that make you think you won't get hurt if the wind slams you into some rocks. It's happened to me, and it hurt like holy hyrax. People are killed sometimes.
He wanted to say that he would try to be careful, but it was all he could do to struggle forward, half crawling.
We're not supposed to fix up cargo.
They were near enough that his deep-set eyes and broad, flat nose showed dimly.
But I'll make exception for you. Ask for me if you get hurt. You made, he was panting, an exception for Pig. Thank you.
The surgeon caught his arm and helped him over the final 2 cubits.
I ought to tell you about that.
Please do.
Hold on to this and you can stand up.
Again the surgeon guided his hand to it. Over the whistling wind, the snapping of his augur's robe sounded like the incessant cracking of a whip.
Look over there. Can you see my arm?
Oreb repeated. See arm?
Yes.
The pale sleeve made it easy, although there appeared to be no hand at the end of it.
That green light. Got it?
I think so. Is it blinking?
That's where you're going. That's the sick bay. It's a league or a league and a half, something like that. Tell him I said hello.
I certainly will. The wind was rising again, and the surgeon had almost to shout to make himself heard. "You're still going?"
Yes.
"You can come back with me if you want to." He nodded, although their faces were nearly touching.
"Thank you. You're very kind."
The surgeon took his arm.
"Then let's go."
Oreb added his own vote.
"Go now."
"No," he said. "You misunderstood me. I didn't mean that I was going back with you, only that you've shown extraordinary courtesy. I'll always be indebted to you."
"I thought you'd want to turn around once you'd seen it."
"No," he said.
"Just to visit a sick friend."
"It's Pig." At the moment that was all the explanation he could give.
"All right. Look behind you. See the red light?"
He nodded again. "That's where we came from."
"Right. There's a box at the base of the pylon. Open it, pull the lever, and close it again, and you can go inside. Not the remote viewing room, but close. Ask for me."
"Will I have to go back there to get back to our lander?" The thought to making the league-long journey twice was almost more than he could bear. The surgeon shook his head, and it was possible to think of living again, of Pig resting in a white bed, and silence, and prayer. The surgeon said,
"This is in case you turn back."
"I won't."
"You might if you're hurt."
The surgeon clasped his shoulder.
"If you don't, well, goodbye."
"Goodbye, and thank you again." He would have turned then and gone, but the surgeon's hand maintained its grip.
"You'll be farther from the pole. You'll have a little more weight as you get nearer the sick bay."
"That's good to know."
"I wish I could go with you."
He felt a surge of gratitude. "So do I." The surgeon released his shoulder.
"I'll tell them to expect you and ask them to change your dressing. There'll be sand in it."
"Thank you," he said. "Thank you again." He had started down the slope when the surgeon's hail stopped him.
"What is it?" "You thanked me for patching up your friend Pig."
"Yes." He had to shout to make himself heard.
"They told us to. A flyer did. Wait up."
He watched the surgeon's bobbing headlamp ascend the rocky slope a good deal more quickly and skillfully than he had.
"The flyer said we should. Maybe I ought to tell you about it. Mainframe's the captain. You probably know."
His instinct urged caution. "I knew it was in the east. I wasn't sure you obeyed it as well."
"We do."
The surgeon drew him toward a boulder that offered shelter from the wind-driven sand.
"It used to communicate with us directly. It can't anymore because the cable's been cut, so it sends flyers. Or godlings, but mostly flyers."
"No fly," Oreb advised.
"We've found the break and we're fixing it, but it isn't as simple as hooking your optic nerve up to your friends. There are millions and millions of fibers, and every connection has to be right."
"I believe I understand."
"Still, it's got to be fixed before we leave. So do a lot of other things."
The surgeon paused, clearly wrestling with whatever it was he really wanted to say. "I'm very glad you agreed to operate on Pig in any case."
"The thing is, we can't always be sure the flyer's telling us what Mainframe said. Sometimes we think he may be adding on his own or leaving something out. You know about the animals?"
"What animals?"
"Great Pass Silk is supposed to be mad at his wife and half his sprats. Frankly, I don't believe it."
Dr. Crane's chuckle seemed to echo among the rocks.
"But people say they've turned themselves into animals to get away from him."
"No cut," Oreb muttered in his master's ear. "I heard something about that," he told the surgeon.
"So when we were told to fix up somebody and it turned out he was called Pig, well, we had to wonder. Do you follow me?"
"Well enough to guess that you're in awe of gods you do not reverence."
"I suppose that's fair."
The surgeon turned to go. "You have been very good to us, to Pig and me. You've been a friend when we needed one in the worst way, so let me assure you that you've nothing to worry about. Pig doesn't harbor Echidna or any of Echidna's children. I won't explain how I know, but I do know. You needn't fear that I'm mistaken." The surgeon turned back to him.
"Thanks. You seem like somebody who can be trusted."
"You can trust me in this, at least." The surgeon held out his hand.
"What's your name?" I know you told me, but I've forgotten it. Horn, he said. Somewhere Dr. Crane chuckled again. Mto. It means a river. The surgeon cleared his throat and spat. Those little men up on the bridge think we're pretty crude here in the Black Gang, and maybe we are. But we're not tricky, and we know a lot more medicine, because we get a lot more people hurt. I doubt that their opinion of you is nearly as low as you believe. The flyer who told you about Pig, was Flannan his name? The surgeon shook his head. I didn't talk to him. I don't know what his name was. I've got to get back. They shook hands again. When he had crawled over 20 or 30 cubits of rocky, wind-swept ground, he heard the surgeon's voice behind him, borne on the hot polar gale. Don't disregard your monitor! He shouted, I won't, hoping to be heard. And don't piss into the wind. At his elbow, Crane's ghost murmured, Is it really worth all this to fight free of Harimau for an hour or two, Silk? 17. He took me with him. Pretty soon after the Inhuma was buried, he went back to New Viron and took me with him. I must speak to Gerfalcon, he told me, while we went down the coast in his yawl. To do it, I'll have to get his attention some way. Almost as soon as I had met him in Dorp, my brother told me I would have to call him Father. I said, I've noticed, Father, that you don't have any trouble getting noticed. He smiled. Let me say right here, where I am the only one writing, that he had the best smile I ever saw. It made me like him and trust him the first time I saw him in Wappens, and I do not believe anybody was proof against it. I think the vanished people might come again to help if you asked them. I said it because I had been really interested in them in Dorp and would have liked to see some again. Then he explained to me about the ring he had on, saying, This was given me by a woman I called Searack. You don't know her, but when you read my manuscript you will learn about her. He took it off and handed it to me. It was a plain silver ring with a white jewel. There were scratches on it that could have been writing or pictures. If it was, I could not make them out. Look through it, he told me. I held it up to my eye. The weather was clear and cool, the wind northeast. The waves were white-capped, I would say a little bit less than 2 cubits. I saw all this through the round hole, but when I had been looking a while, I noticed the limb of a tree floating upright to starboard. The leaves were still silver and green, and the limb was so big it looked like a whole tree, even though I would think there must have been a trunk floating the regular way, since a floating tree does not stick up like that. There was somebody sitting in one of the branches, and it was one of the vanished people. Father took the ring back, and the vanished man was gone. So was the tree he had been sitting in. Only the waves were left. I asked Father to let me look again, but he would not. I've shown you this so that you will know how valuable it is, and not bury it with me should I die, he said. By it, the neighbors, it was what he always called them, will know that you are friendly. Do you hold any malice toward them? I said plainly and sincerely that I do not. What right have they to run around on this Whorl of ours going where they please? He asked me. I said, What right do I have? If someone wants to stop me, let's see him try it. He was pleased with my answer, and said that when he died I was to have the ring. I think he was afraid Gerfalcon would kill him, and hoped that Gerfalcon would let us claim his body afterward. When we got to New Viron, I expected him to call up the ghosts that helped in Dorp, and hoped he would ask the vanished people to help too. But he just walked around talking to people. His bird went with him, and so did I most of the time. Babby and Cricket watched our boat. He used to tell stories about 2 men trying to cheat each other. In most of the stories they both lost, but the one who first set out to cheat his friend was the only loser sometimes. He said, If you rob someone who would help you if you needed help, you only rob yourself. He said that again and again. He said stealing only made you poorer, and asked people to tell him an old thief who was rich. I knew the best thief in Viron, he told them. He gave away jewels in a way that would have surprised the Rani of Trivigaunt, but he told me once that he slept in a different place each night, and his hand was always close to his needler. He made others rich. He was as poor as a beggar himself. He also said that our cruelty stored up pain for us.
Do you imagine you can be cruel without teaching others to be cruel to you? You glory in your cruelty because you believe it shows you are master of your victim. You are not even your own. Uncle Calf's wife is making a collection of these sayings, and I have told her all I can remember. The first time I was in New Viron with him, while the Inhuma was still alive, Uncle Calf would not believe they were brothers. Now he tells everyone. I think it was on the second morning we were in New Viron that he told me he had been troubled in the night. We slept on the boat the first night. Next day Uncle Calf invited us to stay with him, like Hyde and I and Vadsig did before. I slept in the room that had been ours, and he slept in the one that had been Vadsig's. I have had a great many strange dreams in my life, Hoof, he said, as I imagine everyone my age has, but I have never had even one as strange as this. I woke in the middle of the night, as I often do. I got up and relieved myself, walked around the room, looked out the window at the stars, and returned to bed. What was your dream? I asked him. I was lying in bed, and Scylla was somewhere in the dark, up near the ceiling. She spoke to me, and I sat up thinking that I was awake and would no longer hear her. I put my feet over the edge of the bed. It was very strange. I asked who Scylla was, and he said that she was a goddess and had been patroness of Viron back in the old Whorl. When he said that, I remembered Mother talking about her. There was a big lake there, and Scylla was the goddess of the lake. They had gods and goddesses for all sorts of things. Scylla possessed a woman I knew once, he told me. She was willful and violent. I said, but the Scylla you dreamed wasn't the real goddess, was it? And I asked him if there had ever been a real Scylla. Yes, he said. Yes, that's the terrible part. Then he said something I did not understand at all. I feel sorry for Baruch. Baruch was a man we used to know in Dorp. For the next 2 or 3 days, he stayed up late walking the streets at night or sitting in taverns. I went with him the first night. After that, I got Aunt Cowslip's son Cricket to watch our boat so Babby could come with us. We took his bird, too, and even if it could not fight, it made a good lookout, warning us about people behind us or watching from shadows. Sometimes he spoke to these people, asking questions. When he thought he had their friendship, he asked them about strangers and the sick. Sometimes we looked for the sick people afterward so he could talk to them and the people who took care of them. Once we found a man that no one was taking care of and spent half a day cleaning and feeding him and finding somebody who would. Soon people began bringing their sick and asking Father to pray for them. If Scylla were here, I'd ask her to heal you, he told one woman. Scylla is not here, though she may like to think she is, and is no longer a goddess in any case, not even in old Viron. The woman asked him to pray to Scylla just the same, and he prayed to whatever gods might hear him. Gerfalcon sent men for us. They wanted me to go back to Uncle's and take Babby and the bird, but Father would not go unless we came with him. They said they would make him. By shooting me? Gerfalcon will be furious when he finds out you killed me. Their leader said, We'll pick you up and carry you if we have to. You cannot, he told him. The leader grabbed for him, but Father knocked him down with his stick. Another man aimed his slug gun at him, but Babby knocked him off his feet and opened his leg from his knee to his belt. A lot of people were watching by then. Gerfalcon had a big house south of town. He met us on the walk and shook hands. So, he said, have you come to take New Viron from me? Father smiled and said he had not, and we went into a garden behind the house and sat down at a little round table. The crocuses were up, the blue cupascents, and many other beautiful flowers that grow from bulbs, but the apple trees had not bloomed yet. Father got the little knife out of his pen case and ripped the hem of his robe. There were grains of corn in there, black, red, and white. He gave them all to Gerfalcon. Cross these, he said, but always keep the pure strains for the years to come. New Viron will never go hungry. Gerfalcon took them, tied them up in his handkerchief, and put it in a pocket inside his tunic. Father cried then for a long time. Servants with chains brought us wine and food, both very good. I ate and gave some to Babby, and drank more than I should have. Is this your father? Gerfalcon asked me, and I said it was. I felt really brave. I don't recognize him. I said,
Well, I do. If this is your father, where is Caldé silk? Gerfalcon thought he was being very smart when he asked that. In a book my mother and father wrote, I told him. You are Whorl? The same Whorl I spoke to a couple of years ago when we got the invitation from Pajaroku? I am, father said. You live on Lizard near the tail and make paper? He nodded. Nettle's husband? Yes, and the father of Sinew, Hoof, and Hide. I am also the father of Crate and Jali, neither of whom you know or will ever know. Both are dead. If you wish to continue to explore family connections, I am the father-in-law of a woman named Bala. She is Sinew's wife. I am the grandfather of their sons Shock and Karn as well. Gerfalcon smiled. The founder of a family. I congratulate you. The bird seemed to understand father was being praised, and it called out, Good silk, 3 or 4 times. Yes, I am. For a few seconds he sat scratching Babby's ears. My son Hyde will come here soon with my wife and my daughter-in-law-to-be, Vadsig. They will be married by Patera Remora. My brother Calf and his wife are making arrangements. Assisted by you financially, so I've heard. Correct. They know the town, as Hoof and I do not. I spoke up then, even though I should not have, saying I had been learning a good deal about it recently. Prowling over it at night with your father? Sitting in bottle shops? Who are you looking for? I said I did not know. Who are you looking for, Whorl? As Caldé of our city, I think myself entitled to ask. By name? He shrugged. He had not eaten a bite till then, but he picked up a sparkle and began to peel it. For a friend, that's all. I don't know his name, or hers. I'll learn it when I find the person. You have graciously answered all my questions, Gerfalcon said. He was making fun of father, but you could tell he admired him too. Will you tolerate a few more? If you will tolerate one from me. Will you come, or at least consider coming, to my son's wedding? It would be a great honor for him and his wife and for our entire family. I'm taking advantage of your hospitality, I realize. Gerfalcon stared, then laughed. He has a big, booming laugh. You want me at your son's wedding? Yes, father said. I do. I want you there very much, if you will come. All of us will be delighted, I'm sure. Let me think now. Still grinning, Gerfalcon sipped a little wine. You promised to answer some more questions for me if I would answer that one. I suppose you meant if I would give you an answer you liked. Why, no, any answer. And I'm only asking you to consider it. I know how many demands there must be on your time, and in all honesty, you are entitled to ask all the questions you wish. Gerfalcon leaned back and surveyed us, looked around at his garden, and came back to us, looking at father and me like he never saw us before. Do you think my wine's poisoned? Certainly not. I would have warned my son not to drink it if I did. Does it bother you that I haven't drunk my own? He drank half his glass and ate some bread. I poison people. That's what they say in town. You must have heard it. I heard something of the sort. Well, I don't. They can't prove I do, but I can't prove I don't. Naturally not. Do you still want me to come to your other son's wedding? Of course. We will all be delighted. Then I'll come. Let me know when the date is set. The bird said, Bird, tell, and I noticed father jumped a little. Later he explained to me about Scylla. I've got a few more questions for you. Here's the first one. Is Silk ever coming? I have no idea. I failed to find him. For a minute I thought father was going to cry again, but he did not. That was the principal thing I promised I would do. I realized that. I failed, and that is all I have to say. I reached Viron. I talked with its present Caldé, Caldé Bison, and a number of other people. I spoke with my own father, for example. But I was unable to locate Silk, and I left. I offer no excuses. You don't know whether Silk's coming? As I said, he may, but I very much doubt it. I whispered, Can't you see that if he were here, Gerfalcon would have to kill him? No, I don't, because it isn't true. Gerfalcon told me, You're stirring our stew with your finger, young man. Better stop before you get burned.
Father was smiling. "I've dreaded this hour, not because of what you and the others might say to me or what new Viron might do to me, but because I knew I would have to admit that I failed, that Silk is not coming. Now I've done it, and I can begin to live again." "Good Silk," said the bird. "Good Silk." "Can I ask a couple more questions?" "Before you decide on my punishment? Yes, certainly." Gerfalcon shook his head. "No punishment. I'm not going to give you a dressing down either. You did your best." "I did not," Father told him. "I did what I did. I could have remained in Viron and continued to search. I didn't." "You said you were looking for somebody here too, but you didn't know his name. What do you want with him?" "I want him to go on a journey with me." "I see." Gerfalcon sucked his teeth at that. "Going far?" "Yes, very far indeed," Father said. They had put us on horses for the ride out to Gerfalcon's house, but we had to walk back. While we walked, I asked Father if he wanted me to come when he went away. It seemed to surprise him, as if it was something he had not thought about, but I saw enough of him to know that he thought about most things way far in advance. "Would you go if I asked you to?" I said I would, and Hyde and Vadsig could look after Mother. "We won't be gone long," he told me. I did not understand what he meant till later. I had never gone to the Red Sun Whorl, and when Hyde told me he had not made me believe it. Father could not make Juganu believe it either. Juganu was the Inhumu we found, a little old man with a bald head. We had taken him on the boat and put out to sea. Father said, "You have no reason to worry, far less than we. If this vessel sinks, you can fly." "Rajan!" Juganu tried to get away, climbing the rigging like two Nitimonks and flattening out his arms, but I chased him and caught him and threw him down. "You need have no fear," Father told him. "We will be your friends if you'll let us." "I served you faithfully," Juganu moaned. "I swear by our God." That was the first I ever heard about the Inhumi having their own god, but Father paid no attention to it. "You tried to kill me when Evensong and I left Gaon, and you will call for others to kill me here as soon as I let you go." I said we should kill him ourselves when we were finished with him, but Father shook his head. "I killed your sister. Surely that was killing enough for one lifetime. I will not call it murder. Murder is something worse. But I will not kill this man, who may be her brother, for all I know. After he has helped us, we will free him." "I served you throughout the war, Rajan." The end of Father's staff was on his neck, and Father's foot was on his chest. "How can I serve you now?" "By going with us to a place where you will be as human as we are." For a minute Father thought about things. "And by coming back. You will be tempted to remain, I warn you. If you do, you will die, and it will be by no act of mine." "Where I?" The old Inhumu gaped at us. "We will sleep," Father told him. "All of us except Babby. Hoof will rig a sea anchor for us." From the mizzen-top his bird cried, "I go! I come!" "Yes," Father told it. "You will come with us, Scylla. It's for your sake we're going, after all." After that, I furled the sails and made a sea anchor from 2 sweeps. My wife was reading over my shoulder when I wrote that last, and says that many people will not know what a sea anchor is or how to make one. The others promised to let me write this by myself, because Hyde and Vadsig saw more of the man who said he was our father than I did in Dorp, and Daisy hardly saw him at all, even if she writes better. She writes better than Hyde, too, even if Hyde will not admit it. A sea anchor is the sort of anchor you use when your anchor cable will not reach bottom. A boat is meant to sail, and will sail whenever the wind blows, even under bare poles. You cannot stop it, but a good sea anchor will slow it down so much it might as well be stopped. What I did was to lash together 2 sweeps crosswise and tie a long line to them in the middle. The longer the line on a sea anchor, the better it holds. Then we went to sleep. Babby was supposed to watch Juganu the Inhumu and our boat too while we were gone, and Father tied a line around Juganu's neck and to his wrist. I said that if we slept and Juganu did not, he would bleed us till we were dead if we did not wake up, and the line would not help. But Father said he could not, and Juganu swore he would not. After that we went into the cabin, and Father told me to lay down and close my eyes. I did,
But as soon as I heard him and Juganu lay down too, and the rattle when he put down his stick, I sat up. He was on his bunk, with Juganu on the floor beside him. I remembered the sword he called Azoth was probably under his tunic, and if Juganu got it, he could kill us both. I had never seen him use it, but he had told me what it could do, and so had Hyde. I took it up on deck and hid it. It was not that I was afraid to go to the Red Sun, Whorl, but I was very nervous about it. I cannot explain it more than that. Babby was on deck and looked at me with his little fierce eyes in a way that told me I was supposed to be in the cabin asleep. I have never been sure how much Babby understands, but he understands a lot. I know he understood that, and you could ask him to bring you almost anything except food, and he would go get it if he felt like it. He would even bring Father food, but he would not do that for Hyde or me. Babby has gone away, I think into the woods on the mainland, but Vadsig says Witch's Rock. This is going to be hard to explain, but I will try to do it better than Hyde and the others have. I did not feel asleep at all. Hyde says for him it was like going to sleep, but not for me. It was more like looking through Father's ring than anything else I have done, but that was not it either. Everything began to change. Our boat was water, and Babby was a hairy man with thick arms and real big shoulders, and glasses, and a couple of Babby's eyes, the little ones. The bird was the bird asleep on the mizzen top with its head under its wing, and another bird, a bird too fat to fly that was flying around just the same. I kept blinking and blinking, trying to blink them away, but they just got realer. I felt like I had to hold on to something, and I tried to hold on to the sky. I have no idea why that was what I picked, except that it did not seem like it was changing, and I had tried to hold on to everything else, and everything else was changing anyhow except the sky and the water. So I tried to hold on to the sky, the beautiful blue sky with little dots of clouds all around and high, thin, wispy clouds way up behind them. Just when I thought I had it and Father could not take it away, it got darker, and I thought, watch out, a big storm coming. But it was not a storm, it was stars pulling the daylight in. Then the boat rolled under me a little, and I knew it was not our boat. It had 4 masts, and it was higher, a lot higher, at the bow and stern than in the middle, but even the middle was about 5 or 6 cubits above the water. I had heard of boats with 3 masts, but I have never heard of one as big as that. It was so big it had a boat as big as ours upside down forward of the mainmast. It steered with a wheel instead of a tiller, and the man at the wheel was staring at us like his eyes were going to roll right out of his head and yelling, "Captain!" Father's bird landed at his feet about then, a fat bird that came up to his belt. The funny thing about Father, I know Hyde said something about this, but I want to say it too, like I did the changing. He looked more like our father there, not really like him, but more than on Blue. He was shorter and thicker, and his hair had some black in it. His face was more like Father's, and his eyes were not sky-colored anymore. There was a man with him I had never seen before, a man with yellow hair and a big hawk nose. His eyes were not sky-colored either. I have seen ice in the winter that was that color when the sunlight hit it, big chunks of ice floating in the sea. This man was looking at his hands, and then he bent down and felt his knees, and hit one too, pretty hard with the side of his fist. He told Father, "I would never try this." Father said, "Yet this is what you are. Try to remember." About then the captain came running up. He looked sly, and he had a big curved sword hanging from the widest belt I ever saw. The blade must have been wider than my hand. He talked in a way I had trouble understanding. Father told him, "I am sorry to commandeer your boat, but commandeer it I must." He held out his hand, and it was full of big round discs of gold with pictures on them. The captain opened his mouth and closed it again. "Here," Father said, "take it. There will be as much again when we leave you. I hope to repay you in other ways as well." I told the captain, "You better do what Father tells you." Babby said, "Huh, huh, huh," and his eyes made the captain step back. Father wanted to know who that was, so I said, "It's Babby, Father." Then he said, "I didn't intend to take him with us, but the boat will be all right, I'm sure, provided we're not too long." The fat bird said, "Good boat," and flew up on the railing to look down at the water. It was a big, thick railing with carving on it, and the place where we stood was 10 cubits over the water. It could have been more.
Father had the captain hold out his hands and put the gold in them, saying, "You must take us out to sea. We will leave you there, or at least I hope we will." The captain looked hard at the man at the wheel, but the man at the wheel was pretending he had not heard anything. When the captain saw the man did not look like he was listening, he turned around and ran down some steps into the middle of the boat, and I heard a door slam. Father asked the fat bird, "Well, Scylla?" There must be a word for the time when we see something we have seen before turn out to be something else, like when a stick is a snake without moving. My wife knows more words than most people. She knows more than anybody except Father, but she does not know a word for that. When Father said, "Well, Scylla, I saw the bird was really a girl old enough to take care of other sprats, but not old enough to get married. I do not mean she looked like a girl dressed up like a bird. She looked like a girl that looked exactly like a fat bird, but was really a big girl that would be a woman in another year." "See, see," the girl said. Then she hopped down onto the deck and spread her wings and said, "Go see." After that, the two started pulling apart. This will not be the way it really was, but as close as I can come. The bird was in front, and it started getting smaller till it looked like it had on our boat and back on Lizard. When it got smaller, you could see the girl behind it. Then she stood up, a skinny girl with an angry face and straight black hair. She said, "No here, no God, go see," and some other things. It scared the bird, and it flew away, circling up above the boat. "Scylla here possessed Oreb," Father told me. It took me nearly a year to realize what had happened because she exercised no influence, or almost none, once she had brought him back. When I returned to Blue, he went away at once to search for a window for her, or anything that might function as one. They found none, and she brought him back, earning my gratitude, though she already had it. I grew up in her sacred city of Byron, after all. Scylla snapped, "Yawl, it is. Nessus, it is. Where is?" Father nodded. "Ask the man at the wheel. He'll tell you, surely." "Plain man." "Exactly," Father said. "And plain men know such things. They must." The hawk-nosed man muttered, "I don't care where it is." Then he threw back his head and shouted, "I want to stay!" at the dark sky. "You may not, Juganu," Father told him. "And in fact we're going back right now, all of us." He took my arm and Juganu's, and told Juganu to take Babby's and me to take Scylla's. She tried to hit me, and I caught her wrist. Then we fell, not up or down, but to one side, faster and faster, rolling over. I woke up on deck with Babby licking my face. I thought at first he had hurt me because it stung, but what really happened was that I had fallen and hit it. I got in my sea anchor then and put out sail. When Father came up out of the cabin, I said I saw now that we just fell down like that wherever we happened to be, and if he had told me he would have saved me a pretty good bruise. "I would not," he said. "You would have disobeyed me in any case." I had a lot of questions, and I knew he was angry, so I thought I would volunteer to cook and made a fire in the sandbox. It was too early, but he knew I did not like to cook. He had done all the cooking, and I wanted to show I would try to help without being told. While I got the fire going, I was planning what I thought we ought to have, keeping in mind what I could cook and get right and make taste good, because I knew I was not as good at it as he was. I knew what we had, and we had not done any fishing, so I decided potatoes, bacon, and onions, and when the fire was going pretty well, I went below to fetch them. Juganu was sitting on my bunk with his head in his hands. I told him to get off and stay out of my way. He said, "Now that you know, you hate me." I said, "I knew all along, and I don't." The first part was a lie because I had not known he was an Inhumu until we got him on the boat and Father told me, but it is what I said. "That place, it's where we real people come from." I thumped my chest. "I guess that's why you're one of us there, and Babby too." I had not thought it would bother him, but it did. He said it was what he was in his heart, that the blond man on the deck of the big boat was the real Juganu, the man he was in dreams. I asked, "Do you really dream you're a human man like me?" "Yes." "I don't believe you." I pushed him out of the way so I could open up the little cupboard where we kept most of the food.
I got out potatoes, enough for Father and me with some left over for Babby, and a slab of bacon, onions, lard, and stuff. I turned around, and Juganu said, "Sometimes I do. Sometimes I really do." He followed me up on deck. Father said I had brought too much, but I explained I had wanted to give some to Babby and the bird, and Babby would eat a lot. That was the first time I really thought about the bird and the girl. I was not even sure that they had come back with us. Then the bird flew down out of the rigging somewhere and perched on his shoulder. I looked around for the girl because I thought she would want to eat too. "We will not have to feed Scylla," he told me, "though she is surely here. Will you speak with us, Scylla?" He had turned his head so as to look at his bird, and it said, "Bird talk?" "Certainly, if you wish to." "Good bird." "She is possessing Arab, you see. She is in his mind, what there is of it. More accurately, there is an image of her there which she herself placed there. That image was the Scylla we saw on the red sun Whorl. You won't have forgotten what your mother and I told you concerning Scylla and Echidna, how they tried to destroy Great Pass, and the vengeance he took. Are you going to boil those potatoes you're peeling?" I said I had not planned to. "Do it. Fill a pan with seawater and bring it to a boil. Drop them in for 10 minutes before you fry them. They're old. The new crop's not in yet, and that will help." In all the time I knew him, he never looked less like our real father or sounded more like him. Juganu began to explain the same things to Father that he had to me, but Father cut him off, saying he already knew. I said, "My sister was an Inhuma, Juganu. Her name was Yawl, and she and Father did that a lot." He said, "She was a young woman there, you see, quite an attractive young woman." Then Juganu thanked Father for taking him there. "It was the high point of my life," he said. He looked just like a little old man with gray skin and no teeth, and I wondered how old he really was, because the blond man with the big hooked nose had not looked as old as Father. Father said, "You mustn't think that it will never happen again. Would you like to go back tonight?" I used to watch Sinew play tricks on Mother, and Hyde and I played some good ones too, but I had never seen anyone look that surprised. "Will you?" "Oh, Rajan, I... Father put a hand on his shoulder. "We'll go after Hoof and I eat." "No sea," the bird objected. "No, the boat will not have reached the sea yet, but it will be well for me to get a better feel for its speed. It is sailing with the current, of course, so it should make good time." After that we were all quiet, thinking, except that he told me to use a little celery salt instead of the yellow sea salt I brought with the pepper. But only a little, and you should be starting your bacon and browning the onions. Cut up the onions now, cubes, not rings. Then he said, "I should explain to you both why we cannot go to the sea directly, as I did to Scylla several days ago. In order to go to a place, we must have with us someone who has been there, or at least been in the area. I don't know why that is so, but that is how it seems to be. I can go to Green, as I have at times, because I have been there in the flesh. I can go to the Red Sun Whorl too, as we did a few minutes ago, because Yawl and I went there in the company of Duco Rigoglio of Soldo. He had been a sleeper on the Whorl, and so had been there in the flesh. I cannot take us to the sea there, because I have never been on it. Scylla has, to be sure, but ultimately Scylla is not among us." His bird croaked, but it was only bird noise, not a word. There is another factor. When we go, we often seem to arrive in a place resembling the one we left. That was why I lured you onto this boat, Juganu. I had promised Scylla that I would take her to the sea of her native Whorl if I could. Once I walked along a road that runs beside Yawl and looked at the boats plying its water, so I hoped that if we left Blue from a boat, we would arrive aboard a boat there. So it proved. That it was going downstream was sheer good fortune. Slice your potatoes. Be careful, though. They'll still be hot. While they were frying, I asked him whether we were here or there when we were there, because I had been thinking about the way he had said that the girl had not been with us, not really. "We are in both places. The philosophers, I am none, tell us that it is impossible for a single object to be in two places at once. We are not indivisible wholes, however." I said, "Part of us was here and part there?" He nodded.
And now that we've been on the boat on the river, we should be able to return, though the boat itself will be in a new location. We'll test that supposition tonight. While we were eating, he explained that he had brought us back fast because he had been worried about the boat, especially because Babby had come and would not be around to take care of things here. That was a surprise, and a rather unpleasant one, Father told me, though it was interesting to discover just how human Babby is. He stopped speaking to study the western horizon. Juganu said, "What about me?" Father shook his head. "I knew you were human in spirit. Remember that I had an adopted daughter, one I mourn. I had an adopted son once, too." He sighed, and I saw then how hard it was for him to keep a cheerful face, as he generally did. His bird dropped onto his shoulder. "Have bird." "Yes, a great blessing." He gave the bird a bit of bacon, then put his plate down in front of Babby. He had eaten 2 or 3 mouthfuls. "I hate to disturb your meal, son, but I believe we'd better take in the jigger and reef the main." We did, and the wind came as I was tying the last knot. I have been in worse blows, and in fact I was in a couple when we sailed with Captain Widger, but it would have been foolish to go back to the Red Sun Whorl until things had quieted down 3 or 4 hours after daylight. Down in the cabin, Father and Juganu and I took off our clothes and dried ourselves as well as we could. It felt very good to lie on my bunk then and shut my eyes, so I did not see things change the way I had before. After a while, somebody shook my shoulder. I opened them, and it was dark again. "Get up," he said. "You don't want to sleep through this." That was exactly what I did want, but after a minute or so it sort of soaked through to me that I was lying on wood instead of my bunk, and the boat was not rocking the way I remembered. Some people that read this may not know about boats, so I am going to say here that they're all different. 2 that are about the same size and look about the same will act about the same sometimes, but they are never exactly the same. The Samru, which was the big river boat we were on, was a roller, and when you were up on the high parts, it really rolled a lot, just like you had climbed up the mast of a regular boat. Our boat was more of a rocker. Rocking is not the same as rolling. Rolling is smoother, but to me it always feels like it is just going to keep on till the boat turns over. Our boat was more of a pitcher, too, because it was only about a quarter as long. Anyway, I sat up then, but it was so dark I could not see much. I asked the man who had my shoulder who he was, and he said, "Juganu," which made me jump. Just then there was a white light that lit up everything, and I saw Father out on the bowsprit holding it up. His bird was on his shoulder, and the girl he said was Scylla was out on the bowsprit too, farther out even than he was. Then he shut his hand, and the light was gone, and everything was as black as inside a cave. I heard the watch asking each other questions. Afterward I found out they had been sleeping on the deck mostly. I heard boots too, but I did not pay much attention to them. I was trying to get forward, and afraid of bumping into a mast or something worse. I was not even sure this boat had a railing all the way around, because ours did not have any railing at all, and I was afraid of falling off. So while I was worrying about all that, I bumped somebody short and hairy and as hard as rock. I knew who that was right away, and how dangerous he was too, so I said, "It's me, Babby, it's Hoof," very quick. Something happened then that surprised me as much as just about anything I saw on the Red Sun Whorl, except for the part right at the last, because Babby threw his arms around me and gave me a great big hug, saying, "Huh, huh, huh," and lifted me off my feet. Babby's arms were shorter than mine, but thicker than my legs, and he was the strongest person I ever met. About then the mate came up, and Babby put me down. The mate had a lantern, and he kept holding it up in my face, and then in Babby's, and then in Juganu's. Neither of them liked it. I did not like it much myself. After a while I decided that he was looking for Father, but he had probably been down in the middle of the boat when Father held up his light, so he had not seen him. I was afraid that if I told the mate where Father was, he would make him fall off, so I said, "What's the trouble? If you need help, we'll lend a hand." All those people were hard to understand because of the way they talked, and he was one of the hardest. He said something, and I had to get him to say it over 2 or 3 times before I understood it.
"Taut yes gun." He talked like that all the time, but I am not going to write it like that, or not much. "We're back," Juganu told him. "Where'd you go?" he wanted to know. I pretended I had not understood that either and said, "You're looking for Father, aren't you? Wasn't that why you were shining your light in our faces?" He agreed. "Father has hired this boat. He'll want a full report. Where are we?" "Half day from the Delta. Where's he?" "What time is it? How long till morning?" "Not long." By that time I had seen his face well enough to realize that he was not the man Father had given the gold to. I said, "You're not the captain. Where is he?" "Sleeping." "Bring him here. Father will want to see him." The mate started to argue, and I said, "Bring him at once." He swung at me then. I ducked, and Babby grabbed his arm and threw him down so fast and hard that he might as well have been a girl's doll. The lantern fell down and went out. Father must have heard the noise, and he was there like he had flown. He opened his hand to let some light get out, and Babby was sitting on the mate and had both his arms together in one of his hands. His hands were a lot bigger than his real ones back home, but he still had the really thick nails he walked on, and only 2 big fingers on each hand. Father made him get off and told the mate to sit up. He was a big, strong-looking man with one of those faces that are all cheeks and chin. "I'm sorry you were hurt if you were," Father told him. "Babby can be too quick to take offense, I realize that." Babby was pointing to his mouth. "Huh, huh, huh." I thought he wanted Father to change him so he could talk, and I did not think Father could do that, but Father knew right away what he wanted. He gave Babby a big curved knife with a double-edged blade, and then another one just like it, telling him he had to be careful how he used them. The mate tried to say something, what he was going to do to Babby someday, but Scylla told him to fetch the captain or we would make him jump overboard. Father's hand was almost closed then, so she was hard to see, but she took hold of the mate like she was going to turn him around, and her hands and arms did not even come close to being as much like ours as Babby's were. They were like snakes, with sucking mouths all along them. The mate kept backing away from her, and they got longer, till finally he ran away. Juganu said, "Blood," and it sounded like he was praying. Father's light went out, I think because he did not want me to see Scylla. She said, "No do? You do?" And Juganu said, "No, never." I was thinking that it was probably a lot easier to change your shape like she had if you were not really here. I tried to touch her, but I could not find her in the dark. Father asked if we knew what we were doing, why we wanted to find the sea, and Juganu and I both said no. "I'm tired," he told us. "I need to rest my back. Shall we go home? It will be safer, as I must tell you." Juganu begged then. I will not write what he said or what happened. I could not see much of it, but I still heard it even when I looked the other way. Finally, Father said all right, we would stay till daylight. We went over to the railing and sat down. It was pretty dark, but not really completely dark. There was a red lantern at the top of one mainmast, and 2 hanging over the high deck aft. Those were white, but that was a good long way away at night, and that deck was higher than the one we were on, even though our deck was higher than the middle of the boat. I asked Father why we came back to this deck when we had been on the other one, but he said he did not know. He was just thankful we had ended up in the boat and not in the water. Scylla was sitting on one side of me, which I did not like, but there was nothing I could do about it. She wanted to know when we would get to the sea, and that was when it came to me that what I smelled when I first got there was the sea, not ours, but ocean, the sea of the red sun whorl. It smelled different, maybe because it was bigger or had more salt in it, or just because it was older. I got so interested in thinking about that, I never heard what Father told Scylla. Probably it was that nobody could say because it depended on the wind. His bird did not like her and would not come to me because I was next to her. I tried to find out whether it knew she was the one who had been in it, but it would only say, "Bad girl," and "No eat." It said, "No, no," and "Good bird," a lot too, no matter what I wanted to know. In the Whorl I was told that the inferior gods had turned themselves into animals to escape pass, Father told me. It embarrasses me now, but I must admit I thought it a mere legend. It was in fact a myth,
that is to say, a story containing an important element of truth. His cognizance patera incus honored me by asking me to assist him when he sacrificed at the Grand Mantion, which of course I did. Scylla, as she has told me, seized the opportunity to possess Arab, having overheard my conversation with his cognizance through his glass. I thought he meant a glass like you drink out of, but then I remembered the reading about the things you can see and talk through in my real father's book. He told Scylla, "I still don't understand how you managed to escape Pass for so long." She said, "Good place, no find." She had sounded as if she was about to cry, and he said, "It's been 20 years and more. He will forgive you, surely." "No, no, never." After that, nobody said anything. Green came up, bigger and brighter than we ever see it on blue, or want to either. The captain saw us and came running. He did not have his sword this time, but the mate was behind him, and he had a long stick that smelled like smoke. From the way he held it, I knew it was some kind of weapon, and I kept my eye on it the whole time. "Welcome," the captain said. "Welcome. We thought you deserted us." Father explained that we had other affairs to attend to and would be leaving from time to time. The captain asked if we were hungry and invited us to join him at breakfast. Father thanked him but said we would stay where we were, and the captain and the mate went away. "He was a long time fetching him," Juganu said, "and I wouldn't mind trying some of your human food." I said I would have thought that just blood every time would get boring, but he said it did not, that there were hundreds of different kinds. Father said, "Go ahead if you wish. I'm sure he'll be happy to feed you. Just remember that if we are forced to leave without you, you won't be able to return on your own. We'll do our best to safeguard your physical self." Juganu trotted away, and I told Father I thought he would stay here all the time if he could. Scylla said, "No me." "Even if you could do that with your arms?" I asked her. She looked so bad I was sorry I said it. The bird said, "Poor girl, poor girl," and I tried to touch her, to pat her back or something, but she did not feel right, and I jerked my hand away. Father said, "She is less even than we. If Arab were to die, she would not be here at all." His bird kicked up a fuss when it heard him say that, and he had to quiet it down. We talked a while, and I said, "This is the red sun Whorl. When are we going to see the red sun?" He pointed astern, and I stood up and looked, and then I climbed up the ratlins to see it better. The red sun was rising behind us, and the old falling-down city was between us and it. It was so big and so dark, like a great big coal buried in ashes. You could look right at it, and the whole city was black against it, thin towers and thicker ones, and there were some you could see through and see the little thin lines of the beams holding them up. You could see how big that city was, and it was bigger than I had ever imagined when we first went on the boat in the river and were in the middle of it. It went on forever to the north and the south, and down the river too, almost to where we were, walls falling down and broken towers and so many little ruined houses nobody could ever live in any more that my brother and I could have spent our whole lives trying to count them all, and when we died we would only have just started. But up against the red sun like that, you saw how little the city was too. This is hard to explain. The city was immense, just immense, huge. Nobody will believe this, but if you had taken all the towns on blue and bunched them together, and then added all the cities that Father used to talk about up in the old Whorl, you could have taken all that and set it down in this city, and then if you had gone away for a year and come back, you would not have been able to find it. There was a wall around it. Just off at the edges you could see that, way far away to the east and so far to the north and south you could not be sure you were seeing it at all, but it must have been about as tall as the tallest towers, and it was a wall. It was probably the biggest thing that people had ever made, but it was dead and rotting like the rest. So it was all so big that when I looked at it, it was hard to breathe. But the sun kept on rising and rising, and Nessus was little. Finally I shut my eyes and would not look at it any more. I had seen the way things really are, and I knew it. I knew that I was going to have to forget it as much as I could if I wanted to go on living. After Father left, I was still curious about the vanished people, and I asked a man I met one time about them because he seemed like somebody who might know something.
He said there were things that we are not supposed to know. I think he was wrong, but right too. I do not think that there is anything about the vanished people that we should not know, just a whole lot that we do not. But the way things really are is something that we cannot deal with. I had to shut my eyes, and if you had been there you would have had to shut yours too. When I looked back down at the foredeck, Father and Babby were still there, right where I had left them, but I could not see Scylla at all. I climbed down the ratlins, and there she was again. Then when we went back to our boat, she was gone. We could have used her, because there was another boat, and it was full of men with slug guns. I shook out the mainsail fast and set the big jib we had not used before. Father stood up at the tiller and tried to talk to them, but they shot at him. I went and got his sword, Azoth, and gave it to him. He did not want to use it at first, but when I was shot, he cut off the whole front of their boat. I did my best not to kill them, he told me, but I killed 2. Their bodies are back there in the water. I said it did not make any difference, since the others would drown, and he said he hoped not. Later, while Father was resting, Juganu flew back to get some of them. It was nearly dark then where we were. Here I want to tell you about how Scylla went out to talk to the great Scylla, but there are a couple other things I ought to tell about first, about the knives Father gave Babby and what Scylla told Father at night in the dark. So I am just going to put all that in here. Some of it he told me while we were waiting for daylight on the riverboat, and some was while Juganu and Babby were holding me down and he was straightening out my wound and bandaging it. I was wiggling around quite a bit, and he kept talking to me, I think mostly to try to keep me still. Some was after that, too, while he was making potato soup with the fish. To tell the truth, I am not exactly sure what he said where, so I am putting it all here. About the knives, I wanted to know where he got them. I had been watching as good as I could in the dark and did not see him take them from any place. So he told me we could make things there that were not really real, but were like real for as long as we wanted them. He said he had made the gold like that, but the captain probably did not know it was not there when he was not around because he had locked it in a strongbox. Naturally, I wanted to know if I could do that too, and he said I could, but I would have to be careful or they would know it was a trick. I said I would be. Scylla was Pass's daughter. Father talked like there were a lot of them, but he said she was the oldest one and the most important. She and her mother and some of Pass's other sprats had tried to kill him because they did not want people leaving the old world to come to Blue where they would not be the gods. So they tried to kill Pass, and for a long while they thought they had done it and nobody would ever get to come. But Pass came back, and they had to hide. There were 2 ways to hide, Father said. One was to hide in Mainframe. Scylla had talked about that, and he said she would know a lot more about all that than he did, but Mainframe was like the tunnels under the old Whorl. There were branches and side tunnels and rooms and caves nobody knew about. So Scylla and the others that had tried to kill Pass hid in them, but not the way we would have. It was like I could hide my finger over here and my thumb over there. They had hidden little pieces of themselves all over, and Pass was still hunting for them and killing every little piece when he found it. The other way was for them to hide in people. I had read about Patera Jerboa in the book, so I told him about it, and he said I was right. This was while we were eating the soup, I remember now. A god could hide in anybody who looked at a sacred window or even a glass, and once he was in there he did not have to do anything. If he just went in and kept quiet, it was just impossible for anybody to find out he was there. But Scylla and the others found a new place. They found out that if they did it right, they could go into animals. What usually happened, Father said, was that someone would bring an animal to sacrifice, for instance a goat. When they were getting ready to kill it, it would naturally be in front of the window. Scylla, or whatever god it was, would get into it and break loose from whoever was holding it and run away. Pass soon realized what was happening, Father said, and warned his worshippers. Thus, when an animal went wild, they knew it had been possessed and hunted it down and killed it. I said, so it didn't work. Let us say it often failed. Some of the animals made good their escape, horses and birds particularly. There were other difficulties, however. No doubt that was why the technique was almost never used until Scylla, Echidna, Hyrax, and the rest were desperate to escape Pass. For one thing, most animals are not long-lived. You mentioned Patera Jerboa.
I nodded and said yes, I had. He was middle-aged when Pas possessed him, yet he yielded up his fragment of the god 30 years later. A horse may live for 15 or 20 years if it's well cared for, but that's extraordinary. I said, they can't talk either except for Oreb. You are right. Father put down his soup. But that is part of a larger and more serious problem. No horse or bull or bird has anything like the brain of a human being. If we think of the gods pouring themselves into us as wine is poured from a great cask into bottles, animals are small bottles indeed. If Scylla had possessed me instead of Oreb, the Scylla we would see on the red sun Whorl would still be far short of the Scylla who once existed in Mainframe. As it is, the Scylla we see is no more than a sketch of the original Scylla, of the daughter of the tyrant who assumed the name Typhon, the daughter who had pledged herself in secret to one of the sea gods of the short sun Whorl that would in time become our red sun Whorl. I told him I had not known anything about that. She did, Father said. It was a form of treason, of rebellion against her father. Abaya, Erebus, Scylla, and the rest had taken possession of the waters, and were plotting to gain the land as well. According to what I was told on one occasion, they still are. Juganu said, Are you saying that our Scylla, the girl who comes out of Oreb, wants to ask this red sun goddess for help? Yes, I thought you knew. She possessed Oreb, as I told you, because she knew he would soon be brought here. She felt sure, she told me this one night, that Pas would not have peopled Blue unless he had some way to go there himself to rule them. Lord it was the phrase she used. She was wrong, as I could have told her. In Oreb she searched this world for nearly a year, finding nothing better 1 or 2 landers with their glasses half intact. They would not or could not accept her. Upload was the word she employed. She'd been to the Red Sun Whorl with Jolly and me, but hadn't let us know she was present. A few nights ago she spoke to me through Oreb, and from the way he talked and what he said, I knew the speaker was not he. She revealed her presence and implored me to take her there again. Did she say Pas would kill her if he could? Father nodded and sipped from the wine bottle. Sometimes it seemed like he was just pretending to eat and drink, and this was one of them. That is indeed what she said, but I am not certain it's true, and I'm not Pas. Juganu had been listening to us, and had even swallowed some soup. He was a little and old again, about half the size he had been. Pas will be angry with you. Isn't he your chief god? Father shook his head. The outsider is my chief god. I said, the only god you trust, because I was pretty sure from things like that he had said that I knew who he really was. Whom I don't trust half as much as I ought to, my son. The bird lit on Father's shoulder about then. Bird eat? Of course. You brought the fish, so you are entitled to some of the soup. I said it had already had the head and guts. Yes. Father smiled and shrugged. Oreb's diet can't have been pleasant for Scylla, though she's never complained about it. Perhaps she is accustomed to it now, and since such things taste good to him, they may taste good to her. I hope so. He held up his spoon so the bird could get some in its beak. I had finished mine, and I do not think his could have been very hot. I asked him about Pas. She said she didn't think Pas would let anybody come here unless he could come too. She must have known him for a long time. Father agreed she had. For 300 years. Then why wasn't she right about that? He shrugged. Are you so certain she was wrong? You said she and the bird couldn't find any place. Correct. Pas has not yet come, perhaps. Or perhaps he has, and Oreb simply failed to find the place that Pas found or created. You pointed out that she had long years in which to learn the nature of her father. He grinned at me then, and I laughed too. Yet she believed that she and her mother, with Hyrax and Malpi, though Malpi cannot have been of much help, would prove strong enough to destroy him. She was clearly wrong about that. She underestimated him, and badly. He stopped to think and give the bird more soup. It would pick flakes of fish and cut up potato out with its beak. Would you like my opinion? I nodded, and Juganu said, Very much, Rajan. Then I believe Pas knows that as the years pass, we will come to realize how much we need him and bring him. New Viron sent me for Silk. That was foolish, because no mere man could repair all the evil there. Silk did his best for Viron itself, but left it scarcely better than he found it. The same impulse will be applied to pass in another generation, surely. I asked if he thought a god could do it, and he said that the people themselves would have to, even if a god helped them. We both wanted to know why Scylla wanted to talk to that other Scylla in the Red Sun Whorl, and he said, "She wants to describe her efforts in the Long Sun Whorl, and to obtain the greater Scylla's advice. No doubt she is hoping for help as well, though she will not say so. If she were to leave Oreb and return to Mainframe, we would have to visit the Long Sun Whorl, of course. She would be destroyed. At least she believes she would be, and that's deterrent enough. If she simply remains where she is, she will perish when Oreb dies." "No cut," the bird said, which made me and Juganu laugh. Father also said, "I am by no means eager to overhear their conversation, if it takes place, but I would like a word with that greater Scylla myself." He got his second wish, but not the first one, when we went back to the boat on the river. We sailed through the delta. The river breaks into 5 big streams there, the captain told us, and so many little ones that nobody could count them. They were always changing anyway, he said, so we had to pick our way along. Scylla went out on the bowsprit. It was long, and she went almost to the end. I sat on the big carved railing and let my feet hang over. I had left my wound behind on Blue mostly. There were no bandages anymore, and I was not bleeding, but it sort of hurt, and I did not feel strong. Father had said I could make things, but he had worried about me making cards or anything like that. So I did a couple little things I did not think would bother him or anybody. A nail was one, and a seashell. The way you did it was to hold your hands together and think about what you wanted, then pull them apart slowly, getting whatever it was right. When I had each thing the way I wanted it, I tossed it in the water. Then I looked around to see if anybody was watching, and I made hide. That was a lot harder. It was nice to have him with me and be able to sit and talk to him about everything, but it was hard, too, to keep him there, and after a while I let him go. Now he says he cannot remember being there or anything we said. What it was like I remembered him better than I have really remembered anything in my life. As long as I did, he was there with me. But the Delta was interesting, everything very green and wrecked ships up on the islands, some mostly buried in the mud and little shacks that did not even seem to know they were just little shacks made out of driftwood where it had been palaces and forts. You saw walls leaning so far it seemed like they couldn't stand another day. And one time I got to looking at an old statue there that seemed to me like if only I could have talked to her, it would have been the most wonderful thing in my life. And then I looked around to say something to my brother, and he was nearly gone. He came back fast and said, "Sorry." Right after that, I let him go. The delta was all swampy, and the water was black. Before, I guess I thought it was only black because it was night, but now the red sun was up and it was still black. Looking at the delta, that bright green everywhere, I got the feeling that I was looking at a body so old moss was growing on the bones and the hard dead meat of it. About then, I saw there was nobody around anywhere, that the little driftwood shacks had nobody in them, and what had happened was the stone forts and palaces had lasted because they had been built the best, and the shacks because there had been people in them not so long ago, and they had not had time to fall down. But they were empty now, and the houses and buildings that had been between the palaces and the little shacks had rotted away or maybe burned, and there would never be anybody there again but people like us. When we got out of the delta, that was the open sea that they call ocean. It was like our sea, and it was not. If you wanted to look for what was the same, there was a lot. But if you wanted to look for what was different, there was a lot too. The smell was different. The color was not the same either, but it was hard to say just what was changed. That may have been the dark sky mostly, and the stars. This sea knew night was coming, when everything would die. There was more foam, and I think this red sun sea had more salt in it. Out on the bowsprit, the girl started calling. She did not say a name or anything. She did not say any words. It was like people sitting on the sand clicking shells together and sometimes blowing through them. It did not sound bad. It was almost like music. Only you knew she was calling something, and when it came it was going to be bigger than anything, and you were not going to like it. That went on for a long time, so long that I got worried about us back in our boat. I think Babby did too, because a couple times he came up to Father and pulled on his sleeve. Babby never could talk, but you generally knew what he wanted. He had tied a piece of rope around him and put the knives Father gave him through it. Here I want to say something else about them. This may not be the best place, but I want to make sure I say it so everybody who reads this understands, and this is where I am writing. After I got shot, when Juganu and Babby were holding me down, Babby was trying to smile at me. He is not very good at it and does not try much. This time he did, I think because he knew how much it hurt and he wanted me to see that he was not holding me out of meanness, but he liked me and was trying to help. People hunt husses and shoot them and eat them. Sinew used to a lot, and I have done it myself. But after getting to know Babby the way I did on the boat, I could never do it again. Anyway, his mouth was sort of open, not just the ends of the lips turned up, and looking in it I saw those knives. They were the big ripping tusks in his bottom jaw. The curve was the same, and the shape was almost the same, except the knives were longer. The tusks he had here were the knives in the red sun whorl. If I had been the girl, I would have given up after an hour or so, maybe not even that long. She did not, and after a while I just wanted to get away from there. I went down in the waist, which was what you call the middle of a boat, and watched Juganu wrestle a sailor. When I went back up on the foredeck, she was still singing. The bird was on her shoulder, and Father was out on the bowsprit too, maybe 4 cubits behind her. He called me over, and when I had come as far as the grating, he told me to tell the captain to strike all sail. I took Babby with me, and the captain did it. After that we just drifted, rolling a little. We were on the open sea, out of sight of land. People started coming up out of the water up ahead. I borrowed the second mate's telescope to look at them, and they were all women. The ones closest to us were smaller, and the ones farther away were bigger, so they all seemed like they were about the same size. Some of the farthest back ones were as tall as Father, Juganu, and me put together. A lot had on black robes and cowls, but some were naked, especially the big ones farther back. The closest ones talked and sang and called to us. I have never seen or even heard about anything else that was like that. The girl kept singing to them, and they got quieter and started to come toward us. It was like they were standing on something under the water that moved. The sailors were scared, and I saw them charging the swivel gun and told Babby not to let them use it, and went forward again. By that time they were all around our boat. 2 sort of rose up and talked to the girl and Father then, their robes getting longer and longer as they came up out of the water until they would have dragged behind them clear across the deck if they had been walking on the boat. There was something under them that the women were standing on, if those women had any feet. I went out on the grating deck again to look at the women, and one looked at me and smiled, and she had little sharp-pointed teeth like tacks. Her eyes were all one color and sort of glowed or gleamed under the cowl. I went back as far as the foremast then, which is why I did not really hear anything they said or that Father and the girl said. I wanted to make myself a sword like Azoth, and I did, but it would not work for me, so I put a regular steel blade on it. After a while the women went back into the water, and Father and the girl came to tell me to tell the captain he could sail again and we would be leaving him for good. He gave me a ruby, too, that I had seen one of the big naked women give him. He said it was real, and the captain would still have it when we had gone. I told him about the woman who had looked at me and smiled and said, "Was that Scylla?" The girl was mad about it. After that we went home to our boat on Blue. It was night when we got back, and I said I would take the first watch because I knew that with all I had to think about, I would not sleep for a while. I told Juganu he could have my bunk if he wanted it, but pretty soon he came up and flew away. I knew he was going to look for blood to eat, and I wondered who he would find. Babby was the only one on deck with me, but Babby was asleep. So after that I just sat at the tiller the way you do, with my slug gun across my lap, and looked at the sea and the sky. It was calm, and you could see a lot of stars. Green was up above the mainmast, and it seemed like if we put up the maintop it would touch it. Our green is not as big as theirs, but ours was plenty bright. The nicest thing was to see the reflections of all the stars dancing on the water. I thought about a lot then. You can imagine. Most of it was things I have already written down. I thought about shooting Juganu when he came back too. I really wanted to. But I knew the shot would wake up Father, and he would know. Even if it did not, he would ask me, and I would not be able to lie to him about it very long. Then the bird came and talked to me. That was not as nice as it sounds. For one thing, it was afraid. It would not come near enough for me to touch it. For another, I was talking to the girl, too. She was not there to see, but she was there. The bird was up forward on the cabin deck, which is what we call the roof of the little cabin. It is planked and tarred like a regular deck and plenty strong enough to stand on, about halfway between me and Babby. I could see it hopping around. I could not see the girl, but I knew she was in there. This is hard to explain. Out on the water there were the stars and quite a bit of light from green. For nighttime it was really pretty bright, but there was sort of a shadow between the side and the water. Green was halfway up over to starboard, so to port there was this shadow, and I felt like she was down there, watching and listening, and she could make the bird talk for her when she wanted to. I had whistled to it, and it had whistled back. I could whistle better than it could, but it could whistle louder than I could, so for a little while we had fun like that. I would whistle Tom Codd's boat, and the bird would whistle back the first 3 or 4 notes. "Like bird?" "Sure," I said, "but I'd like you better if you liked me better." I knew it would not understand, but it was somebody to talk to. "Good bird." I said, "Sometimes, maybe." That made it mad, and it said, "Good bird," and "Bad boy." "If you're such a good bird, what were you doing out on the bowsprit with Scylla?" That was the first time. The bird said, "I bad?" But I knew it was not really the bird talking. I admit I had to think about it. In the first place, I did not like her. Then, too, I felt like Father and Juganu and I, and even Babby and the bird, had been real on the big river boat, but she had not been. I had not liked that. Then on our boat I felt like we were really real, but she was not real at all. She could not make us see her or talk without Father's bird. Maybe none of it had to do with her being bad, but I felt like it did. So I said, "Well, you're sure not good, Scylla." "Good girl." "Sure you are," I said. To tell the truth, I was hoping she would leave the bird in charge and never come back. "You good? Good hoof? Like Silk?" I figured there was no use fooling around with who is Silk. I knew shaggy well who Silk was. "No, he's a better man than I'll ever be." "Your pa? Tell lie." "If he told them who he is, they'd want to make him Caldé, and Gerfalcon would kill him." "Good Silk." She laughed, sort of bubbling and giggling. "Bad Scylla," I told her. "Why don't you go fishing?" "He kill? Kill pa." I said, "I don't think so." "Good girl, not kill." "Oh, sure. Well, you wanted Hawk to kill that old fisherman for you once. I read all about it." "My man." I said, "Maybe, but you don't own me." She laughed some more and got me real mad. I said, "Nobody ought to own other people, and if they do, they shouldn't kill them unless they've done something terrible. Besides, you tried to kill your father. That's why you've got to hide. You wanted to, and if you had, you'd be a murderer. I think you are anyway." The bird whistled, and I thought she had gone away. We whistled back and forth. Then it said, "We slaves, pass on." I said, "That's the way Sinew used to talk." "Who?" I think it had surprised her. "Our other brother. He's older than Hyde and me. Father says he's still alive on Green and has 2 sprats, but he used to talk like that a lot. Our real father would try to get him to help in the mill, and there would be big fights. Or he would start some kind of work and go away, so our father would have to finish it, or Hyde and me would." "Like slave." That had gotten to her. "Pass say, I do." I said, "He was your father. He fed you and gave you a place to live and clothes." "I fed. Eat sheep. Eat boy." "Like Juganu." She let the bird talk a while after that, and I tried to get it to come to me, but it would not. "Bad boy. No, no." Pretty soon I stopped trying. I let out a reef in the mainsail and trimmed it a little. "Kill bird?" I said, "You think I'd wring your bird's neck if I could catch it?"
Yes?
I spat.
You would.
I showed the bird my slug gun. See this? If I wanted to kill you, I could just shoot your shaggy bird and throw it over the side. It would take about 10 seconds. Only I'm not going to do it, or wring its neck either. In the first place, you stole it. It's Father's bird. Besides, just because I don't like somebody doesn't mean I want to kill them. That's what you gods used to do from what I hear, but I'm not like you.
No need, she said. I die.
Sure, when the bird does.
Juganu said, Tomorrow. Didn't the Rajan tell you?
I had not known he was back, but he was right at my elbow.
We're going back tomorrow. I wanted to go back at once, but he wouldn't agree. We'll have to find the grave of Typhon's daughter, Selenia. It's in a place called the Necropolis.
I said, What for?
That will be the last time. The Rajan said after that I might as well leave you, and I probably will.
I wanted to know if he knew why Father wanted to go to Selenia's grave, and the bird said,
Why ask?
He made an agreement with Scylla, Juganu told me. What was it? Juganu shrugged and sat down on the gunwale. His arms had gotten short and round again, and his legs and his feet were not big and flat anymore like they are when they fly. He was just a little old man, naked, with blood on his breath, and I thought how, if it had been Jali, she would have made big tits to tease me. He said,
I thought you might know.
I said I did not.
Would you tell me if you did?
Unless he said not to. The bird laughed. I had heard it laugh before, but I did not like it.
He made an agreement with that monster in the water, Juganu said again. Favor for favor. He told me that much. He promised to take Scylla to the grave. That was his part of their bargain, but I don't know hers.
I was thinking about finding the grave. It's been 300 years, that's what they say. Father was coming up out of the cabin, and he said, It's been much longer than that, but I have a friend who knows the place like the back of his hand. I am stopping here so that the others can write for a while. It has been a lot of work, a lot more than I expected. So I will let them tell about what Juganu did and all that. I will just help. I will get Daisy to go over this and fix it up too, or Hyde and Vadsig would. 18. How he came to Blue.
You come to see old Pig. 'Twas good of you, Bookie.
Pig's beard and shaggy hair were gone, but his head was still huge. No, Pig. Pig's visitor shook his own much smaller head, knowing that Pig could not see it. I came so that you might see me. Pig touched the bandage above his nose, the self-sterilizing pad that had replaced his gray rag.
They want to take it off, Bucky. Going to do it yourself.
He looked at the nurse in the glass, who nodded. Yes, he said. Yes, Pig, I am. His fingers located the knot, and he slipped one slender blade of the surgical scissors beneath it. Silk found scissors like this in the balneum, and later Dr. Crane used scissors of the same kind when he treated Silk. I don't know why that should touch me, but it does. Savoring the sensation, he cut. Bucky, if you cannot see, you will be no worse than you were. The nurse said, and we'll find out why and fix it. There was a warmth in her voice that made each word a benediction. Pig said nothing, but his big hands were shaking. You haven't had much practice lately, Pig. The bandage was loose, lying limply across Pig's eyes. That's what they told me, and I must tell you the same thing. If you can see. Apropos of nothing, Arab announced, Good Silk. What you see may be blurred until you relearn how to interpret visual images. The room had darkened as he spoke, the lights on the ceiling fading to mere specks of gold. He looked at the glass and saw the nurse manipulating a control. She nodded, and he lifted the bandage away. Bucky. One of Pig's hands found his. Your eye is still closed, Pig. He kens it, Bucky. Say, bro, he's nae. Pig's eyelids fluttered. Braver than I would be. Pig's head rolled on the pillow. The nurse said, It doesn't exactly go with his coloring. Pig's right hand left the sheet in a peremptory gesture. Wants to see her.
To see the twa of you together. Didn't never want to forget you.
Seabird?
Aye. Naked now, the wide, thin-lipped mouth curved upward. Pig sees you too, Horb. Bucky. Pig choked, coughed, and at last recovered. You have a blue eye now, Pig, like my own. When the nurse's glass had faded to silver gray, Pig ventured, "You're going to stay with me, Bucky?" He nodded, knowing Pig could see his nod and glorying in it. "Until Harry Mao finds me and makes me go with him."
"Bird go?"
"Yes, Oreb, certainly, if you want it. I'll be flattered."
"Big tur, Bucky?"
He was taken aback. "Would you want to?"
"Aye."
Pig's voice was firm. Slowly, he shook his head.
"Seen me hears?"
"That has nothing to do with it. I am flattered, Pig. I'm humbled. But unless a god were to tell me otherwise, my answer must be no, for both our sakes."
"Old Pig 'ud gae, Bucky."
"I realize that. You would go, and endeavor to help and protect me in every way possible."
"You did say for him?"
"Of course. I am your friend, as you are mine." He paused, his right forefinger tracing small circles on his cheek.
"'Twill be a long walk to the brethren without you."
He nodded, and gloried a second time. "You'll go back to them at the other end of the Whorl?"
"'Tis me only kin."
"Mercenaries? You were a mercenary trooper, Pig?"
"Oh, aye, was he? He was. Fighting to make him gae, Bucky. Paid to. Moss trooper too, and there was nae better."
"Perhaps you'll find someone on the way, Pig. A woman who loves you, or friends who like you as much as I do."
"Found you already, Bucky?"
"Yes," he said sadly. "You have. And if I could take you back to New Viron with me, I would do so in an instant. The problem, one problem at least, is that I am not going there. I am going to a town very far from there, to which I promised Harry Mao I would go."
"Timber with me."
"I will be a prisoner, Pig. They want me to judge their disputes and arrange compromises for them. There are many disputes in which both sides are in the wrong, and many more in which no compromise acceptable to both parties is possible." He sighed. "I cannot give them all that they hope for, and their disappointment is certain to turn to violence in time unless I can escape them."
"Would you do it, Bucky? Gang away?"
Solemnly, he nodded. "I would. I will, if I can. I've promised Harry Mao that I'll go with him to his town, and that I will judge it to the best of my poor ability, but not that I'll remain there indefinitely. I will keep my promise if they'll let me, but when I've done what I can, I'm going home. I've been halfway around Blue already, and home cannot be farther than that."
"Need Old Pig then, Bucky?"
He sighed again. "No doubt I will, but I won't have you. In the first place, Harry Mao and his friends will learn where I am very quickly. If not today, certainly tomorrow. They'll hold me to my promise then, and insist we leave. You must have expert care for months. Your flesh may not accept your new eye. There are things that can be done should that occur, but they are difficult things and require an expert physician. In the second, you would be more of a prisoner than I, and in considerably greater danger, a focus for the discontents of every man I ruled against. I said that you will require months of care because that is what your surgeon told me, and what they tell me here. If you were to come with me, I doubt that you'd live for months." Something in Pig's face had changed. He said, "And in the third horn?" "Patera." Oreb whistled shrilly. "I would be a positive danger to you," Pig said. "Strength and a stout heart are hazardous qualities where they cannot prevail." "Yes." He wiped his eyes. Naked and subtly altered, the face was still Pig's. Silk's well-remembered voice issued from its lips. "Still, you would take me if you could." "Yes. Yes, I would. If we reached New Viron, I would not have failed. Or even if you reached it alone." "You do not wish to fail." Pig's big hand tightened on his. He said, I would give my life not to fail, and meant it.
You already have.
You must lie here on this acceleration couch. Harry Mao bent over him. You must be strapped in as well. I apologize, though it is essential. I know. I've been on them before. I'm worried about Oreb. Harry Mao's smile widened. There under your arm he will be safe. The lighter one is, the less strain. Oreb is very light. A wide strap snapped closed, pressing the Azoth into the tense muscles under it. For yourself you are not afraid, Rajan Silk. If they wished to call him that, that was what they wished to call him. Not wanting to stare, he looked from Harry Mao's bearded face to the woven matting that had replaced what? He tried to remember the interior of the lander that had brought him from blue to green, but he could recall only the long rows of crude brown couches, the cramped little galley that had fed them sparsely and badly, the shooting and the shouting, the twisted steel grip of Sinew's knife protruding from the back of a man whose name was forgotten. Harry Mao repeated, For yourself you are not afraid? Of dying? He shook his head. No, not of that. In a way it would be a relief, a mitigation of failure. May I confide in you? Of course, I am your friend. What I fear is showing fear. I am afraid I'll scream when the push comes and the explosion. Harry Mao brought cotton for his ears, and he stuffed it in them gratefully. You must put your head under your wing, Oreb, and pretend you are going to sleep. Keep out as much of the noise as you can. No here? Yes, he said firmly. No here. And watched with approval as Oreb tucked his head beneath his wing. He had wanted a couch near the others, perhaps next to Harry Mao's, but Harry Mao had hustled him away, farther down, nearer the front of the lander, nearer the strange place to which Silk had once gone, from which one could, while still in the Whorl, see the stars. He craned his neck in a vain effort to see behind him. 2 or 3 rows farther down, 3 rows at least, he decided, and more likely 4. At least this lander was not jammed like the one in which he and Nettle had come to Blue. Where was she now? He tried to imagine her and what she was doing, but found that he could only picture a much younger Nettle renting folding stools. I am distracted, he told himself as a slight tremor shook the lander. Under such circumstances as this, I am bound to be distracted. Matting, woven of the split stems of some tropical plant, it would be warm in Gaon. He shivered. Someone had ripped open the very walls to steal wire. If he and Harry Mao and all the rest were lucky, that someone would have left the insulation strewn about so it could be replaced and confined behind the matting. If they were not, it was gone and had been replaced with something else, the coarse and dirty hair of slaughtered cattle or something of the sort. No, they did not eat their cattle in Gaon. Harry Mao had said so. Cattle were the mother goddess, were nurturing echidna, just like snakes. Snakes were understandable, of course. It was that way in Viron, too, to some extent. But cattle? Though cattle were associated with both echidna and pass, now that he thought of it. Rain from pass, grass from echidna. It was an old saying, rain, the intercourse of the gods. In Gaon, Harry Mao had said, cattle were offered to echidna, but never eaten. The entire animal was burned on the altar. That said something about the size of altars in Gaon, and the supply of wood as well, surely. The monitor's face appeared in a glass to his right, nearly human, though blurred about the mouth. We'll cast off for the planet called Blue in 30 seconds. Your couch is secured. Yes, he said unnecessarily. Yes, I think so. He wanted to ask whether they would get there, whether they would arrive, and whether they would make a safe landing, but did not. If you suffer from heart disease, it would be best for you to remain in the Whorl, the monitor reminded him. I don't. There was a momentary roar, deafening even through the cotton. The lander trembled with a violence that its builders could not possibly have intended. He asked, Is everything all right? I am verifying our capabilities, Patarasilk. It was maddening to be thus mistaken by a mere machine. What was almost worse, Oreb had taken his head from beneath his wing to listen. Good Silk. I am not Silk, he told the monitor. You have been misinformed. Your name is on my passenger list, Patarasilk. Supplied by Harry Mao, of course. He could not keep the bitterness from his voice. I will first cast off from the Whorl, the monitor was saying. Higher up, others were saying the same thing. When I have attained sufficient altitude, I will fire my engines. As soon as they are silent, you may move about the lander, Harimal. You will be unwell. Please employ the housekeeping tube to keep your area clean. It struck him that it had been at least 2 minutes since the monitor had said they would leave in 30 seconds. He groped for his housekeeping tube and found that it was missing. It will activate upon access. You are responsible for your own area, Harimal. That was because he had insisted that he was not Silk, he decided. Aloud, he said, I have no housekeeping tube, monitor, and I will not be sick. I've traveled on landers before. I even flew here on this one. On no occasion was I sick. No sick, Oreb confirmed. I will first cast off from the Whorl, Potter Sulk. The blur around the monitor's mouth was spreading over its face like a cancer. The lower half of that face moved to the right, then jerked back into place. When I have attained attitude, fire my engines. You may move about plus deploy the housekeeping. The monitor's blurred gray face flickered, then vanished. This was Death's overture. This lander had been damaged too badly to fly. Although they had flown to the pole in it, it could never return to blue. It would explode when the rockets fired, or crash when it tried to land, or leave them floating in the abyss to starve, visited perhaps by Inhumi. I got there. I did it. I got back to Viron, where I could look for Silk. Suddenly aware that he was speaking out loud, he clenched his teeth. Good Silk. Put your head under your wing, or you will be deafened. You may well be deafened anyhow. Obediently, Oreb tucked his scarlet-capped head beneath a jet-black wing. No, fly, it was a whisper. Stay here. It had been the best part of his life, the days when he had been with General Mint, with Silk in the Caldé's palace. How few they had been. How very, very few. The hours in Silk's palace and the hours in the boat with Sea-Rack. I've been happy twice, he told the bird in a voice that he himself could scarcely hear. A shellback comb floated before his eyes. He murmured, Most men are not happy even once, and was violently, messily ill. Sitting in what had been the lowest part of the lander, he seemed suspended in the sky. The short sun blazed to his left, mercifully obscured by the darkened canopy. To his right, stars shone, and blue lay at his feet like a lost toy. Home. Harimal joined him, strapping himself into the seat. No one should see this twice, but I cannot get enough. It is like women. He smiled. Yes, in a way, I suppose it is. My friends will not look. Mota and Roti, those fellows, they came up here for as long as it takes to eat a banana. It was enough for them. I cannot satisfy myself ever. Oreb had been left out of the conversation long enough. No eat, he declared. No, his master told him. You cannot eat the stars save with your eyes. What is it, Rajan? Harimal leaned toward him and touched his neck, as though to gauge its temperature or feel his pulse. I just realized that the Whorl is no longer my home. I grew up there, Harimal, and Nettle and I, in our real home on Lizard Island, used to say home when we spoke of it. In those days we never thought it would be possible to go back. Now I have, and if I had not, perhaps she would have gone instead. He was tempted to say that she might even have succeeded in finding Silk, but he knew it would make Harimal angry. It did not make you happy, Rajan? It did at first, and often after that. He sighed. Or at least I would have told you I was if you had asked me. But you weren't. Perhaps I should say that what I had when I realized I was not only back in the Whorl but near Viron, and when I re-entered the city, was not true happiness, only the anticipation of it. So I feel when everything is settled back there. Harimal jerked a thumb over his shoulder. And I can come up here. Here I am happy. But looking at happiness is no bad thing, Rajan. No, he agreed, it isn't. Nor is it happiness we ought to seek in life. For one thing, only those who seek something else find it. Work or war? Yes, sometimes. Peace, too, and home.
I don't mean to say that wherever one lives is good. Sometimes people try all their lives to make a home, and succeed just before the end and are happy. Some, like me, succeed much earlier, but are not happy because they don't know. When you came here, I almost said that I didn't think a man who never saw the stars could ever be truly happy. There is much truth. Then I realized that there are millions like Hound. Good Hound, Oreb explained. Yes, he is. He's honest and humble, and he works hard, I believe. His wife wants children, and so does he, and he will love them when they get them. But he lives in the Whorl, and has never seen the stars. In all probability he never will, though it is he and others like him who will touch them for us all. I do not understand, Rajan. The Whorl will leave our short sun, he pointed to it, when the repairs are completed. I'm surprised you didn't learn about it when we were at the pole. After we had finished talking about Pig, it was one of the first things they told me. Oh, that. Harimau shrugged. Yes, that. It may take 20 years or 50 or several hundred. There's still a great deal they have to learn, but the raw materials are there, and there's an abundance of labor. They will conquer the heat, rain will fall as it never has in living memory, and Lake Limna, all the lakes, will be sweet again. Streams that have not flowed in 100 years will run as pure and clear as on the day when Pass's finger traced their courses. Perhaps. But you and I will never see it, Rajan. No. For us, a little point of light in the sky will brighten, then fade until at last it vanishes. You will be happy in Gaon, Rajan. Oreb clucked unhappily. No doubt I will. Certainly I will try to be. What about you, Harimau? Will you be happy too? Delighted, Rajan. Elated. Harimau's tone left no room for doubt. I will be the one who found you, who brought you to our town. You will be our foremost citizen, and I will be second only to you. We will be respected and admired, and all of us will live in peace and justice for the rest of our lives. It is not a small thing to be second in such a town. No, he agreed. It isn't. Indeed, it may well be better than being first. Harimau laughed. He had a warm laugh, full of joy. You would not talk like that, Rajan, if you could see the house we are building for you. The work had begun before we left, and it will be finished by now. We have been in Gaon only 14 years. Perhaps I told you? He paused, counting on his fingers. 15 now. It became 15 while we were looking for you in the foreign city. You mean Viron? Yes. We were there only 11 days. Were we not fortunate to find you so quickly? The man he called Rajan looked mildly surprised. Why, no. But we were, Rajan. Not fortunate to find you so quickly out of so many thousands? It couldn't have favored us greatly. Oreb cocked his head. Good luck? Certainly not, Oreb. Or at least it wasn't lucky as luck is usually reckoned. His master turned back to the bronzed young hero beside him. First of all, you were not lucky because you did not find the man you were looking for. I know you think I'm Silk. Many people do. Nevertheless, I'm not. I've stopped objecting where your friends may overhear me, but I know who I am. Harimau started to protest, but was silenced by a gesture. Second, because it was carefully arranged that you should find me and take me away. I believe Caldé Bison must have had a hand in it, and quite certain his cognizance the prolocutor did. Are you sure, Rajan? If you are, Gaon owes them much. Gaon owes them nothing, because they were not concerned to benefit it. They wanted me out of the way, and being decent men at base, were happy to accomplish their end without murder. They thought I was Silk, you see, just as you do, and as Silk I was an embarrassment, an encroachment on their authority. Caldé Bison, I would guess, sent the merchant who conveniently offered my friend Hound candles at a bargain price. Rajan? He sighed. I sincerely hope they carried through their ruse, and Hound actually got the candles to take back to Tansy and her mother in Endroad. What is it? Your temple. Trumpeters were sent through the city to announce that you would offer many beasts to the gods there. It cannot be that they were not proud of you. Did they? I hadn't heard about that. It was while I was talking with his cognizance and General Mint, I suppose. In that case, Caldé Bison's involvement. Bad man! is quite certain. The chapter doesn't have trumpeters, but the Caldé's guard does. No, he isn't, Oreb. That's what I've been telling you. A bad man would have had me killed. Councillor Pato would have been delighted to arrange it and giggled over it afterward. If they wished you away, Rajan, why pay you such honors? So they would not be blamed for my disappearance to begin with. He laughed, and there was something of a gleeful child in that laughter. We plot and plan so very hard to do the outsider's will, Harimau. We think ourselves oh so wise. I understood at the end. Have I told you? No, Rajan. Hand together, Harimau made him a little seated bow. I would be pleased to learn. They took away Hound, you see, or at least Bison did, and it's even possible his wife helped, though I doubt it. They left me Pig, thinking he would be easy for you to deal with. Because he was blind, he would be no protection to me. Nor was he, Rajan. I didn't want protection. I wanted Pig's sight restored, and I knew that if the flyers said it could be done at the West Pole, it could be. Most people have never spoken to a flyer, but I knew one once. They are crew, and know a great deal we do not. He paused, chuckling. Pataragulo came to Ermin's to warn me. I'm sure I haven't told you about that. Harimau shook his head. I didn't think so. Pataragulo was my acolyte long ago. Pardon me, I misspoke. He was Silk's acolyte. I don't know how I came to make such a mistake. Harimau said, One that I can easily forgive, Rajan. He was Silk's acolyte, but he's coadjutor now. I supposed in my stupidity that his cognizance had sent him, and was quite surprised that he would use such a high-ranking prelate for a mere errand. Normally he would have sent a page with a note, or his prothonotary. The truth of the matter, as I came to understand afterward, was that Gulo had come on his own. He owed his high position to his past association with Silk. When his cognizance learned of his little visit, as he surely did very soon, he saw to it that it wasn't repeated, and claimed credit for it. He even went so far as to warn me about you and your Gaonese, as Bison did. Neither, of course, took steps to prevent your taking me. Did you have much trouble finding me in the sacristy, Harimau? One of your priests told us where you were, and pointed it out to us when we told him we desired to speak to you. But, Rajan, you would not think they had treated you ill if you could see your house. It will be the biggest in Gaon. A house, a garden, and a fountain, all beautiful. Your wives will choose the furnishings. My wives? He stared. Only 4 when we left, Rajan, but the most beautiful in Gaon, and we have suggested to other towns that they send their daughters. Most will. That is what Rajamantri thinks, and he is wise in such matters. Besides, why would you must send them back? No, girl? Oreb inquired sleepily. No. No, indeed. In the first place, Harimau, I have a wife already. In the second, I have never even seen these women, nor have they seen me. You will disgrace them, Rajan. No one wants a cast-off wife. Besides, you must have wives to cook and clean. Sitting in the little horse-drawn tonga, he recalled that conversation. From the way the men running ahead, they were good runners here, were pointing, this was certainly it, this 3-storied stucco structure with turrets and peculiarly shaped windows, behind this low plastered wall. The gray-bearded man with the big scarlet headcloth, bowing as soon as the Rajan's eye fell upon him, was presumably Rajamantri. The curtain of one of the upper windows was twitched aside just long enough to reveal 2 lovely, laughing faces with frightened eyes, then let fall again. 19. The Last Time. Juganu and Scylla wanted to go back to the Red Sun Whorl right away, but Father said there was no point in going from the boat, and most likely we would end up back on the river boat if we did, which was not where we wanted. What we needed was a nice, safe house where things would be all right the whole time we were gone. That meant we had to go back to New Viron, and what with bad wind and no wind, it took 3 days. Juganu did not like it, but there was nothing we could do about it. I thought we would go to Uncle Calf's, but Father decided on another place instead, in a good big house that belonged to a lady named Capsicum. Hyde had met her already, and she never did get over thinking I was him, but she was a nice old lady. Father explained what we wanted, and she said she had just the place.
It was a guest room that only had one window, but there were 2 beds in it. We went in there, and it was a big window, but there were bars on it. She did not call them bars, and they were twisted around pretty to make a flower in the middle, but they were bars. I grabbed hold and tried to pull them out, and I could not even get them to bend a little. She went away, and we shut the door and bolted it, and lay down on the beds, Father and me on one and Juganu on the other. After that I stared at the ceiling for a long time, and nothing happened. It was about 2 o'clock, and the sunshine in there was pretty bright. It was an interesting ceiling because somebody had painted it like you were upside down and looking down at a garden. There was a fountain with green reflected in it, and those big white flowers that bloom at night, and even a bat. But after a while I got pretty tired of it. I guess Father did too, because he said, "What are you thinking about, Juganu? You're fighting me in some way." Juganu said he was not, and they talked about that a while. The bird started to talk, sometimes on its own and sometimes Scylla. I did not like that, and I think Father must have seen it because he told it to be still. Then he said for Juganu to come over and lie down where I was, and for me to lie down in his bed. I did not like that either, because I was naturally worried about Father, but I did it. Then he started talking to Juganu about the place we were trying to go to. I never heard him talk like that before, or anybody. I am going to write down all I can remember, but I do not think I can make you hear it the way I did, lying on my back looking at the bat and watching how the room got dark. Think of a whorl so old that even its seasons have worn out, Father said. A whorl on which they had jungles like yours once, with wide-leafed plants and many flowers and huge trees. It is too cold for that in our time, and when the people of that whorl speak of the present, they intend 500 years. The sun is red, shade up is always cold, and it is cool even when the red sun is at its highest. You can see the stars all day long, unless they are hidden by clouds. Think of a whorl where beggars kill stray dogs for their pelts. He talked a lot more, and then he said, "What fills your mind's eye, Juganu? Where do your thoughts fly? Be honest with me." "I was thinking about the whorl you described," Juganu said, "about the whorl we visited, and the boat of the winged woman." "What else?" "That I'll be a man like you there, a better man than you, Rajan, because I'll be younger and stronger, as young and strong as your son, and I won't have to feed from him to make me strong. Do you know how we breed, Rajan, we of the people?" "I know that your eggs must be hatched in sun-warmed water, nothing beyond that." The bird said, "Not man. People? Never. No whorl." And I knew it was Scylla. "No there. Good. Bad things." Juganu sat up. "We were there. They brought us. We're everywhere." Father made him lie back down and told Scylla to be quiet if she wanted to do what the great Scylla had told her to. She did not say much after that, maybe not anything. "How do you breed, Juganu? If it's not too personal, I would be interested to know." "The man must build a hut for decency's sake," Juganu began in his old cracked voice. "He selects a good place, a private place where the sun you call short kisses the water. He builds it of little green branches woven together. Weaving is difficult for us, but we can do it, and if a man wishes to mate, that is what he must do." Father said, "This is on green." "Always on green. Your waters aren't warm enough for us and haven't the right life in them. There must be life of the right kind in the water, or the children will starve." He builds the hut and trims it with flowers, and he goes away for a day. When he returns there is no one, perhaps, and his flowers have wilted. He takes them far away and throws them into the water, and in the morning he gathers fresh ones, more than before, and trims the hut again. Once again he goes away. At evening he returns. The flowers he picked that morning have faded, and the leaves of the green branches from which he built his hut are flaccid and yellow. He destroys it, and carries the withered branches far away to throw in the water. Next morning he begins a new hut, higher and longer and more cunningly woven than the first. Its building requires a day. Next day he trims it with flowers both inside and out, and then he goes away. I was about ready to go away myself by then, but Father was lying there very quietly, waiting to hear more. Their bed was only about 2 cubits from mine, and he was lying on the side nearest me, so I could see his face pretty good just by turning my head, and he looked like he was hearing something important. "This time a woman has come," Juganu said. "She is lying in his hut. How does he know? By 1,000 signs, and none. Perhaps some small plant that he spared for the beauty of its foliage has been trodden upon. Perhaps she has taken a single blossom from his hut to wear. He knows. He reshapes himself then, becoming a man both young and strong. Within—" I said, "You can't do that." It got me a look from Father. "She has made herself such a woman as young men dream of. You have told me about your daughter Jali, how lovely she was. Your son has told me too. That is how the woman looks when he sees her in the dimness of the hut he built and made beautiful for her. All these things, you understand, are their promises to each other, their promises concerning the children they will have. You, Rajan, will understand what I mean by this. Your son will not, and should not." Father said, "Yes, I understand. Please continue." "In his hut they love as men and women love. There is a game they play. I think, Rajan, that you can guess what that game is." His pet said, "Tell Bird." "He is a human man for her, and she is a human woman for him. He tells her that he came to Green on a lander, as human men do, and she tells him that she ran away from her father's house and happened upon his beautiful hut. It is not a lie." I wanted to say that it was, but Father said, "No, it isn't. I understand. It is a drama." "Exactly. They are the audience as well as the actors. I have been an actor, Rajan." Father said, "I understand," again. "This lasts all night. In the morning, when the sun's hot kisses fall on the water, they say, 'We must wash ourselves after so much love.' They swim together, and she releases her eggs and he his sperm, and it is over." Neither of them said anything after that. The bird talked a little, but it was not Scylla and did not make sense. Finally I said, "Father wanted to know what you're thinking about that keeps us from going where we want to go, Juganu." Father told me to be quiet, and I said, "Well, I think he ought to. You're going to take him somewhere where he can be a real man. I think he owes it to you to tell you." "He has," Father said, and that shut me up. I do not know how long it was before Father started talking again, but it was a long time. I guess he was thinking of what to say. When he started again, his voice was so quiet I could hardly hear. "Soon it will be evening," he said. "If we still haven't gone, we'll go up onto the roof of this house. Standing on the tiles, I will point, and you will peer until at last you see a certain dim red star. It's a long, long way from here. Think of it now. The sky like black velvet strewn with diamonds in the bottom of a grave, and among the diamonds a minute drop of blood. There is a whorl circling that star, an ancient whorl. On that whorl, Juganu, there is an old city you have seen, and through it a river. Its waters are turbid and foul, and seem scarcely to move. You know that river. You have sailed on it. There are women in that river, women who swim up from the sea. I do not speak of the feignings of the sea goddess, but of real women. Some are as tall as towers, some no larger than children. Their hair is green and streams behind them when they swim, their nipples black, and their eyes and lips and nails as red as blood. Steps wet and black with river water lead from the river to a street of crumbling tenements. There are women in nearly every room of those tenements, women who will sell their bodies for a round piece of stamped metal. Some are beautiful, and many are less than beautiful in ways you may find attractive." He said more about that, but I do not remember most of it, and I am not going to write it. Then he said, "Follow the street higher, and you meet with the iron gates of their necropolis. It is to that necropolis, that silent city of the dead, that we go. But first we must visit the lander beyond it, the ancient lander where the torturers ply their trade. The torturers are men, but there are fair women among their prisoners. They are helpless and afraid, confined to underground cells, and grateful, those who have not lost their reason, to anyone who befriends them. Many were the concubines of the Caldé of the city, and these are the fairest of the fair. Day after day they groom and perfume themselves for the rescuer of whom they dream, the rescuer who for most will never come. Tall and fair they think him,
and 1,000 times they have practiced the kisses they will give him, the caresses that have made him their own. Father stopped talking, and it seemed to me that he had stopped a long time ago some place a long way from where I was. I opened my eyes and saw daylight and stars, like there were stars painted on the ceiling instead of the white flowers, and broken stuff like glass. I sat up just as the bird flew through the break, and the first person I saw was the girl that had been inside it. Here I wish I could really say how she looked. It was not exactly happy and was not exactly angry either. She looked the way a person does when all the deciding and worrying is over, and her eyes could have burned right through you. Father sat up then, and Juganu. Juganu looked the same as on the riverboat, but Father looked the way he had in Capsicum's big house, only younger. Before he had looked a lot like our real father, and Hyde says that is the way he always looked on the Red Sun Whorl. Now he did not. He looked serious, but he had 2 eyes again, and they just shone. He got up as if he did not weigh anything and helped me up. The girl said, "That it?" and pointed. Naturally, I looked where she pointed. There was a little paved place down below with a post in the middle, and on the other side of it a pretty big wall that had fallen down in one place to where it was just a pile of slabs. On the other side was a cemetery so big it seemed like the whole Whorl had to be dead and buried in it. There were graves with every kind of monument, statues of men crying and women crying, and I guess of the people who were dead and all sorts of things, and pillars with things on top. Between them were trees and bushes and grass and little narrow paths that looked white. I found out later that they were made of bones. It all went on for a long way down the side of the big hill, and past it you could barely make out the buildings Father had talked about and the river. The girl had taken hold of his arm and was trying to pull him over to the hatch in the middle of the floor, but he would not go. She said, "We here. Why wait?" He said, "For Shadlow, of course. Do you imagine that we can simply go down there and wander about?" He always wore that black robe that he had the corn in, but it was different, and it started changing more right then while I looked. The main thing was that it kept getting blacker and blacker. It got so black I thought it could not get any blacker. Then it kept on getting blacker after that until it looked like what Azoth did when the blade came out and cut through that boat. Finally it was like it was not there at all, but like you were blind in the part of your eye that was looking at it. There was a hood, too, with red trim on it. Juganu went over and lifted the hatch while Father and the girl were arguing, and said he was going down, but if he got caught he would not tell about us. Father explained that they could not hold him anyway, and helped him make one of the black robes for himself and a big straight sword that was sharp on both sides, and told him the name of his friend and told him to send him up if he met him. Juganu went, and for a long time nothing happened. Father talked to the girl, but I did not pay much attention. Mostly I looked at the other landers around ours, and the river and the city. I will not try to tell about it, because I could not. You could not imagine it, no matter how hard you tried. Some of the buildings were like mountains, but in it they were not huge or even big. They were just bumps. Father used to talk sometimes about the jungle where Sinew was, how dangerous it was. But that city looked worse to me, leagues and leagues and leagues of stone and brick, and millions and millions and millions of people that were worse than any animal. I would have gone home right then if I could. The bird came back saying, "Good place, good hole." I never did like it much, and I think it was afraid of me because I look like my brother, but I am somebody else. Anyway, I liked it less after that, and I am not sorry that it went with him. Then a boy came up. He was one of the apprentices. From the way Father had talked, I thought he was going to be my age, but he was younger. He was pretty big already, though. You could see he was going to be tall. We sat on the floor then, the father, the girl, the boy, and me. The boy asked Father about his book, whether he was still writing it. Father said, "No, I've put it aside forever. If my sons or my wife wish to read what I have written, they may. But if they want it finished, they will have to finish it themselves. What about yours? The last time we spoke, you said you were going to write someday. Have you begun it?" The boy laughed and said no, he was going to wait until he had more time and more to put in it. Then he said something I have remembered a lot. He said, "I won't put you in it, though. No one would believe you."
It is exactly the way I feel about father. I knew how right it was as soon as I heard it, and it is still right. The others are going to write all the other parts of this, about the wedding and all that. My part is almost over with. So I am going to try to say it, to tell you about father the way he seemed to me right here. Even if you do not believe me, even if you think that what I say cannot have been true, you will know anyway that I thought it was. It will let you see him the way we did, a little. Father was good. That is the hard part to explain to everyone, and it is the thing my aunt is trying to explain too. If you meet her and she starts telling you about him, how scary he could be, and things moving themselves, and the vanished people coming down the street and knocking on her door, that is what you have to remember if you want to understand. If somebody frightens people, everybody thinks he has to be bad. But when you were around father, you were practically always scared to death, scared that he might really find out one day the way you were and do something about it. I was not going to tell why I did not like his bird, but I will just get you to understand. It was not really a nice bird at all. It was dirty, and it did not sing. It was noisy sometimes when I did not want it to be, and it would eat fish guts and rotten meat. After I got to know father, this was in Dorp and on Widger's boat, I could see that the bird was exactly like me, except that it was a bird and I was a person. Father knew exactly how bad we were, but he loved us just the same. Deep down, I think he loved everybody, even Jali and Juganu. He loved some people more than others, our mother especially. But he loved everybody, and until you meet somebody like him, you will never know how scary that was. He was good, like I said up there. He was probably the best man alive, and I think that when somebody is really, really good as he was, the rules change. A long time ago, he told the boy, this girl was a sort of princess here on your Whorl. Her name was Selinia. Have you heard of her? The boy said he had not. She died here many years ago, many centuries, I believe. Now she must find her grave. Your ghosts. The boy looked around at us. He was not afraid, or if he was, he did not show it. But he did not smile either. He did not have a good face for smiling anyway. When you were here before, you said you weren't. That was because you meant the spirits of the dead, Father explained. My son and I are not dead, and neither is Juganu, the man who sent you to us. This girl is, however, and we must help her. Will you help us? He did, too. He took us to an old stone building where there were lots of coffins. They were supposed to be up on stone shelves, but most of them were not, and a lot were empty. Here, the girl said, and she went into the darkest corner. I did not think there was anything there, but Father was making a light with his hand, and she was right. There was a little coffin only about half the size of the others in there, pushed way over. There were spider webs all over it, so it was a lot easier to miss than to see. She looked down at it a while, and Father asked if it would be better if he put out his light. She said no, but he closed his hand until it was almost dark. Finally she said it was no good. We would have to take the lid off for her. It took a special tool, but Father made one and gave it to the boy. He said that since the boy was the only one who was really here, it would be better if he did it. The boy asked, I'm just pretending you're really here? But Father had stepped back into a corner and would not answer him. It seemed right then like Father was not much more than a shadow and a little gleam of light, like there was a chink in the wall there that let the sunlight in. Finally I said, That isn't quite it either. You better take out those screws like Father told you. I am not sure the boy heard me, though. He did it anyway. I do not think the tool Father had made felt right, because he kept stopping to look at it. He would use it a while, maybe taking out one. Then he would stop and study it, and shut his eyes and study it some more. So it took a while, but eventually the last one was out, and he looked around for Father and asked if he should take the top off. Father was on his knees drawing the sign of addition over and over the way he did sometimes, and did not answer. But the girl said, Yes, oh yes, do it. That was funny, because I could see the boy, could hear her, but could not see her. I went over so I could look inside, and the bird sat on my shoulder. It was about the first time he was that friendly, and I was not so sure I liked it. I am still not sure.
Only it was not as easy as we thought it was going to be. The lid stuck, and I had to kneel down at the other end and wrestle with it. The boy could see me then and hear me too, and I could see he felt better about that. It told me something about the way we were in the Red Sun Whorl that I had not known before. We got more real there when we did things with people who were really there. When we did not, we got less real, even to each other. Maybe even to ourselves, but I am not sure about that. Just the same, I think that when Father wanted to bring us back, that was what he did. He thought about us, and not at all about the Red Sun Whorl, and somehow by what he said and the way he acted, he made us think that way too. We got the lid off after a lot of fooling around. We thought for a while there might be some kind of secret catch, but it was just stuck. There were metal corners on the box part and on the lid, and they had rusted together. When they came loose, the girl got a lot more real and even pushed us away. Her face was just terrible. It was like the only thing in the whole world she wanted was inside the coffin. Maybe it was, but she did not get it right then. There was a casket, I guess that is what you call it, inside, all soldered out of sheet lead. The boy had a little knife, and he cut the lead for her, along the big end and down both sides. We grabbed hold of it then and were able to peel it back. There was not much inside, just some dirt and hair and old bones and a little jewelry, not much. I thought the boy would take the rings and so forth, but he did not. After I had seen the inside, I looked back up at the girl to see what she thought of it, and she said, "I died young. It can't have been long after I was scanned for the whorl." She was talking to Father then, not to me, and she had stopped talking like his bird. He opened his hand all the way. It got so bright it hurt my eyes. The bird has this thin, filmy sort of eyelid he uses in bright sun, and next time I looked at him he had it. Then Father said, "I imagine so, Selinia." From the way he said it, you knew it was the last thing he would ever say to her. I wish I knew how to do that with my voice. I have tried it, but for me it never sounds right. Father had gotten a lot solider looking when the light got bright. I do not know about me and the bird. I was not paying much attention to us just then, but the girl got all wispy. After that, she went. It was like she was water in a bowl, and the dirt in the lead casket was the ground, and somebody we could not see was pouring her out. Maybe the light was. When she was gone, Father closed his hand again. The boy wanted to know if he should put the lid back. Father said yes, and I can't say what may happen if you open it again. Probably nothing. Still, I advise you not to. The boy said he would not. He screwed the lid back down, which did not take nearly as long as it had to get it off, and we shoved it back in the corner again. When it was done, the bird said, "Bad thing, bad girl." You could tell it was not quite sure she was gone. I thought that was funny and said something about it to Father, and he said, "Nor am I. Back on Blue, she may possess Oreb just as she did, and in fact I think it more likely than not, though I hope I am wrong." After that we went back outside. It was practically night, what old people call shade-low, the time when there are shadows every place. There was a great big rose bush growing right by the door of the stone building with about 100 purple roses on it. I had not noticed the smell when we came in, or anyway I do not think I did. But when we went out I noticed it a lot. The night seemed to bring it out, and it was almost like it followed us. Maybe we got it on our clothes. It was sweet but heavy, the kind of smell you like at first, but after a little while it makes you tired. Now, just about any time I smell anything like that, I think about the girl, and the dirt that was inside the lead box. She was right at the mean stage a lot of girls get in, but she would probably have gotten over it when she got older. She might have turned out to be a pretty nice person after all. While we were walking, the boy told Father he wanted him to see his dog. He said he had wanted to show it to him the last time Father was here, but Father had not gotten to see it, so could he show him now? Father said sure. That got me to thinking about what we were doing now instead of the girl and whether she had really gone away. I mean, died, because that is what it was, I know. So I asked if we were just going back to the tower to see this dog, and I said that if that was all it was, maybe it would be better for us to go home. Father said, "We've accomplished the task we set out to do, but the most difficult part of our trip remains, my son. We must persuade or force Juganu to return with us. I wanted to say, "Don't you think Juganu will want to go?" But that would have been dumb, because I could see from what he had said that he did not. So I said, "You told him what would happen if he didn't?" Father did not say anything. If you asked him a question that really was a question, he just about always answered some way, I think because he was so polite. But if you just said something like that to show you would like to know something, pretty often he did not say anything back. By that time I knew all about that, so I did not do it very often anymore. The boy said, "Do you want to look for your friend first, or see Triskelly?" "Both," Father told him. After that, nobody said anything until we got to the little gate. Then the boy knocked and called out, "We are returning, Brother Porter." That was the torturer at the gate, a big fat man with a big sword. He stared at us through the little window, and it was the first time it soaked through to me that I should have had a black robe and a sword too, like Father had helped Juganu make. So I made them as fast as I could while he was looking at me, and it was probably a mistake. The sword was not sharp, for one thing, and the robe was really just kind of a black sheet tied around my neck, and I still had on the tunic that Mother had made for me back home. Brother Porter opened the gate for us anyway, but he was trembling so bad that Father stayed behind to talk to him and sort of tell him it was all right. The boy and I went on. Father made a little motion to say we ought to, and I think that was right, because the boy helped me with my robe, and I found out I could make my sword sharp by pinching my fingers together and running them down the edge. I tried to make my tunic go away too, but it would not, so the boy showed me how to pull my robe together and keep it that way, the way a real torturer would. We went back in the tower after that and down into the Juzgato part, because I had asked the boy if there were women torturers, and he said no, so I was pretty sure that was where Juganu would be. I thought maybe I could find him and get him to go back, and that would save a little time. Besides, the boy said it was where his dog was. Pretty soon we heard Juganu's voice. It was noisy down there, with somebody yelling or screaming all the time, but in a way it was quiet too, because nobody was listening. When somebody talked the way Juganu did, just the way a person usually does, so that somebody else will hear him and understand what he said, it sort of stood out. We went to the room he was in and looked through a little window pretty much like the one in the gate, and he was in there with a nice-looking woman. She had big eyes that looked like they cried a lot, only she did not look like she was going to cry any more ever just then, if you know what I mean. She looked like life was just so wonderful there in her little room that she loved the whole Whorl and nothing could ever make her unhappy again. She looked up at me when I tapped on the door with my sword, but then she looked back at Juganu like looking at anything else was just a big waste of time. When we had gone out to the cemetery that they called the necropolis, Father and I had just walked through the wall, the bird and the girl flew over, and the boy had climbed it where it had fallen down, and I had been thinking it would probably have been better if we had come back the same way and not gotten the fat man all upset. So right then I tried to see if I could just walk through that door too, without Father there to tell me how. I tried, and I did it. It worked fine. There was something funny about being in there just the same. I kept thinking about what if it did not work fine when I tried to go out? What if it did not work at all? I thought about being locked in there like the woman with the big eyes and never seeing daylight, and what did Father need me here for anyway? He could have left me on the boat with Babby. When I told the others about that, we all laughed, but it was not funny then. It was hard to keep from turning right around and going out, one of the hardest things I have ever done. Juganu wanted to know what I wanted, but I think he knew. I said it was time to go, and she cried and held on to him. He said, "Are you saying that we're going to leave this moment? Where's the Rajan?" So I explained about the dog and said that we would just go down and look at it because the boy wanted us to, and Father would be along soon to see it, and then we were leaving. He did not say anything to that for a minute. Then he said, "I have to think." Just then I heard a new voice through the little window in the door. I turned and looked, and it was a man I had not seen before. A big, heavy man with a big, heavy face had hold of the boy. He was telling him to come along, and from the way he said it, it sounded like the boy was in for a whipping. The boy said,
I will, master. I'm sorry, master. I meant no harm.
Then the bird came yelling, watch out, like it did sometimes. The big man stopped to look at it and said, what's that doing in here?
It belongs to Master Malrubius, master, the boy told him, and the big man he called master hit him across the face. He did not do it like he was angry with him or anything. He did not sneer either. He just did it the way you would swat a fly. Then father came up behind him and put his hand on his shoulder. He turned around and saw father, and his mouth dropped open. He did not say anything, just backed away. I think he must have run after that, but there was so much noise I could not be sure. Juganu stayed with the woman with the big eyes, and father and I and the bird went down to see the dog. It was dark, and there was mud your feet sank into, but a solid floor underneath. The boy said the dog had been hurt, and it was better that it was there in the dark because it could rest then and get well. I was not so sure. It was pretty damp. The dog had blankets, though, old torn blankets and lots of rags, and it had tunneled into them and made a little nest for itself. That was good, because it had short hair that did not look warm. Its head was as big as a bull's without the horns, and its mouth could have held my head and bitten down on it like a cherry. I know because it opened its mouth when we came. I think it was saying it was glad to see us. The boy had bread and meat in his pocket. It did not seem like much, but he gave it to the dog and said he would come back with more. It stood up for a minute when he patted its head. It was so big through the chest that it seemed like there was something wrong with it, but I think it was just strong. What was wrong was that its front leg was gone. The boy had bandaged it where it had been cut off, but blood had soaked through. That dog had been hurt in a lot of other places, too. The boy took the bandages off, and he and father talked about what to do. I could see that the dog was afraid of father and liked him at the same time. It lay down again and put its head by his feet and looked up at him and trembled a little. Father said the boy knew a lot more about treating wounds than most people did, and they talked about a woman he had known who got her arm cut off. It did not mean anything to me then. The boy put new bandages on after that, and we went back. Juganu would not come out of the woman's room, so we went in to talk. Father told him he had to come with us or he would die. Juganu said, I'm going to stay with Tigridia and free her. Free? She'll have you exorcised, father told him. He took his arm, and Juganu went for him. I think he would have choked him to death if I had not been there. He was 10 times stronger than he had been when I had pulled him off the mast back on our boat. The woman got in it, and we had a real fight going until the boy ran off and got the key to her room. Then we went back, father and me, Juganu, and the bird. When we woke up in Capsicum's house, Juganu just fixed his face and went out. He never said a word to us. We watched to see if he really left the house, and he did. I think he was afraid we would kill him, and I would have if father had not stopped me. After that, Hyde and Vadsig came with mother from Lizard for the wedding. So this is everything I have got to write about, the things that I was the only one to see. I will let them and Daisy do the rest. I will criticize like they have been doing to me. 20. The wedding. Widger gave the bride. Her dress was a simple one of white silk with a white lace veil, but her pearls and her beauty set the Mantion buzzing. Gerfalcon came, with an armed bodyguard of 20 men. If he had not, things would almost certainly have gone very differently, and we would not be writing this. Nothing of that was known, of course, when Widger led her to the altar. What was known, and to half the town, was that a family that had never been considered prominent other than as the source of the Book of the Long Sun, a chronicle generally factual of events prior to the founding of New Viron, was now conceded to be very prominent indeed in politics and religion. Nettle, particularly, was courted by women who had previously scarcely deigned to speak to her. Few, if any, dared ask whether the man assisting his cognizance was in fact her husband. He himself seemed happier than anyone had seen him before. At the bride's request, he read the second victim, a water-horse. Everyone expected the usual platitudes. Seconds built minutes, piling up like grains of sand. The whispered conversations fell away, and still he stood staring at the entrails of the snow-white victim he himself had provided. "My sire?" the bride whispered. Startled, he looked up.
I'm sorry. There is a great deal here.
Another minute passed. His cognizance was good enough to permit this, he said when his gaze left the carcass of the water-horse at last. It may have been a mistake, as such things are commonly counted. Everyone present sensed that he was inviting them to silence him, but no one attempted to. I see the hand of a god in it, he told them. And since this victim was offered to the outsider, we can assume that it is his. That being the case, I take this opportunity to tell you that he is the god of blue. Have you never wondered who it is? We have other gods here already. There is a Scylla greater than the one we knew, for example. You should fear and respect, but not worship her, lest you come to ill. One of the wedding guests called out, "Pass!" He is not yet here, or at least I do not believe he is. He will come, however. You or others like you will bring him, and Silk with him. Silk, whom you sent me to bring and whom I failed to bring. He paused, regarding those who heard him through an eye that very few could meet. They will come, but never forget what I tell you today. You belong to blue and to the outsider. He studied the carcass. No doubt his cognizance has often said here that one side of the victim represents the givers and performers of the sacrifice, the other the congregation and the community. I repeat it because I know that there are some present who have seldom honored the gods since childhood. The presenters of this fine white water-horse are my son Hyde and my daughter-to-be Vadsig. For them a long marriage and a largely, though not entirely, happy one. There were chuckles. They will have 6 children. He hesitated and bent lower to see more clearly. I see a great deal of paper as well. Scattered laughter. Quills and ink, and a partnership with another couple. The performers are his cognizance and myself. We shall soon separate, parting in friendship and regret. One shall be highly favored by a god. From the congregation, Gerfalcon asked, "Which god, Patera?" He straightened up, clearing his throat. Where no other identification is made, it is safe to assume that the god to which a prophecy refers is the one to whom the victim is offered. The other augur, if augur is meant, also shall win the favor. At that instant Arab flew in through a window. "Watch out! Watch out!" And undertake a long journey from which he shall not return. Death may be intended. "Bad things!" Raising a finger to his lips, he gave the bird a stern glance. It settled upon his shoulder, repeating, "Bad things! Things fly!" The god's prophecy concerned with all of us is about to be fulfilled, I believe. Certainly the entrails warn that it is very imminent. Some of you have slug guns, I see. You will need them. Others may have less obvious weapons of other kinds, as I do. You may wish to consider how best to employ them. I remind those of you who are unarmed that no man or woman of courage and resource is ever entirely helpless. "Good Silk," his bird croaked, and then, "Silk, fight?" He turned to the prolocutor. Your cognizance, I suggest that this victim be offered to the flames entire, and that the remainder of the ceremony proceed as swiftly as possible. We haven't much time. As has been said, Captain Widger led Vadsig down the aisle, he proud and tearful in crimson velvet tunic and trousers, she radiantly lovely in watered silk dripping with pearls. Her bridal bouquet was of pink and white sea spume. Its gracious perfume soothed the very smoke of sacrifice. Aunt Oxlip's daughters Sweet Bay and Madrone were her train-bearers, and Capsicum's grandson bore the ring on a black silk pillow. Everything went normally and even magnificently until the lovers had exchanged vows, kissed, and started back up the aisle, bathed in the fervent good wishes of their guests, among whom Hoof and I were of course numbered. "Watch out!" Arab croaked, and then with an urgency that few if any had heard before, "Watch out!" A flying shape not quite a man swooped over the pews. It struck Hyde with such violence as to knock him off his feet, an apparition of fangs and terrible claws that fell in a welter of blood and slime, cut through the waist. The blade of an Azoth, a thing more terrible than any Inhume, vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, then darted forth again to spear a second Inhume at an open window. No coherent description of that famous fight is possible. Patera Remora, this is widely known, defended himself and his altar with the knife of sacrifice,
as was written 200 years ago of another augur favored by the gods. Capsicum, it is said, stabbed Gerfalcon in the melee. Certainly she herself was shot and killed by a member of his bodyguard. Weasel, her grandson and Marrows, is said to have killed an Inhume and an Inhuma, though he was only a boy. Captain Widger, 5 Inhume, twice strangling one with each hand. It would be possible and even easy to multiply such reports to fill 100 pages. Because they are omitted from all the other accounts, what we must emphasize here are the indescribable noise, the welter of blood, and the wild confusion. Everyone was screaming. Everyone was fighting, even those who would have fled if they could. No count of the numbers of the Inhume was or is possible. It has been said that half the Inhume on Blue at the time took part in the attack, but the assertion rests upon their own testimony, and of what value is that? Those skilled in war report that an attacking force will scarcely ever sustain its attack when it has lost a third of its number. The best count of the dead Inhume, that of Legume, who was charged with burning their bodies, is 198. If it is correct, and they fought as crack troopers do, their number was about 600. It seems probable, however, that it was considerably larger. We would propose 1,000. What seems certain is that without the Azov, Gerfalcon's Needler, and the slug guns of his bodyguard, the subject of this volume would have perished, and the wedding party with him. Afterward he visited Patera Remora, and they sat side by side talking for a time in the little garden between the manse and the mansion. "It is, coming," Patera Remora told him. "In process, hey? If not in my, time, then in my acolytes we will have a working window, Whorl." He said, "Without mainframe no god can come to it, your cognizance." "Better, better so. In, Viron, eh? 30 years? In, old Viron, as we say now." He smiled. "No doubt you're right, your cognizance. What all men and most, females require is not theophany, not the divine, palpability, tangibility. It is the, possibility. And yet mainframe, too, will come. Not in your lifetime, I believe, in your acolytes. He, welcome it." The prolocutor nodded to himself, tossing back the lank gray hair that had fallen over his eyes. His visitor gave him a piercing glance. "Not you?" Yes, to be sure." "It would be presumptuous, very presumptuous, for me to proffer advice, your cognizance." "Yet I should welcome it, Whorl." Oreb corrected him. Patera Quetzal de-emphasized the worship of Great Pass, your cognizance, knowing that Pass was dead. He chose, doubtless wisely, to emphasize that of Scylla instead. Patera Remora patted his forehead with a worn and yellowed but neatly folded handkerchief. "I remember it well. It was the first warm day of summer. You, your cognizance, might choose to emphasize that of the outsider, for example." "He, at least—" "Good God," Oreb remarked, "will not come to your window, your cognizance. I believe I can assure your cognizance of that. Not in your time, nor in your acolytes, nor in his." Patera Remora nodded slowly at first, then more rapidly. "I, comprehend." Mainframe may reach Blue, your cognizance, before the Whorl puts out again, but mainframe can never have the power here that it had there, the rains of the sun. Meanwhile, it might be well for New Viron, for all of Blue, if you were to exercise your discretion. "I, have, in another matter, hey? But, first, Whorl, may I say that you are most, perspicacious? You are correct. I, apprehend it now. I would, on my own, eh? Having been given the, hint? No, intimation, by you, during the ceremony, eh? Your, son's nuptials. I would have, come wise?" He chuckled. "I feel certain you would, your cognizance." "Was it this the, topic upon which you, eh?" "No, your cognizance." His visitor sighed. "Or at least only partially." "In that case, it is wrong to take one's own life." He waited for a reply, but none came. "Is it also wrong to put oneself in harm's way in the hope that one's life may be taken?" "Poor Silk!" Oreb exclaimed, and fluttered from his shoulder to an overhanging branch. You, did? You arranged for the, at the wedding? Yes, your cognizance. Remora pushed back his sweat-damp hair with bony fingers. Not, sufficient. Tell me. Your cognizance will recall the first Inhumu who attacked Hyde. His name was Juganu, or at least that is the name by which I knew him. He was infatuated with a human woman, a murderess. He wanted to free her. She is in a prison, as I ought to have told your cognizance. You, opposed this? Quite right. I opposed it, your cognizance, in such a way as to stir up Juganu's ill will as much as possible. Each hand warred with the other, twisting and tearing. I've searched my conscience on this, your cognizance. I didn't imagine that Juganu would enlist hundreds of his kind for a public attack. Remora grunted. I believed it most probable that Juganu would come for me alone. I would feign sleep and permit him to drink his fill, which would be much. If I lived, so be it. Remora nodded to himself. But if you, So be it. Possibly he would bring a companion. I foresaw that. Possibly he would bring 2 or even 3. In either case, I would certainly die. So, etc., Patera? Yes, exactly, your cognizance. It would be what I wanted. I wanted someone else to kill me, so that I would not bear the guilt myself. You know the result of my folly, the deaths of around 12 people and hundreds of Inhumi. Evil, eh? Vile, miscreations that deserve to, perish, my son. Yes, your cognizance. He straightened up and squared his shoulders. I have been on friendly terms with 3, however. No, 4, because I was briefly on such terms with Juganu himself. With 2 Inhumus, your cognizance, and 2 Inhumas. I made a covenant with evil, one I bitterly regret, though those I have known have been no worse than we. I wish to be shriven of that as well. Shall we begin? No. No. Remora shook his head. First, Patera, you must tell me why you wish to, ascend. Isn't it obvious? His voice was angry, so much so that Oreb fled to a higher branch. I failed. I gave my life, and still I failed. Remora leaned back, his fingers forming a lofty steeple whose apex touched his chin. My son, you, adverted a moment ago that our attackers were not inferior to, morally. I let it pass, ignored it, hey? Your cognizance. A bony hand waved him to silence. Hear me out. The, implication, We know better than, they are. It, will not argue. Possibly. Bad things, Oreb declared with unshakable conviction. Worse things than birds, his master agreed, and added sadly, but so are we. I thought, perhaps... Oh, never mind. Possibly, Remora repeated. I, concede that. Myself, I intend nothing personal, your cognizance, believe me. Do. Yet, I myself, conscious, always conscious of many shortcomings. Now, Gerfalcon, A bad man? You would, acquiesce, my son? He shrugged. Many people say he was, now that he's dead. Was Gerfalcon as, iniquitous as an Inhumu? As this, Juganu you once, I imagine so. As do I. The, old Quetzal. Recollect him, Patera? Of course. New lemur, Many, discussions. I, likewise, with Gerfalcon. I, understood him. Boasting, Yes, boasting. Don't often, But the truth. Talk with, him. Dined. Shrived him, A bad man. In, concordance on that point. But he, hear me here, Patera. Yes, your cognizance. Gerfalcon, dispatched you, One of, 5 of, us. The worst, possibly. Possibly the worst of the, group. Even he would not, blame someone who, expired. So you told me. Who, died in the attempt. Do you take my meaning, Patera? Remora shook his head violently. Not so bad a man as that,
Not so bad a man as you are, Patera. There was silence. Do you still, want to end it? He sighed. Yes, I suppose I do, really. Nettle will have hoof and hide and vadsig. She'll be all right. No die. Remora smiled. Who is Nettle, Patera? My wife. You know her, surely. An, dark day for me, eh? Boasted. Now I'm about to, intrude. Did you, and she, husband, lengthy absence, eh? One, expects the, warm commerce. No, your cognizance. She didn't want to, and neither did I. But if we had, there would have been nothing wrong in that, surely. I, suspend judgment, hey? Shriving, likewise. You can't be so cruel, your cognizance. No? I, consider otherwise. You still, reject the gift, hey? The gift of life, Patera. Look at me, eh? Look at me, and tell you no longer desire, release. Can you do it? His eyes were on the ground. No, your cognizance. If I had brought pig, if some way I could have... Forbear. For children, eh? For sprats, these ifs. There was no reply. The, ceremony. Nuptials, eh? You recall them? Yes, your cognizance. Well? Distinctly? Very distinctly, your cognizance. Homily, curtailed, eh? Yes, abbreviated while the sacred fire, eh? But the, reading first, you were not, inattentive? I hope not, your cognizance. I, advanced to the ambient, eh? Took up the writings? Yes. And, then? What next, Patera? Please elucidate. You found the passage in which marriage... No, you, erroneous. Previous to that. Wait a minute. His forefinger drew small circles over his right cheek. I remember. You opened the writings, apparently at random, read a passage, and appeared to reject it. You turned to the passage on marriage, then. Did I, communicate the first passage, Patera? Read it aloud, you mean? No, you read it silently, then opened the book at a different place. Have you, formed an, theory to account for 'em? Only the obvious one, your cognizance. As he spoke, he felt an icy tendril of dread that he could not have explained. The initial passage was not suitable for a wedding. A toss of Remora's head cleared his eyes of his lank hair. It was, suitable, Patera. Your own word, eh? It was, cogent. Very. I, declined, eh? Nonetheless, an error. Hubris. Knew better than the gods, eh? At my, time of life, I should be wiser. Remora rose. If you will, be unoffended by a brief absence, I shall return presently. Will you, enjoy the fine weather? Certainly, your cognizance. I'll be here when you return. Capital. I shan't be long. Good silk, Oreb offered by way of farewell. His hands were still now as he watched Remora's retreating back. A minute passed, then two. A rock wren sang in the tree in which Oreb perched, then flew away, singing still. Poor silk, Oreb remarked with simple sympathy. Poor, poor, poor silk. He rose and began to pace the length of the little garden, left toward the docks and the sea, right toward the farms and the mountains, then left again. I am a prisoner in a cell, he told Oreb, and that tall man in black will return with my death warrant. I know it, and can't do a thing about it. Tell Nettle I loved her, please. Will you do that? Bird tell. Thank you. He sat again, his head in his hands. I loved Sinew, too, and hoof and hide and crate, Jali and Sea-Rack. I should not have loved any of them. They were almost as selfish as I am, Oreb. But I did, and I asked the greater Scylla on the red sun Whorl how I could find Sea-Rack again. Oreb whistled sharply. She taught me how to communicate with her sister here. That was our bargain, but I have not used the information. I would never have used it while Nettle was alive. Good silk. Most of all, I loved silk.
I tried to model myself on him and see what a mess I made of it. When at last I was given the chance to actually do something for him, I failed. Returning with a worn volume, Remora had caught the last few words. You did not, miss the mark. Horn. Yes, horn. You are too kind, your cognizance. I did. Resuming his seat, Remora said, Possibly you have, observed that I have been calling you Patera. Yes, your cognizance. Many people do, because of the robe, though I am aware that I am no augur. I've grown tired of objecting and generally let it pass. I, comprehend. Remora held up his book. The Chrasmologic Writings, hey? From, your own Sun Street quarter, salvaged from the, conflagration. By me, Patera. See where the cover's scorched? Yes, your cognizance. He touched the discolored leather tentatively, as though it were a serpent. This was Silk's? He used to read from this copy at Mantion when I was a boy? No. Not, exactly, Patera. Yet you are, nearly correct. Near miss. To the point now, eh? Permit me. Of course, your cognizance. From his branch, Oreb called, Watch out! It was from this that I read at the, nuptials. I have, searched, scrutinized it to discover the passage I rejected, erroneously, eh? Hubris. I, conceived that it would be better if you did not, but in error, not irretrievable, eh? I retrieve it now, right the wrong. The vague ache he felt in his chest at times had returned. He took as deep a breath as he could manage, recalling the swords of the torturer's tower. Men were required to lay their heads upon the block, to be lopped off by those swords, and they did it, often with great courage. Will you, peruse it, Patera? I have, marked the place. Someone else, someone very far away, said, I cannot imagine that there is anything in the writings that I should not read or hear read, your cognizance. It's, here. The open book lay in his lap. He grasped it with both hands and raised it until his shadow no longer fell upon the print. Though trodden beneath the shepherd's heel, the wild hyacinth blooms on the ground. He wept, and another distant voice, Remora's, said, Horn did not fail us, Patera. Caldé. You see that now? Silk nodded. To my hosts. I am the silent presence in your house, the young woman who lies abed by day as by night, the woman who is to be brought before your judges, sleeping, tried, sleeping, and condemned, still sleeping, to slide down into death. Have you wondered whether I breathe at all? Do you sometimes lay a feather on my lips? I think you must. I feel you at my bedside. None but my father can wake me. Ask Onvagan. Let him sleep in a chair beside me, and I will wake. Ask Onvagan. Let him hold my hand in his. Call him Horn, for the sound of that horn will awaken me. Let him come to me, and you will see me wake. Ask Onvagan. Jali, your sleeping guest. Proper names in the text. Many of the persons and places mentioned in this book first appeared in the Book of the Long Sun, to which the reader is referred. In the following list, the most significant names are given in capitals, less significant names in italics. In capitals, Onvagan, the protagonist's hospitable jailer in capitals, Dorp. Colonel, in italics, Abanja, a Trivagonti officer. In italics, Antler, a son of, in capitals, Smoothbone, by his second wife. In italics, Auk, the thief who once coached, in capitals, Silk, in burglary. Sergeant, in italics, Azajan, a ledgerman of, in capitals, Dorp. In capitals, Babby, a tame huss belonging to, in italics, Mucor. In italics, Bala, in italics, Sinew's wife, on, in capitals, Green. In capitals, Barope, a householder of, in capitals, Dorp, in capitals, Onwagen's husband. Caldé, in capitals, Bison, Metera, in capitals, Mint's husband, presently Caldé of, in capitals, Viron. In italics, Blanco, an inland town. In italics, Blood, a crime lord killed by, in capitals, Silk, in italics, Mucor's adoptive father. In capitals, Blue, one of two habitable planets circling the, in capitals, short sun. In italics, Blazing Star, a magnate of, in capitals, New Viron. In italics, Calf, one of, in capitals, Horn's brothers, a shopkeeper of, in capitals, New Viron. In capitals, Capsicum, in italics, Marrow's mistress and executor. In italics, Chenille, the woman who accompanied, in italics, Auk, to, in capitals, Green. In italics, Sigfur, captain, in capitals, Widzer's wife. In italics, Selinia, in italics, Typhon's eldest daughter. In italics, Cowslip, one of, in capitals, Horn's sisters. In italics, Cricket, a boy, in italics, Cowslip's son. In capitals, Daisy, a fisherman's daughter taught by, in capitals, Nettle. In capitals, Dorp, a coastal town north of, in capitals, New Viron. In italics, Echidna, a goddess in capitals and italics, Whorl, and the patroness of, in capitals, Gaon. In italics, Eco, a former mercenary, in italics, Mora's husband. In italics, Endroad, a village subject to, in capitals, Viron. In italics, Eshar, a magnate of, in capitals, New Viron. In italics, Flannan, one of, in capitals, Pig's friends, a flyer. In capitals, Gaon, a town of, in capitals, Blue, governed for a time by the narrator. In italics, Gib, one of the colonists who accompanied, in italics, Auk, and, in italics, Chenille. In capitals, Green, one of the habitable planets of the, in capitals, short sun. Patera, in italics, Gulo, the coadjutor of, in capitals, Viron. In capitals, Gerfalcon, a magnate of, in capitals, New Viron. Judge, in capitals, Hamer, one of the 5 judges who rule, in capitals, Dorp. In italics, Hammerstone, a soldier of, in capitals, Viron, in capitals, Olivine's father. In italics, Hare, a criminal, originally of, in capitals, Viron. In italics, Hari Mao, the new Rajan of, in capitals, Gaon. In italics, He Pen Sheep, a hunter. In capitals, Hyde, one of, in capitals, Horn and, in capitals, Nettle's twin sons. In italics, Hyrax, in capitals and italics, Whorl, the god of death. In italics, Honeysuckle, a servant in the palace of, in capitals, Viron's Caldé. In capitals, Hoof, one of, in capitals, Horn and, in capitals, Nettle's 3 sons, in capitals, Hyde's twin. In capitals, Horn, the chief author of the Book of the Long Sun. In capitals, Hound, a shopkeeper of, in italics, Endroad. In italics, Encanto, the name by which the narrator was known in italics, Blanco. In italics, Inclito, the Duco of, in italics, Blanco. Patera, in italics, Incus, the prolocutor of, in capitals, Viron. In capitals, Jali, an Inhuma freed by the narrator. In capitals, Juganu, an Inhumu freed by the narrator. In italics, Crate, an Inhumu adopted by, in capitals, Horn. In italics, Kypris, the minor goddess who invited, in capitals, Silk, to unite himself to, in capitals, Pass. Private, in italics, Liu, a legerman of, in capitals, Dorp. In capitals, Lizard, an island north of, in capitals, New Viron. In capitals, Long Sun Whorl, the interior of the, in capitals and italics, Whorl. Metera, in capitals, Marble, an elderly Kim. In italics, Marrow, a magnate of, in capitals, New Viron. In italics, Marin, a witch. Maytera, in capitals, Mint, a leader of the rebellion that overthrew, in capitals, Viron's governing council. In italics, Mulpi, in italics and capitals, Whorl, the goddess of the winds. In italics, Mora, the daughter of the Duke of, in italics, Blanco. In italics, Mota, one of, in italics, Harimau's followers. The, in italics, Mother, a vanished goddess. In italics, Mucor, a woman possessing paranormal powers, Maytera, in capitals, Marble's granddaughter. In italics, Musk, a Vironese criminal now dead. In italics, Nabantan, a mountain town of the, in capitals, Long Sun Whorl. In capitals, Nat, a magnate of, in capitals, Dorp. The, in capitals, neighbors, the earlier inhabitants of, in capitals, Blue, also called the, in italics, vanished people. In capitals, Nettle, in capitals, Horn's wife, the mother of, in capitals, Hoof, in capitals, Hide, and, in italics, Sinew, co-author of the Book of the Long Sun. In capitals, New Viron, a town on, in capitals, Blue, founded by colonists from, in capitals, Viron. In capitals, Olivine, a Chem, Maytera, in capitals, Marble's daughter. In italics, Honorifica, a servant girl in the household of the Duco of, in italics, Blanco. In capitals, Oreb, a talking night chuff. The, in capitals, outsider, the god of things outside the, in capitals, Long Sun Whorl. In italics, Oxlip, one of, in capitals, Horn's sisters. In italics, Pajaroku, a phantom town on, in capitals, Blue's western continent. In italics, Parel, a servant girl of, in capitals, Dorp. In capitals, Pas, the father of the gods of the, in capitals, Long Sun Whorl. In capitals, Pig, the name assumed by a blind wanderer. In capitals, Quadriphons, the god of doors and crossroads and much else. Patera, in italics, Quetzal, and in Humu, once the prolocutor of, in capitals, Viron. Patera, in capitals, Remora, the prolocutor of, in capitals, New Viron. In capitals, Rajan, the title of the ruler of, in capitals, Gaon. In italics, Rajyamantri, an advisor to the, in capitals, Rajan of, in capitals, Gaon. Maytera, in capitals, Rose, an elderly sibyl now dead. In italics, Roti, one of, in italics, Harimau's followers. General, in italics, Saba, a Trivaganti officer. The, in italics, Sea Nettle, a yawl, a kind of two-masted boat having a mainmast and a small mizzen. In capitals, Sea-Rack, the young woman given to, in capitals, Horn, by the, in italics, mother. In italics, Shadelow, in capitals, Blue's western continent, so named by, in capitals, Horn. Patera, in capitals, Silk, a former Caldé of, in capitals, Viron. In italics, Sinew, the oldest of, in capitals, Horn, and, in capitals, Nettle's 3 sons. In capitals, Short Sun, the sun orbited by the, in capitals and italics, Whorl. In capitals, Smoothbone, a shopkeeper of, in capitals, Viron, in capitals, Horn's father. In italics, Spider, a spy catcher of, in capitals, Viron. In italics, Stag, a son of, in capitals, Smoothbone, by his second wife. Captain, in italics, Strick, a trader of, in capitals, Dorp, who once befriended, in capitals, Horn. My sire advocat, in capitals, Tal, the advocate engaged by, in capitals, Barope and others to defend the narrator. In italics, Tallow, one of, in capitals, Horn's brothers. In italics, Tansy, in capitals, Hound's wife. In italics, Tartaros, in capitals, Pass's loyal son, the god of thieves and commerce. In italics, Thyone, a minor goddess of the, in capitals, long sun Whorl. In italics, Tigridia, a client of the Honorable Order of the Seekers for Truth and Penitence. In italics, Tongue, one of, in capitals, Horn's brothers. In italics, Trivigaunt, a foreign city south of, in capitals, Viron, ruled by women. Caldé, in italics, Tussa, in capitals, Silk's adoptive father. In italics, Typhon, the ancient tyrant whose personality became, in capitals, Pass. In capitals, Vadsig, a servant girl in capitals, Onvagan's house. In italics, Vanished gods, the presumed gods of the, in capitals, neighbors. In italics, Vanished people, another name for the, in capitals, neighbors. My sire advocat, in italics, Vent, the advocate assigned the narrator by the court. In italics, Verse regal, captain, in italics, Strix's wife. In capitals, Viron, the city in which most of the action in the Book of the Long Sun took place. Private, in italics, Vlug, a ledgerman of, in capitals, Dorp. In italics, Wappen, a discontented young man of, in capitals, Dorp. In italics, Weasel, in capitals, Capsicum's grandson. The, in capitals and italics, Whorl, a spaceship whose vast interior cavity constitutes a small world, originally an asteroid. Captain, in capitals, Widger, the trader from, in capitals, Dorp, who directed, in capitals, Horn, to, in italics, Pajiroku. In italics, Willet, the name assumed by a Triviganti spy. Master, in italics, Ziphius, an old fencing master. In italics, Zeke, a merchant of, in capitals, Dorp. By Gene Wolfe from Tom Doherty Associates. The Book of the Short Sun, On Blue's Waters, In Green's Jungles, Return to the Whorl. The Book of the New Sun, Shadow and Claw, comprising the shadow of the torturer and the claw of the conciliator. Sword and Citadel, comprising the sword of the lictor and the citadel of the autarch. The Book of the Long Sun, Litany of the Long Sun, comprising Nightside the Long Sun and Lake of the Long Sun. Epiphany of the Long Sun, comprising Caldé of the Long Sun and Exodus from the Long Sun. Novels: The Fifth Head of Cerberus, The Devil in a Forest, Peace, Free Live Free, The Earth of the New Sun, Soldier of the Mist, Soldier of Arit, There Are Doors, Castleview, Pandora by Holly Hollander. Novellas: The Death of Dr. Island, 7 American Nights. Collections: Endangered Species, Stories from the Old Hotel, Castle of Days, The Island of Dr. Death and Other Stories and Other Stories, Strange Travelers. Praise for Gene Wolfe. Winner of the World Fantasy Award for Life Achievement, as well as the Nebula Award, twice, the World Fantasy Award, twice, the John W. Campbell Memorial Award, the British Fantasy Award, and the Prix Apollo. Gene Wolfe is the greatest writer in the English language alive today. Let me repeat that. Gene Wolfe is the greatest writer in the English language alive today. I mean it. Shakespeare was a better stylist, Melville was more important to American letters, and Charles Dickens had a defter hand at creating characters. But among living writers, there is nobody who can even approach Gene Wolfe for brilliance of prose, clarity of thought, and depth in meaning. Michael Swanwick. Most underrated science fiction writer. The Book of the New Sun, a tetralogy of couth, intelligence, and suavity that is also written in VistaVision and Dolby Sound. Imagine a Star Wars-style space opera penned by G.K. Chesterton in the throes of a religious conversation. Wolfe has continued in full diapason ever since, and a crossover success is long overdue. American Heritage. One of the literary giants of science fiction. The Denver Post. Gene Wolfe is among the best writers working in this country. Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Today, quite possibly the most important writer in the SF field. The Encyclopedia of Science Fiction. Afterword. The 3 volumes of this account were written almost entirely by their protagonist, the former Rajan of Gaon, who described in considerable detail his search for the fabled town of Pajaroku and tragic adventures on Green, as well as his reign in Gaon and journey to New Viron. These we have left as he composed them, save for correction of obvious errors, division into chapters, and titling those chapters and his volumes. He left us no written record of his brief sojourns in Old Viron and the West Pole, but he spoke of them often. In this volume we have recreated them to the best of our ability, based upon those conversations. What is most certain is the point most frequently doubted by those who have read earlier drafts of the present volume, that he abandoned his search for silk in order that his chance-met friend's vision might be restored. He agreed to accompany Harimau to Gaon if Harimau would transport Pig to the West Pole. Both men might easily have broken their promises. Both men kept them. We 3 who knew him well, as this account shows, find it easy to believe that he acted as he did. Readers who did not must bear in mind that he could not be certain that silk was still in the Whorl. It may have seemed to him that silk had quitted Old Viron, and might well have left the Whorl for blue. It should also be borne in mind that the divine silk was possessing Pig. Pig appears to have visited the manse in which silk had lived with Hyacinth for this reason. In benefiting Pig, he was also benefiting silk. We are indebted to his cognizance Patera Remora for his account of their final interview. His cognizance could not reveal the details of our protagonist's striving, nor would we wish him to. Following that interview, he was seen only by Daisy, who was returning to her father's boat for her sewing basket and found him provisioning the sea nettle, assisted by a strikingly beautiful young woman who had only one arm. Just as Hoof wrote his own accounts of certain events in which the rest of us played no part, Daisy will append hers of their meeting. This Book of the Short Sun, as we have titled it, has been issued by us, 2 brothers and their wives, residents of Lizard Island and citizens of New Viron. We are Hoof and Daisy, Hyde and Vadsig. This is the 2nd year of Blazing Star's Caldé ship. At the time, I knew Hoof, who would so quickly become my husband, only as a friend and fellow student. We lived in Lizard on Lizard, as they say. That is, in the village called Lizard on Lizard Island. My father and my brother are fishermen. My mother and I usually remained ashore, although we assisted them in cleaning and smoking their catch, and sometimes accompanied them to New Viron to sell it. When I was younger, my mother had wanted me to learn to read, write, and cipher, things she herself could not teach me. She had become acquainted with Nettle and sent me to her to be taught with her sons. For that we paid 1 large or 2 small fish per week. This arrangement ended a year before the opening of the present narrative. We were invited to Hyde and Vadsig's wedding, as everyone on Lizard was, and sailed to New Viron to attend. Our boat required recaulking, and my father decided to put it in dry dock there, where there were ample supplies of tar and tow. Thus we remained there several days after the other guests from Lizard had returned to their homes. While returning to our boat for the reason mentioned above, I was very much surprised to encounter the tall, white-haired man Hoof and his brother called Father. He was carrying a sack of potatoes, and had slung 2 large sacks across the shoulders of a tame huss. I think one held apples, and the other a ham and other smoked meats. Having seen me a few days ago at the wedding, he recognized me and congratulated me upon having survived the attack of the Inhumi. I told him quite truthfully that I would have perished had Hoof not come to my rescue, and showed him the bandage on my neck. We talked about the wedding and the battle that had followed it in a friendly fashion, and when we reached his boat, he introduced me to Sirac, who was stowing supplies on it and who plays so large a role in the 1st volume of this book. Although she was strong for a woman, she had difficulty handling certain things, and I was able to help her as well as the iron-faced Sybil. Lovely though Sirac was, with her snowy skin, blue eyes, and fair hair, there was something animal about her. It seemed clear to me that she trusted only Father, and would have put her long knife into any other person as readily as I would gut a fish. "We will sail tonight," he told me. "Would you be willing to make my farewells to Hoof and Hyde? Nettle is making her own, and cannot be bothered with mine." I hesitated, and he said, "I've been dreading it. In a sense, I have killed their father, though the outsider surely knows that I never meant him the least harm. I don't want to have to face his sons, and we have a great deal to do before we go. Won't you do it for me?"
"Birds say,"
his pet announced. "I know you did," he said, "but I'd like this girl to do it too. Will you, Daisy? Will you say goodbye for me?"
I asked where they were going, and Sirach said, "To find Pajiroku. There will be a lander that can fly there, or one will come, and if they will not give it to us, we will take it."
"Back to Viron," the old Sibyl confided, and he to the stars. Soon after that I left them and went to my father's boat for my sewing things, thinking only about the wedding and how beautiful it had been before the Inhumi attacked, and never thinking at all of these books he left behind on Lizard, which I knew nothing about then, but over which I have labored for hundreds of hours now. The faint, blinking star that old people call the Whorl is fainter than ever. I went outside to look at it a moment ago, and although I could make it out with the telescope, it is no longer visible to my naked eyes. They are in it, I hope, he and his eerie young woman, Nettle, the old Sibyl, and their bird, on course upon a greater sea to strange new islands. Good fishing, good fishing, good fishing, good fishing, good fishing. End of Return to the Whorl, Volume 3 of the Book of the Short Sun, by Gene Wolfe. GeneWolfe. Read by Mark Ashby in the studios of Potomac Talking Books Incorporated for the Library of Congress, May 2022. Published by Tor, Tom Doherty Associates, LLC, 175 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York, 10010. www.tor-forge.com. Further reproduction or distribution in other than an accessible format is prohibited. If you found this book to be defective, please contact your cooperating network library.
End of book.